kommt am Gridwalk mit einem Riesenapplaus, denn diese drei Jungs, die haben es geschafft, die haben die Pole Position rausgefahren in ihrer Klasse, der Le Mans GTE AM, und der Applaus dafür geht an Khaled Al-Kubashi, David Heinemeier-Hansen aus Dänemark und Patrick Long, die Polesetter der GTE AM. Und wir machen weiter mit den nächsten beiden Jungs in Weiß für Aston Martin, die einen Riesenjob gemacht haben in der GTE Pro-Kategorie bei den Professionals. Applaus geht an Niki Thiem und Markus Sørensen. Niki, eine kurze Frage für die Fans. Dein Papa stand gestern ganz oben auf dem Podium beim DTM-Rennen. Was können wir von euch erwarten?
Viel Druck.
Viel Druck. Zwei Wörter, ganz knapp. Ich wünsche euch viel Erfolg. Das ist das Podium der GTE Pro. Und diese drei Jungs, die haben einen Lauf in der Saison 2016. Die Polesetter in Sachen LMP2, Roman Rusinov, Nathanael Berton und Heimspiel für René Rast. René, schau es dir an, viele Fans am Nurburgring. 2, 3 Sätze von dir.
Ja, selten zu viele Fans gesehen hier am Nurburgring. Bin das erste Mal bei der WEC dabei und bin echt überwältigt, wie viele Leute hier gekommen sind. Echt super Unterstützung von euch und ich hoffe, können wir gleich ein schönes Rennen euch bieten.
Wir freuen uns zuzuschauen. Nochmal einen Riesenapplaus. Sie gehen von der Pole Position ins 6-Stunden-Rennen hinein für G-Drive Racing. Roman Rusinov, Nathanael Berton und René Rast, die Polesetter der LMP2. Und sie stehen ganz vorne, freie Sicht nach vorne, kommt ruhig rauf, ihr beiden. LMP1, die schnellsten Fahrzeuge, auch hier haben wir die Polesetter. André Lotterer, Marcel Fessler, das ist euer Applaus für eure Leistung im des Audi Sportteam Just. Sah es, André, so leicht aus, die Pole zu holen wie für uns am Fernseher, oder musstet ihr richtig kämpfen?
Natürlich müssten wir kämpfen, sowas kommt nicht von alleine, aber zum Glück haben wir ein tolles Auto und freuen uns riesig aufs Rennen. Und ja, erster Startplatz ist schon mal gut, aber 6 Stunden stehen noch vor uns und ich hoffe, es wird eine geile Show. Daumen drücken und genießen.
Marcel Fessler, du hast deinen Anteil dazu beigetragen. Wir sind hier am Nurburgring, das einzige Rennen in Deutschland. Viele deutschsprachige Fans auch von dir. Ist es was Besonderes, hier vor der Kulisse zu fahren?
Auf jeden Fall, es ist immer was Besonderes, hier zum Nürburgring zu kommen. Ich liebe es, hierher zu kommen, weil die Fans sind einfach großartig. Ich glaube, es zeigt es heute wieder. Man kann sagen, volles Haus hier, und es ist wirklich für uns eine super Kulisse, vor so vielen Fans fahren zu dürfen. Vielen Dank fürs Kommen und bitte drückt uns fest die Daumen.
Sollen wir das mit einem riesengroßen Applaus für die Polesetter der LMP1, Marcel Fessler und André Lotterer, unterstützen? Das geht lauter, die Polesetter der LMP1. Also, wir schicken die Jungs zurück zu ihren Fahrzeugen. Vielen Dank, dass ihr das mit dem Applaus unterstützt habt. Die ganz große Show, die beginnt ja jetzt erst hier im Bereich der Startaufstellung des WEC 6-Stunden-Rennens. Und ich habe eben nicht ohne Grund gesagt, kommt auf die Tribünen C3 und T4, wo man sich anschauen kann. Was passiert denn hier in der Startaufstellung, wo die Fahrzeuge im Le Mans-Stil Aufstellung genommen haben? Schön schräg zur Fahrbahn. Gut, wir werden die Fahrer nicht mehr laufen sehen zu den Autos. Das geht aus Sicherheitsgründen nicht, aber diesen Le Mans-Start, das hat was ganz Besonderes. Wir haben T-Shirts für euch mitgebracht, und da es noch ein wenig weit ist, mit den T-Shirts auf die Tribünen zu kommen. Da haben wir uns Jungs und Mädels gesucht, die haben T-Shirt-Kanonen, die sind CO2 befeuert. Mit Luftdruck funktionieren die ganzen Jungs. Wir haben das gestern schon getestet und diese T-Shirts sind eingepackt wie ein Geschoss in Folie, damit sie besser fliegen, und wir kommen ganz schön weit. Ich habe neben mir den, wie heißt du eigentlich?
Marius.
Den Marius stehen. Marius, wir haben gestern so ein bisschen getestet. Wenn jetzt einer ganz hinten, ganz oben steht, schaffst du das, bis da zu schießen?
Können wir schaffen. Also seid auf jeden Fall aufmerksam. Das sind in der Tat, also die sind hart verpackt, und achtet auf unsere Kanonen, damit ihr euch nicht verletzt.
Wie viele Kanonen habt ihr? Du kannst ja nicht das ganze Publikum mit einer einzigen Kanone machen. Ich denke mal, wir testen das. Sollen wir mal das erste abschießen?
Können wir machen. Also wir sind mit 6 Leuten hier auf der Starthalle verteilt und jeder hat 20 T-Shirts für euch.
Habt ihr Lust, ein paar T-Shirts zu bekommen von den Jungs mit den CO2-Kanonen? Das kommt hier nicht so wirklich an. Nurburgring, wo seid ihr? Und ich finde, wir müssen hier noch ein bisschen anfeuern, dass er schneller die Kanone befüllt. Überall stehen die Kollegen und die haben auch richtig Spaß. Wir haben das gestern Abend getestet. Da waren wir ganz alleine auf Start und Ziel. Und wenn du heute hier rauskommst, dann kannst du dich sowas von dermaßen freuen, diese Begeisterung für den Motorsport zu sehen in Sachen WEC 6 Stunden Rennen. Moin, Jungs und Mädels, ihr seid die Cheerleader, die wir mitgebracht haben. Gott sei Dank sind ein paar Mädels dabei. Sag mir mal deinen Namen.
Ich heiße Gina.
Gina, ich habe gestern nur mit einem Jungen von euch trainieren können und habe gedacht, es werden jetzt nur noch Jungs hier tanzen. Was können wir von euch gleich sehen oder erwarten?
Ich sage jetzt erstmal nichts, wir wollen euch einfach mal überraschen, weil wenn ich jetzt anfange irgendwas zu erzählen, dauert das viel zu lange, schaut es euch einfach an und ich hoffe, wir können euch begeistern.
Ich würde sagen, wir werden gleich die Musik mal abfeuern, dass wir euch auch sehen können. Alles das trägt dazu bei, diese riesengroße Kulisse WEC 6 Stunden Rennen. Das ist der einzige Aufschlag, den wir hier haben. Und freut euch auf die Cheerleader! Vielen Dank an die Cheerleader hier in der Startausstellung zum WEC 6-Stunden-Rennen an diesem Sonntag am Nurburgring. Hat es euch gefallen? Hat denn jeder von euch schon ein T-Shirt bekommen oder müssen die Jungs noch ein bisschen mit ihren Kanonen schießen? Müssen die Jungs noch ein bisschen mit den T-Shirts und den Kanonen arbeiten für euch? Ich denke ja, wir haben noch einige, die für euch arbeiten. Das sind die Trommelschwinger, die wir mit den Flaggen hier stehen haben. Flaggen, das ist das Thema, was zum Motorsport, was zu einem WEC-Rennen gehört. Nicht nur auf den Tribünen, nicht nur von euch, sondern auch für euch hier in der Startausstellung. Sie haben Aufstellung genommen, die sogenannten Flag Jugglers mit dem Namen Alcorn für euch live in der Startausstellung. Viel Spaß!
Everybody, and welcome to the Eifel region of Germany. I'm John Heindorf, and Graham Goodwin, the editor of dailysportscar.com, is alongside me. Round 4 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, the final edition of the European calendar for 2016. A packed grandstand, streams of cars coming in from very early morning, and the grid walk underway at the moment. The Le Mans 24 Hours, our previous event, is now, but in some cases, a bitter memory, particularly for Toyota. Although, of course, a triumphal one for Porsche. But it's all reset to zero here as we go back to the 6-hour race length for the rest of the season. Weather is always a concern when you come to the Nurburgring. It has cleared up considerably from quite a foggy morning. Silverstone, Spa-Francorchamps and Le Mans behind us. Next, we head off on the flyaways to Mexico, the Austin round, then Fuji, Shanghai, and finishing off, as has become tradition now, in Bahrain. Lady in the centre of the picture with Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich there. There's Maria Hoffel-Reich, Olympic skier, overall Alpine World Cup champion. She'll be waving the green flag. She's had a full Audi experience this weekend already. Chat with her a little bit earlier on. Thoroughly enjoying this very different look at speed. This is an old-style Formula One track, split into 3. First section down just before the Dunlop hairpin, then the long run through the Schumacher S's towards the Vidal chicane, and just before then, and then the short blast around the last part of the circuit. The tighter circuit being used this year, so it is a different track configuration from that on which we raced a year ago. Nico Lapierre getting ready for his Alpine drive, and we can see castle on the top of the hill, which is good news for everyone. Temperatures decent. Forecast weather-wise 20% chance of rain before the end of the race. And a circuit, Graham, should it rain, and rain to any degree, that provides a lot of challenges for the drivers and the tyre engineers. Louise Beckett is the third member of our team, and she's been talking to Anthony Davidson from Toyota.
Hello from the grid at Nurburgring, and after the success of this event last year, just look at that grandstand. It is packed out and people still coming into the circuit. It's been 5 weeks since the drama of Le Mans. We don't want to dwell on it too much, but we do need to reference it. Anthony, sorry to disturb you. We don't want to dwell on Le Mans too much, and we need to look ahead to the job in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's behind us now. Obviously, it was painful for a couple of days or even a week after the race, but I've forgotten about it now and ready to fight again.
So what's possible here?
A win is possible. Yeah, I mean, we always feel like we've got a fast enough car in the race to fight for victory. And with the mixed conditions coming our way today, who knows? So yeah, but we don't need that to have a chance to win. We've seen in the race pace that our car seems like we're there or thereabouts, and in these races we know anything can happen, and that obviously puts you in a position where you can win. So yeah, we'll just keep fighting as hard as we can.
Quali was difficult in those conditions yesterday.
Yeah, quali was tough. I mean, it didn't really go our way, and yeah, we had the mixed weather then, and we ended up down behind the rest of the field. But yeah, it doesn't really mean a lot in a 6-hour race. So yeah, we got caught in traffic, and you know, we had to swap drivers more than once because Seb started in the rain and blah blah blah. But yeah, we are where we are, and you know, it's only 5 of them to pick off before we can get in the lead. So one per hour. How easy is that?
Sounds good to me. Thank you. Well, let's take a look now at the qualifying highlights.
So difficult conditions in qualifying for everybody. KCMG in the GT category first to go to slicks, and it was a Porsche 1-2 in GT EAM with the 88 from the 78, and Khaled El Kabezi delighted to be ahead. In GTE Pro, once again, it was all about who was on the right tyres at the right time with the right driver in as well. We saw some extraordinary tactical switches with the first drivers getting back in at the end of the 20-minute session. For Chip Ganassi, the meat in the Aston Martin Racing bread.
In the dry pace, it would have been difficult, but now we had these conditions and we made it work, and we got the maximum out of it. And we took a little bit of a risk in the end with the tire choice to go out on slicks and wait so long, but it worked out.
So with the GT cars having set their pole position, it was up to the thoroughbred race cars, the LMP 1s and 2s. They'd watched the previous 20 minutes intently. Toyota went out on wet tyres. Mistake. The track was drying exceptionally quickly, and it was obvious from very early on that it would be inters, then slicks, or slicks from the start that would give the best times. 3 and 4 seconds were being carved off the lap times as the track surface changed. And then in the second half of the session, the decision making was compounded by light drizzle. It was just enough to take away the confidence levels of some of the drivers. Audi Sport locked out the front row ahead of Porsche, courtesy of 2 blinding laps.
Team, you know, tough Le Mans for us, so good for the spirit. The guy's been working really hard overnight as well, so very nice. And for Ben also, you know, dedicate to him the pole. He's not here. I'm sure he's got it. He would enjoy that with us, but it's the way it is, and have to look to tomorrow to have a good race.
And referring there to Ben Treluer, who injured his back in an accident on his motorcycle, which is why he's not here, but I'm sure he's watching or listening in. Ben, we wish you all the best, and we'll see you in Mexico City, the fitness training continues and his recuperation as well. Should just mention, by the star, and plonked the 26G Drive racing car on pole for LMP2. Ferraris, and particularly the AF Corsa Ferraris in Pro, have just got to do a better job, Graham. AF Corsa guys were off the pace at Le Mans, and they've not really had a great season with an engine failure at Spa as well.
Unreliability has absolutely plagued the AF Corsa effort this season so far, particularly the number 51 car. But the car's got speed, there's no doubt about that. Good afternoon, everybody. Getting to bright sunshine, John, which is great. Just a 20% chance of rain, we're told, this afternoon. It doesn't look anywhere close, but we could have said that, couldn't we, on Thursday, when we got epically changing weather in a remarkably short period of time. Just as we arrived at the circuit, the temperature plunging 16 degrees in 3 minutes into torrential rain and hail. We've seen some poor weather, but doesn't look like it's going to repeat here, John.
It was 34.5 degrees when I arrived here on Wednesday afternoon. Fully 10 degrees taken off that at the same time on Thursday afternoon. KCMG, the AM-Class in that blue, grey and white Porsche, they've done a cracking job, and we've got to say there's a little bit more smiley faces in the Porsche camp for the AM cars.
Oh yes.
At least here. Frank Stefan Walliser, who's the man who runs the programme, very happy to see two of his customer teams doing so well, and the guys at Abu Dhabi Racing have worked tremendously hard with that 88.
That is their second WEC pole position for that squad. Pierre Fillon on the grid here. Happy scenes on the grid again, as often is a bit of a festival atmosphere of the WEC grid.
And the autograph session, as ever popular. The crowds were coming in from very early this morning to get their places in the Mercedes-Benz grandstand overlooking the arena. It's a circuit that you can walk around here in the 6 hours of the race, but people do like to get themselves settled with a bit of food for the start of the race. And the autograph session well attended. The stars and cars of the FIA World Endurance Championship, always popular with the fans.
Absolutely. The packed pit lane for the always popular autograph session. We can see there John going down into the Mercedes arena. The grandstands absolutely packed again. This was a phenomenally successful introduction to the FIWC calendar last year, and it looks like going in the same direction this. There is the 51 car. Engine problems both at Spa and then at Le Mans caused major dents in their championship aspirations. They're going to be on a fight back from here on in, and as we always know, Jimmy Bruni in particular and his very rapid new teammates in the 51 car this year, James Collado, they're going to be on fire for the remaining rounds of this season. It's going to be quite something to witness. But the story yesterday was all about tactical genius of Aston Martin.
Yeah, on Dunlop tyres, remember, easy to forget if you're just coming to us or maybe watching for the first time around the world. At Specutainment, at DSC Editor, if you'd like to get in touch with us here in the booth. WEC live coverage. It hasn't really paid massive dividends, yes, that shift and the breaking of the Michelin cabal, if you will, in the GT category, Graham, but this is the sort of track and the potential of mixed conditions where it might do.
It might very well do. We're clearing the grid now and ready for the presentation of the teams, national anthems. Crib presentation of the FIWC was always pretty good. It gets better here. Just a moment before we get to that, remember, it's 1 year on since we lost a member of the WC family, Damo Lewis. We remember.
Yes, we won't forget that from this event last year, and of course the tragic events once again in Europe with the shootings in Munich at the start of this race weekend. Also a couple of deaths on the Nordschleife last night as well, with people coming to celebrate motorsport and have a go around the green hell, and 2 people on tourist laps lost their life.
Recht und Freiheit für das deutsche Vaterland. Danach lasst uns alle streben, brüderlich mit Herz und Hand, Einigkeit und Recht und Freiheit sind des Glückes Unterpfand. Blüh im Glanze dieses Glückes, blühe deutsches Vaterland. Blüh im Glanze dieses Glückes, blühe deutsches Vaterland.
Saskia Lepin.
Pretty good.
I think so.
I think that was a solid 8.5.
I was going to say exactly the same, 8.5 there. That's
no notes that weren't required.
Should say hello, by the way, to viewers on BT Sports back in the UK.
A couple of people asking about whether Ben Trellier will get points. He will not get points for this.
I'm afraid that's his championship likely run, unless something extraordinary happens here and beyond. That's the only way he would be back in the championship hunt, John. Oh, hang on a minute. It was a 7-car on pole, wasn't it? So that's him done, I'm afraid, for the championship. Sorry, Ben.
Well, unless they throw the other 2 out and give him a different teammate towards the end of the year.
Highly unlikely.
Yes, yes, you're right.
Handshakes up and down the grid, looking at Marina Franchitti, shaking hands there in the foreground down with Andy Prio with Matthias Lauda.
There's a great respect of competitors here throughout the grid, and it will be no quarter asked or given around this very fast, very technical circuit. But at this point and afterwards, everybody understands that the pressure is on, particularly from the works drivers that we were looking at there.
This is a car here that will become very important indeed, not just through this race, but particularly for the one to come. Next time out, John, the number 43 car, RGR Sport by Morand, now run exclusively by Oak Racing, with the departure of the team from the team by Benoit Morand. Winners at Silverstone, but particular relevance here, of course, is Ricardo Gonzalez, will be the promoter for the 6 Hours of Mexico, the 2016 addition to the calendar. Felipe Albuquerque, Audi factory driver, of course, will be the man to take the start here. And here it was a surprising qualifying. This is the number 42 Stracker Racing Gibson, a significant change in the driver lineup. Johnny Kane will start, Nick Leventis joins him again as usual, but Lewis Williamson, a driver that's been, well, developed by the Stracker Racing outfits, both in single-seaters and in their Renault RSO 1 programme, gets his WEC debut. Danny Watts rested for this one, and that puts the Gibson, because Lewis, no mean driver, a silver rank driver though, put them 3rd on the LMP2 grid.
Hello to Steve Wells, early morning Sunday here, or early afternoon Sunday evening on the other side of the world, and we know there are plenty of Kiwis and Aussies tuning in from their homeland on the FIA WEC app, as well as our syndicated TV around the world as well. Another chance there to see Maria Herfelreich.
Hi too to Matthew Pigg and all the guys that tune into the FIWC on their Facebook fans forum. Firm fans of the World Championship, a growing community of fans for this racing, John.
There's the top 3 in LMP2. Stracker, fantastic run, and Johnny Kane has been outstanding. Got the wife and the boys here this weekend. Hello to them, they've been enjoying it, but can't stop the G-Drive steamroller. I'm going to suggest that we might be confusing things a little bit here. For the formation laps, the fast chicane is going to be used, but in the race it's a lot That would confuse me on the warm-up laps.
Let's watch and see, shall we? Should mention, by the way, that is a significant change to the format of the racetrack for this year from last. The slower Vidal chicane line being used, and for particular reason is potential for clash with cars with such massive closing speeds on pit-in, John. But it will cost, we believe, something like 3 seconds a lap, amazingly, simply because the faster line of Vidal chicane was more or less flat. This is a braking and acceleration zone. It costs a lot of time.
It's a touring car chicane. I mean, you've virtually come to a dead stop. I was up on top of the grandstand, on top of the Porsche area, on the control tower, watching FP1 and FP2 on Friday. It seems a long time ago. And you could hear the GT cars, particularly the Fords, banging down through the gearbox all the way down to first gear.
Some spectacular touring cars on the support package here earlier, and significant amongst them yesterday in their race in the pouring rain. A number of 80s DTM cars, and a race won by Kurt Thiem, father of Nicky Thiem, who obviously was on pole position for Aston Martin Racing.
That is Maria Hoffelreich. Excuse me. Got a fast lap round here earlier on this morning in the dry. Alan McIntyre took me around yesterday. This is the first time I've been round here in this configuration on the Grand Prix circuit. So very often I come to a place where I know the alternative circuit better, but the Nordschleife is much more familiar to me. And it's open all day today for tourist laps, by the way. Toyota Gazoo Racing, they can't think about them on now. It's just got to be out of their mind, but they need to have a good second half of the season. But the rumours persist, indeed more than rumours, that they are looking at a third car for Spa and Le Mans for next year.
I'm absolutely certain that's part of the game plan, John.
And some new drivers to come.
No matter what happens, if they're anywhere remotely close to the pace in this race, watch this team at the end of this race. There's an advantage they hold here, John, that could be significant.
Well, they have got a good 2 laps in fuel mileage.
Over the Audis, certainly.
Over the Audis, and 1, possibly 2, on the Porsches. Now, that doesn't sound much, but the arithmetic says that if it all goes their way, there's an opportunity for them to go on 1 fewer stops.
Correct. Because
everyone else will need, Porsche will need a little splash, Audi will need a slightly bigger splash, more of a sploosh.
Sploosh, yeah.
And Toyota may need none at all.
If we get a little bit of yellow flag running, if we do.
And I think Toyota can do it without yellow flag. Porsche definitely needs some full course yellow, and Audi need about an hour of full course yellow. Actually, that's a slight exaggeration, but you get the changes between the 2 teams. The world champions in 1 car, what a team they are gelling into. Timo Bernhard described by Brendan Hartley and Mark Webber as the glue that keeps those guys together, and the experience that has allowed those guys, and that's number 1 now out, Porsche, to be able to take the World Championship last year. The 2 Audis blocking out the front row. Second pole position for Audi this year. Took it at Silverstone, of course, and looking for what would be their 3rd win at the checkered flag. Although, of course, the win at Silverstone was taken away in post-race scrutineering. They ran the car too low.
1-minute ball has been shown. We're about to get the cars underway for the formation lap.
2 formation laps around here. Onboard cameras aplenty. That is Kaz Nakajima in the Toyota at the bottom, and Mike Conway. So the information coming up from the timing data not quite correct, because they won't have gone over a timing line correct yet. So we wait for the official to give the mark. The green flag about to be waved by our honoured guest, Cedric Viat, there alongside one of the WEC organisation crew. And waves the flag, and the now traditional ear of corn formation will peel off and begin to form up in a 2x2 formation. And at the front of the grid, it is Noah's Ark for 2 Audis, 2 Porsches, 2 Toyotas. The LMP1 non-hybrid class, Rebellion, CLM and Rebellion, those AER turbocharged motors sounding extraordinary this weekend, popping, banging, crackling. They've turned them up to 11 stupid.
And the CLM actually rather more reliable and are able to actually stretch the legs of their developed aero here this weekend, splitting the Rebellions at the moment. Let's wait and see how that one goes. LMP2, of course, we saw that extraordinary performance in particular from René Rast, put about a second on the field in qualifying. The Audi factory driver ahead of the championship leading number 36 car on the grid. The number 36 Signatech Alpine, and the Alpine road car prototype here, and was on track a little earlier, John. And then that great performance from Stracker Racing rounding out the top 3.
Well, before the drivers pulled off the grid a moment or two ago, Louise Beckett ran around to get some last-minute thoughts from a few of them. Let's hear from René Rast, Paul in LMP2.
René Rast, you're at home. What can you do here?
Actually, we hope for a first win. We had 4 pole positions in a row, but never won a race. So this is the ultimate goal, obviously, today. I try everything. It would be great if it happens in the home Grand Prix. But let's see, we just stay out of trouble and then we see.
René Rast, one of the ultimate plug-and-play accessories for any driving squads. And he has made a huge difference to that G-Drive team. Timo Bernhard's, that glue we were talking about earlier on. Let's hear what he had to say before they rolled off the grid with Louise.
Timo, can you repeat your performance from last year here at Nurburgring?
Well, that's the plan, and yeah, we're pretty confident, but looks like Audi's for sure a bit closer, but we'll fight.
And Marcel Fessler next on Louise's hit list down in the pit lane.
Marcel, you're without Ben this weekend. It's going to be a hard job for you and Andre.
Yeah, we have a little bit more to drive than usually, so therefore it's quite important that Ben comes back from Mexico.
Mexico, of course, with the high altitude, 25% thinner air, and higher temperatures as well. Around about 6 or 7 degrees above ambient in the cockpit of the LMP1 cars. It is tightly monitored by the FIA and the ACO. Cars can be pulled in if it goes above the advised numbers.
It's 7 degrees above ambient, and the sensor for that just right by the driver's head. There's no cheating here. You can't put your sensor by a cold air vent. But cars now, John, well into their second formation lap. And it's just going to be a couple of minutes before we get this race underway.
2 formation laps, and they will be using the fast chicane. Brennan Hartley hydrating before he gets his turn. And we should mention as well the number 7 on pole position with a couple of differences. No Ben Trelliway and no Lena Gade for the first time in a very long time. Lena, if you're listening or watching,
I'm sure she is.
The boys have done you proud this weekend, and we wish you all the best in your new employ at Bentley Motor Company.
Social media still remains going bonkers here, John. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit. Loads of ways in which people are developing a further interest, an increasing interest in this.
So that is the Dunlop chicane at the bottom end of the hill. Significant for 2 reasons. One, it's the lowest part of the circuit, and 2, it's where, generally speaking, 95% of the time the weather comes from. So if it starts getting a little bit wet, it'll get wet there first. Well, I don't know, Graham, is the answer to the question.
Well, how many times have we said that, John? For the 6-hour race to come in just a few moments' time, cars will be getting into the grid formation now.
%, chance of rain from about 3 o'clock onwards is what the teams are telling us. There's your pole position in LMP2, Straka Racing in 3rd. Signatex will start fast. Riquelme, exceptionally fast starter. Watch that second blue car there. SMP Racing, Nick Manassian. Rinse and repeat on that one. That is a car that's getting faster and faster. Some driver changes at Manor have rather broken their rhythm. GT cars tightly packed time-wise in qualifying, ridiculously small margins. Harry Tinknell confirmed for the rest of the FIA WEC season for Ford. That's an extension to his contract to the end of the year. He was only supposed to do up until Le Mans. That has now been changed. This is not the chicane they're looking for during the race. A much tighter one. Beautiful 2x2 formation as we look down on the start of the 4th round of the FIA World Endurance Championship at the Nurburgring. Big crowd in the German sunshine here in the Eifel Mountains. The 2 Audis have locked out the front row. 6 hours on the clock, and it will be 6 hours of total commitment and action as we go green and unleash at the front of the field. Over 6,000 horsepower is in the first 3 rows alone. Down towards the Mercedes-Benz Arena, the fireworks going off in front of us as the rest of the field dive down to the first corner, downhill braking area, 4 abreast in LMP2 for a moment, but at the head of the field, the Audis have been split.
That was the number 1 Porsche going up the inside. The number 8 Audi going a little wide into turn 1. That gave the opportunity for Timo Bernhard to find the space up the inside. He's now pursuing, or trying to chase down Marcel Fessler in the lead of this race. So it's Audi 1, Porsche 2, Audi 3, Porsche 4, then the 2 Toyotas, and the CLM leads the Rebellions.
And that is a change as well from how they started halfway around the first lap as they hit the bottom of the hill here. And the expected battle has already started, and once again it's 3 wide with the ESM, the bright green car, defending and then moving back onto the racing line. That was Pipo Derani, and he was trying to hold back Nelson Panciatici in the Alpine right behind him. The middle of that pack there, the first of the green cars. Pipo Derani has been outstanding this year. Ford performance, number 66, leading with Stefan Mucker ahead of Richie Stanaway and Nicky Thiem, the pole sitter, dropping down to 3rd.
Dropped down to 3rd position, indeed he did, John. And let's not forget either, change this weekend for ESM. Extreme Speed Motorsport changed to Michelin tyres. That might become significant at some point in this race. We'll soon see. Early days from that little deal. On board now with the 71 AF Corsa Ferrari. Davide Rigon, he's got Pat Long ahead of him, the leader in GTM.
Well, the first lap, thankfully, relatively uneventful as they stream through. Fazler for Audi number 7 from Bernhard from Porsche number 1, then Ollie Jarvis for the second of the Audis, the number 8 car, then the second of the Porsches, then the 2 Toyotas. Pierre Gaffer grabbing some Bearcam muesli this morning in the Audi hospitality area, former Audi factory driver, of course. Quick chat with him. They are very, very confident about the changes they've made, new aerodynamic kit to the CLM this year, and this race, excuse me, and to all of the cars at the front of the field. They are now on their absolute downforce kit, what's being called the Mexico kit.
Absolutely right. Well, they will continue, we believe, all 3 factory teams with that new aero kit for the remainder of the season is the plan at the moment. Pierre Caffer, of course, knows this race, the track like the back of his hand, and is showing that right now, holding off Alexander Imperatori and Nick Heidfeld in the 13 and the 12 Rebellions. Race start, we've been told, John, is under investigation.
So they jumping the start then, as the Fords ganging up on the Ferrari. The Ferrari trying to go around the outside is the number 51 of Jimmy Bruni. Just takes to the dirt for a moment as they climb up the hill into the Schumacher S. Super quick barely a lift there even for these GT cars. Massively aerodynamically dependent, those Fords. They are a work of genius.
That must have been a mistake by Stefan Mucker at the end of that first lap, because he's dropped back now behind both the Aston Martins. Nicky Thiem has leapfrogged his teammate to get back up into first position, 21st overall now for the 95 Aston Martin, ahead of the 97, then it's 66 in that battle with Jimmy Bruni and Harry Tincknell with the first of the two Ferraris.
Glorious to hear the variety of sounds as well as sights as they go past us. That 77 Porsche is Christensen in the Pro category, and the Porsches looking better in the race than they did in qualifying. Marcel Fessler, though, still leads the race, 5 minutes gone. Timo Bernhard is a second away in second place. Audi, Porsche, Toyota, Toyota. Rennie Rast has held on to the lead from pole position in the Oreca and is stretching away from Stefan Rakelmi. Told you he'd start quickly.
Absolutely.
Rakelmi up into second then.
And also Johnny Kane has been fending off the close attention to Roberto Merri in this, the number 45 Manor Oreca. This is the car that didn't compete at Le Mans. They entered this car just a little too late to get the approved entry for Le Mans. So the 45 ahead of the 44.
That's the two red and white cars Graham's talking about there. Then behind them, look for the BR01, Nick Manassian. That's the red, white and blue car just in the background as we head back into GTE battles. I said, Graham, as we were looking at the grid, that the time gaps between the GTEs were exceptionally small around here. It does seem as though that once you get into that setup window here, nobody's going to be running away with this, and not just the fast laps but the average times were so close together. In fact, at the moment, if you go down from first to seventh in that class, it's less than 3 seconds.
Absolutely amazing. Marcel Fessler, meanwhile, is putting in some very quick times indeed. In fact, both of the Audis are down in the 140s, 140.717, fastest lap of the race for Marcel Fessler on lap 3. Remember, it will be different lap times this year because of that change in circuit configuration, using the slower of the Vidal chicane alignments to help pit in. Takes a little bit of speed out the cars. Takes about 3 seconds out the lap time, we're told.
Yeah, 3 to 3.5, yeah. Which I find amazing. It doesn't look that bad, but it is almost a dead stop, as we were saying earlier.
As opposed to flat, flat, flat.
Fourth gear in a prototype, and just a little twitch of the fingers to get you through a very technical corner now becomes a heavy braking zone. Bright sunshine, great weather, fabulous circuit, proper cars on a proper circuit, racing here for the next 5 hours and 53 minutes.
Oh, if you must.
Marcel Fessler then has put in the fastest first sector. He's just gone through the second sector line and put in that as a purple time as well. That means quicker. If you want to watch the timing, FIAWEC.com, follow along. The GTE battle continues. The line astern now. This is interesting. We're not seeing a lot of challenges here, but they are very evenly matched. The times down to the hundredths and thousandths. Very close indeed in these opening 3 or 4 laps for the GTE field. Hopefully those guys will only have to do some standard and planned pit stops. Looking back from the 66 Ford, currently piloted by Stefan Mucker.
Not a view we'll get from any other GT car. Not the rear bodywork and under the wing.
Yes, that's an extraordinary piece of design.
8 seconds the gap, John, between the top 6. No further investigation for that race start. That's good news. This is the real race. The LMP2 pack gets stuck into each other. 11 cars here for the 6 out of the Nurburgring. And a good-looking pack again for the WEC LMP2s. Oreca from Alpine, Gibson, Oreca, then the BR01, then the first of the Ligiers, Felipe Albuquerque in the 43.
Let's have a listen to what Marcel Fessler is talking about in the 7.
Okay, Marcel, race is good. You're slowly pulling away from Porsche 1 behind. Fastest car on track. You're the fastest car on track.
The new voice of the number 7 pit wall. We'll have to get used to that. Quicker still for Marcel Fessler again.
Just to confirm what Graham was saying, no further action or investigation for the start. The steward's happy with it. Well, this will gladden the hearts of everyone down in the pit lane, Graham. A nice clean start and everyone settling into a rhythm early on. The leading cars yet to catch the back of the GT field, but probably only half a lap away from it. We thought it would happen on lap 6 or 7. It is going to be on lap 6. 1:40.325 from Marcel Fessler. That's a very quick lap indeed. We saw 39s and indeed a 38 in qualifying on this slightly changed configuration from last year, using the slow version of the Vidal chicane.
But much warmer today.
Yeah. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, that, though, isn't it? You know, the tyres like the track warm to a point as the Gulf UK Porsche goes a lap down. That'll be Adam Carroll, who is in that very distinctive coloured car. But the engines don't like the very high temperatures, particularly the turbo cars.
They don't, so it's going to be interesting, isn't it, when we get to Mexico, to see what how they deal with altitude as well. We saw some big differences, didn't we, at Interlagos just a couple of seasons back.
True.
It's going to be a very interesting addition to the FIA WEC calendar this year.
Into the midst of the GT2 field, a very healthy GT2 field at the moment. Wait to see what 2017 and the new regulations will bring. A dearth of announcements, I'm afraid, so far, and barely a handful of new cars have been bought for LMP2. Sorry, I think I said GT2 there, LMP2. And there is some concern up and down the paddock from the teams as to what their plans might be as a LMP2 next year. Remember, the BR01s will be legislated out. If anyone who doesn't have one of the 4 franchises, everyone effectively has got to buy a new car. And people still waiting to make their decisions on that.
Traffic now beginning to play a part in the lead battle, John, as the LMP1s come up to the middle pack, the top of the jam order, and into the GT Pros. It becomes a little more difficult, and that's allowing Marcel Fessler to open up a gap, and it's also allowing Oli Jarvis to close really rather dramatically on Timo Bernhard here. In fact, he's right with him as they come through and get into the middle order of the GTE Pro Pack. Just out a shot to the left there. We've got 2 LMP1 cars very close together indeed.
And dealing with that traffic is going to be something that these guys are going to have to get used to all day today, as the number 8 car now has a look too. Now that looks to me as though the Porsche is just ahead. Yes, it is. And there is the number 8 trying to come through. And at the moment, Oli Jarvis is looking at the back of GTs when he wants to be looking at the back of that World Championship winning car from last year. Now he's got target acquired as he comes through the Vidal chicane, through to what is now called the Jaguar curve, the final corner. Still a corner curve. As they come across the line, our commentary box just 2 drivers left there. They stream past us. The prototype's exceptionally quiet. Thank goodness for the noise of the Aston Martin as it rumbles through that big V8. Timo Bernhard beginning to feel the pressure, but Neil Janney is there as well, Graham, and it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that those 3 cars could be battling for 3rd position. It's just a 2nd position. Could just be a tiny little slip in traffic. The kind of processing power that these drivers need in terms of how much is going on with the cars, the way that they're making changes corner to corner, straight to straight, and then, by the way, you have to pass the GT field as well.
Well, once they've cleared the GT field, John, there's a good 30 seconds or so of clear running under pace where they will just have their own battle. So once they've cleared the GT Pro Pack and they're in amongst that lot right now, we're going to be seeing LMP1 on LMP1 action for a little wee while. Not for very long, because they're catching the P2s very quickly as well. But at the moment, we're into that fast race pace phase.
Yeah.
Not really at a strategic phase quite yet.
I think what we're doing here is certainly at the head of the field. Everybody is just running to their fuel numbers, but running very quickly indeed. Here's the battle in GTE Am. The first of those Porsches is the first in the race, the blue and white car in second. 4 different categories of cars racing at the same time. Well, actually
5 because of the LMP1 privateers.
Yes, exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah.
LMP1, the guys right at the front of the field, that's mainly for factory cars. LMP2, no factories allowed, slightly less technologically advanced. Well, having said that, the cars at the front of the field are the most technologically advanced in motor racing, circuit racing at the moment. All-wheel drive, over 1,000 horsepower, full-time hybrids, and a split of engines between petrol, diesel, big and small. And the GT categories, GT Pro with the Ferrari and the Ford running to the brand new set of regulations for this year, turbocharged, very dynamically styled and aerodynamically dependent, with the rest of the team still to bring out their cars to the new regulations. Won't be popping up until next year, and a new manufacturer due into the series in 18, we hear. Not sure what they were looking at the start, but all seemed good to me. Let's go down to Louise Beckett in the pit lane with some news of early stirrings in the pits.
Yes, at the moment it's all fairly quiet here. I've just walked into the AF garages and the 71 crew are just getting ready to expect the car in. Haven't found out if there's an issue yet, so I'll let you know.
Well, that would be bad news indeed for the 71 car.
Well, yeah, of course, it didn't have a good race here last year, let's not forget.
It's a 51, wasn't it?
51, really, they had their championship run stymied here, going.
They did.
And having an electrical problem very, very early on, and came back very well towards the end of the year. So Rene Rast now has got a bit of work to do. He's out at the front of the field in LMP2. He will be starting to catch a bit of traffic shortly as well. Stefan Rakelmi is in second, 26 from 36. That's the orange and black from the blue. Then the black and white 42 Gibson of Johnny Kane in the Stracker.
This is the battle for 6th position, and it's 4 cars long at the moment, stretching from the BR01 through the number 43 Ligier, then the first ASM cars, and the second of the Alpines.
Yeah, and that is Nick Manassian, Philippe Albuquerque, Peter Durrani and Nelson Panciatici, and that is a
quartet, is it?
A pretty decent midfield 4 there, aren't they? As it stands at the moment. Panciatici on the back of that. Never know which Nelson you're going to get. He seems to be in form this weekend, and when he's good, he's very, very good indeed.
When he's bad?
When he's bad, everybody get out of his way. Marcel Fessler is into the back of the LMP2. Look at the difference in pace here between the factory hybrid cars with over 1,000 horsepower on tap, down towards the chicane. This is the slow chicane, and look, they're almost coming to a stop here. Now watch the acceleration of the works cars. That's a very quick prototype ahead. Coming out of the final corner, it's 550 horsepower against over 1,000. And that's what 500 horsepower extra looks like.
And that's what that's done, John, because this has allowed the number 1 Porsche to catch up to the race leader.
Fessler cleaning his tyres into turn 1 there. You can see him moving around. He was just trying to scrub the slick tyres offline here. They will be dirty. You pick up little bits of rubber, feels like you've got a puncture. It's awful. It starts to vibrate, and of course the car is not gripping very well either. So the front of the field now has come together as Timo Bernhard chases down the Swiss driver, one of many Swiss top drivers in top teams this championship year. Hop Suisse, as I'm contractually obligated to say for my Swiss mother-in-law. As the Porsche teams come through in second. A little bit of a gap now back to third, and I think Neil Yarney has dropped a bit of real estate as well to Ollie Jarvis. So still 7, 1, 8, 2, that's your top 4. Nakajima and Conway are 5 and 6, and they are the numbers 5 and 6, being the 2 Toyotas. Oh my goodness, through the Schumacher chicane now to this left-hander, slightly banked. The corner helps you. The right-hander after that, adverse camber on the way in, and about here, the camber helps you again, and you've got to get that absolutely right. It's full throttle through here, and the one car is going to... Oh, and on the front straight, the 12 car slowing down. That is Nick Heidfeld. Nick Heidfeld is slowing down.
Got it going again, John, so I think it coughed out the final turn. I don't know, but it was...
No flags. There are no flags. But he has got it going again. There is the G-Drive. Number 26 for Rennie Rast. He's going to have the leaders coming up behind him shortly, Graham.
Indeed he is. And it just goes to show, doesn't it? 2 turns, a little bit of traffic, and a hard-won lead can be gone in a moment.
Yeah, literally the blink of an eye.
It's not about Timo Bernhard and Ollie Jarvis, it's about Marcel Fessler and Timo Bernhard.
And Marcel had to be very careful there through 3 and 4. Now he downs down the inside of Johnny Kane, who has to go offline a little bit. Turn 4 there. Cannot afford to go too far off the racing circuit. That has been one of the action areas in terms of track limits this weekend. Big buzzword in all forms of motorsport. There have been penalties dished out. Laps in qualifying have been rescinded. And Eduardo Freitas and his team in race control have visual as well as data GPS evidence on the exits of some of these corners. Coming up now, the leaders to pass the second of the Alpines. That's to put another lap down. It's ebb and flow, isn't it, at the moment?
It very much is. It is just getting settled into this rhythm, but their idea of rhythm is a little different to yours and mine.
Look at the top speeds here, Graham. Getting way up towards the 270 km/h run before they break for that sharp left-hander.
That was a quick shot on the right-hand side of the quicker Vidal chicane we used last year.
It's been suggested by Joe Taylor to us here in the booth, that specutainment, that Nick Heidfeld stopped to get the Pokemon.
Let's not even go there, shall we?
That was pretty good, actually. So, Brendan Hartley not ready to go as yet. Let's give you the rundown in the classes. It's Pat Long leading for Porsche, number 88. In the AM category from Wolf Hensler. In the 78 Porsche and Pedro Lamy in the 98 Aston. They're separated by less than 4 seconds. In the GT Pro Battle, Nicky Thiem back to the front now in the 95 Aston. Has pulled out a 5-second lead over the 97 Aston of Stanaway, Stefan Lucker in Ford. Number 66 in third, another half a second back. That's a decent battle there because Bruni and Harry Tinknell are right in behind Stanaway, second, third, fourth and fifth, pretty much together. In LMP2, Rennie Rast, as we have said, about to get a lap put on him here by the 2 leaders who are very close indeed. In the 26G drive from Stefan Rakelmi in the blue Alpine, and in third the black and white 42 Gibson of Straka Racing with Johnny Kane behind the wheel. Coming on to 20 minutes gone now, and the traffic is going to be a feature from now on, and Marcel Fessler knows that he is going to have to look forward as well as backwards. Blue flags here, yes, but if you watch other forms of motor racing, it is advisory. The notes given to the drivers, and indeed their instructions at the drivers' meeting earlier on this week, as ever, from Eduardo Freitas, is if you are being passed, particularly if you're in a corner, stick to the racing line, don't wander around. Obviously, if there's a straight that you can breathe out the throttle and let the guys go, fine, but it is not absolute that you have to just lift off and let drivers go through under blue flags.
This car, the battle for third, is now closing in on Richie Stanaway, second in GT.
Well, no, as we were just saying, Graham, they're all within 2 seconds of each other.
Absolutely.
So now it's second to fifth together.
But Nicky Thiem steaming away in the lead here, 6 seconds up the road already from this little group, and it's going to be Stefan Mucker in a hurry to get by the Aston Martin. There's an irony in terms of Stefan's previous career. Just Nicky Thiem disappearing out of the shot there as this stream of cars comes down behind Nick Heidfeld, back up to speed, is the next man looking for a way by the battling GTEs. There he goes.
Very different philosophies behind those 4 battling GT cars there. Right, 3 lights on the side of that Audi that we're looking at the moment. That's showing 3rd position as they come through that battle. Now, this is going to be very interesting indeed. And Fessler, Bernard and Jarvis are getting very close together now, just a 1.5 seconds between them.
It's Bernard that's on the charge, John, here, and doing the better job through traffic at the moment.
Well, Ollie Jarvis is the guy who's made the ground. He's closed up on both of them. First and second are together. And it's a slight problem for the leader as he comes out of the final corner, but uses the power to go past Nick Heidfeld, but he's got Timo right in behind him. Oh, there's a bit of weaving going on down there into the first corner. Get your braking point right here, otherwise it's very difficult, and the leader does not, but he should be able to defend on driver's left into turns 2 and 3, which he does. Tough place to pass here, and Timo's got to pick his time. Watch out for the second Audi behind. He is not that far away. Coming through to turn 4 now, the right-hander. More traffic, and Fessler's done all right there. Went really deep into turn 1. Oh, smashing manoeuvre by Fessler as he puts the Aston between himself and the second place car, but it put him offline. And Timo Bernhard's trying to use bits of the track perhaps you wouldn't normally. Here comes Ollie Jarvis in 3rd position, the 3rd of those svelte, almost dropped in from outer space looking prototypes there. 1, 2 and 3 together at the Dunlop hairpin.
Fantastic looking changes to the Porsche, and it's certainly Timo Bernhard in Top Gun parlance. He's got tone, hasn't he? You can see now what the task ahead is. He's going to be looking for any opportunity he can when next they get to traffic. That's going to be LMP2 cars next up.
At Specutainment and at DSC Editor, if you want to get in touch with us. Well, that was exciting. Let's see what Timo Bernhard makes of it.
Timo, try boost tree, try boost tree.
Kyle Wilson-Clark there, giving a bit of advice to his driver. Now let's find out what Audi is saying to their drivers. And Marcel Fessler, excuse me, in the 7 car.
You can use no cut. You need no cut in order to defend.
Eric Shriver there. A new voice for the 7 car.
Here comes Ollie Jarvis, looking for 2nd position at the first corner. Downhill braking point. Inside that corner is a huge drop-off. There's a cone there on the inside, which actually allows you to spot it a little easier as you come in from the left-hand side of the road, which pinches in as you come in, draws your eyes into exactly the wrong place. Really easy to just miss your braking point and go long there.
Say, because we've not seen them for a little while, as we continue to watch this battle, which is now a 3 and near 4 car battle for the lead. 2.3 seconds separate the 2 Audis to 2 Porsches. It's 14 seconds back before we get to Kaz Nakajima, and a further 5 before Mike Conway. So 20 seconds separate the LMP1 factory field jump, but 2.3 for the first 2.
I think Toyota aren't playing the same game right now as the cars ahead. They are on fuel-saving strategy. They are going to try and save a stop. They need to stay on the lead lap, but they are going to try and save a stop. They've got a 1 lap advantage in fuel consumption over the Porsches. They have a 2 lap advantage over the Audis, and that could translate to 1 fewer stops before the end. Now they've got to keep their average lap times up, otherwise they lose more time than they gain by not doing the stop.
Run through the pits here is what, 27 seconds, 29 with a stop and hold.
If you just drive through as on a drive-through penalty, it would be an addition of 27 seconds.
Yeah.
Depending on where your pit stall is, and the figures that we have are from Audi, it costs you about 20 seconds on your in-lap and about 9 seconds on your out lap.
Correct.
And then
plus
the standing time that
plus
you
any
have
fuel.
plus on top of that.
So that's the kind of gap that you're looking to be the sustainable one for Toyota, with a splash of fuel. So they're getting towards that kind of mark at the end of this stint, John, so they can't afford to drop terribly much more than this. Nick Heidfeld, by the way, is not just up to speed, but up to better speed than he's seen for the rest of the race just now. So whatever that cough was, or whether or not he had an incident at the final turn and was recovering, we didn't see, I'm afraid.
The LMP2 battles continue as well, with the cars behind Nick Manassian refusing to give up the fight, and why should they? Looking at the 43 of Philippe Albuquerque, the RGR car. And their home race next, of course. What a brilliant advertisement it would be for Mexico City, with their team principal as the promoter of that event, to get a decent result here. You will notice that there are Audi gloves driving the RGR Sport this weekend. That is Philippe Albuquerque, who is an Audi factory driver being loaned to that team.
Absolutely.
And we'll see René Rest, a Porsche factory driver, of course. He's being loaned to the 26G drive car.
That was hearing from Louise down the pits that it was the engine shutdown for the number 12 car, and that Nick Heidfeld managed to restart that engine very quickly. See what's going down on that Porsche.
I'm so far away, I need to copy, boost one.
Just again, feedback from the team on where the boost positions are. In the 7th position, Pierre Caffer has pulled out a 1.3 second lead over the two chasing Rebellions.
That's actually a lead that's come down. He was almost 3 seconds the good from Imperatori, who's been just chipping away at that. This is Pierre Caffer, as I say, on a circuit he knows very well, as we see again that fantastic camera angle from the back of the Ford.
So half an hour gone, Graham. Audi, Porsche, two Toyotas, the CLM leading in the prototype non-hybrid class, and it's G-Drive, Aston Martin and Porsche in the other classes.
Well, not much by the way of positional change at the moment, John, but my gosh, there's some close racing here.
Well, it's not all about swapping positions. Nope. These guys are driving on the ragged edge of adhesion. This is now 3rd position in GTE Pro with the 66 Ford of Stefan Mucker, and Stefan looking back to Jimmy Bruni, who is not a man to be denied a position if he thinks he's got even a 10th of a chance of getting it, never mind half a chance. And Jimmy needing a points boost to his championship charge after a frankly forgettable Le Mans for the AF Corsa Ferraris. There was a Ferrari that challenged the Fords. It wasn't the AF Corsa cars.
Indeed, and that's
Giuseppe Risi take a bow.
A source of profound irritation to the Italian squad. But
and remember, the reason that's so important, Graham, is because Le Mans is double points.
Absolutely
for
right.
the championship. If you don't win Le Mans, you know, you put it to one side. Of course, everybody wants to win Le Mans, but there's a championship at stake here. Not winning Le Mans, one thing; not getting good points, double blow.
No, indeed. But we've got still Aston Martin's 1-2, then the Turbo-tastic trio in 3rd, 4th and 5th. Ford from Ferrari and Ford again. Davide Rigon is a further 3 seconds or so back from that battle, and now ahead of the 77 Porsche before we get into GT battle. And Jimmy Bruni looks up the inside there, no room quite there, but he looks like an Italian race driver in a bit of a hurry at the moment. Rigon is beginning to close on this trio as well.
Extraordinarily different noises between the non-turbocharged and turbocharged Ferraris. The Ford, despite being turbocharged, still makes a pretty decent racket as it goes through. Sonorous, slightly lower revving V6 3.5 litre with a very, very clever system of anti-lag. Those of you who lust after mid-1980s turbocharged rally cars, side by side for the lead, down into the first corner and through goes Timo Bernhard, but he can't hold on to it, and round the inside he's gone far too wide, and the KCMG Porsche has just seen 1st and 2nd go by it, one either side. Which way should I be looking? Oh, both ways.
Yeah, he got that in glorious HD, didn't he, really? Here we go again.
So leader held up out of the final corner, couldn't get on the throttle enough, had to come across to the pit lane, but Timo just got a longer run on boost there, down into the pit lane exit. But already Marcel Fesler planning his retort and comes through. That's smart driving from both.
Yeah.
Optimistic from Timo and opportunist, yes, but cool-headed and brilliantly calculated by Marcel Fesler in the Audi. And there was a touch between Timo and the Porsche there.
Big black lines that are breaking from the Porsche when he realised, I think, he was into the unknown, and that would have been Marcel Fesler going from expletive deleted through to cackling into his helmet, I'm sure. At that moment, great stuff from both of those two guys. But what it shows us, John, even in a year, is the advance that Audi have made. Last year, visually, the Porsche far quicker at that final turn, catapulted itself down the start-finish straight. This year, under acceleration, the Audi's more or less alongside it. It's huge advances in this hybrid technology. There we have the GTE Pro battle for second, third, the fourth, then Jimmy Bruni's Ferrari, then Harry Tincknell. That's second, third, fourth and fifth, with Nicky Team now 9 seconds up the road from this battle. The team getting away, these four sorting it out behind.
Well, not really, are they? That's the problem.
And I think that, more than anybody at the moment, that's beginning to irritate, I think is the word I'll choose to use at the moment. Jimmy Bruni, he's just taken a bit of a breather, dropped back a little from Stefan Mucker. Girding his loins, I have no doubt, will be on the attack again. Davide Rigon, meanwhile, is beginning to close on Harry Tincknell. The surprise for me here at the moment is Neil Gianni. Normally one of the very quickest in this field. He's not seemed to have that pace unless he's on a completely different fuel-saving strategy, John.
Exactly where I was going to go, Graham. You saw me pulling my face there even before the mouth was engaged.
Not normal to me, mate.
Leaders in traffic again. And once again, Marcel Fesler is the man at the front of the field, has to deal with it first. And once again, Timo Bernhard has latched onto the back of the Audi R18 e-tron Quattro. Oh, magnificent stuff as the leaders carve their way through. And Timo trying to get position again. GT cars, LMP2 cars, they're all there into the Vidal chicane. Squirt of power to get past the Ford. Will he get through? He does. And Timo follows him through. Will take the wider line, side by side through the final corner. The battle for the lead in traffic, and in third place, Ollie Jarvis is not far away. And in fact, Neil Yanni's right there as well. Yanni jinks out in the background as the leading pair. Once again, haven't we just seen this? Down to the first corner this time. It's Timo who goes wide. Johnny misses his braking point and cuts across the front of the Ford. No blame there attached to Stefan Mucker, I think it was, as Gianni was completely out of control. No ABS on the prototype cars, of course. Locked up, got offline into that difficult downhill braking spot for turn one in traffic, trying to take third, ends up spinning out. He's got him pointing in the right direction and running again. It's a game of millimeters here, and you have to be perfect. And the slightest error, and that was the tiniest of errors in his braking point by Neil Yanni. Look at the two cars behind. The leaders, they're battling. Just a lock up on the white line, actually. It was the white line of the pit lane that just took away the grip from that slick Michelin tyre. And the black and white Porsche cutting across Richie Stanaway. Stanaway blameless in that.
Absolutely.
He's on his own. He's absolutely on the ragged edge of adhesion.
Absolutely there. The car turning around. It's cost him 9 seconds.
Excuse me, Stefan Mucker, not Richie Stanaway.
It was absolutely Stefan Mucker, but it cost him about 9 seconds in recovering from that, John. Put him into the clutches of actually Kaz Nakajima, who's now just a second and a half back from the recovering number 2 Porsche. Of course, that's not done his tyres any favours either. Well, that could be a critical part of proceedings moving forward from here. Porsche used more of their tyres in qualifying than anybody else.
Incident involving the number 2 Porsche of Neil Gianni in the 66 of Stefan Mucker under investigation. That is the very definition of a racing accident in traffic. And that was not deliberate by Gianni, and it was Gianni who was at fault. Absolutely not Stefan Mucker. Stefan Mucker was already braking as hard as he could for the first corner, and he will not get penalised for that.
There's Mucker through again. He did not lose out, by the way, with that contact. Rooney remains behind Stefan Mucker. Need to have a quick look, by the way. I think the dive plane's still attached to the Ford on the side that took the impact.
I'm not sure, actually, now you've said that. It's the left front that we need to have a look at.
Right
Sorry,
front.
the right front.
Yeah. Let's keep an eye on that. So the only change that made, John, is it's dropped Gianni out of the lead battle.
Yeah,
and this is, though, the battle for the lead LMP1 privateer, because Pierre Caffer has been closed down by Alexander Imperatori, the German driver ahead of the Swiss. The grey car with the yellow highlights ahead of the cherry red Rebellion.
And Pierre Caffer knows his way around here and the Nordschleife blindfold with both hands tied behind his back. I seem to remember a younger version of said Caffer in about 2000 in a GT Porsche, driving round the outside of prototypes in very, very wet conditions here.
Oh yeah.
When the ELMS was over here.
Oh, he's bonkers.
He's
in a very good way, John.
He knows this place very well, and one of the nicest people you can meet in the paddock. Very, very smart boy. One of the elder statesmen, actually, of the paddock now, one should say.
Peter Pan-like elder statesman, a bit like Manu Collard. They never seem to get any older, darn them. But I mentioned a little while ago that that might be a problem with that set of tyres for Neil Janney, and being reminded on Twitter by Mike Turnlover. There's a change for this race from last year. 8 sets of tyres allowed last year because it was an additional track to the WEC. Only 6 for the race this year. Porsche have already used 3 of them in parts for qualifying. They can reuse those tyres, but they're part-worn tyres.
Yeah, and that's the point.
Audi 2 and Toyota only 1.
Yes, Toyota made an error in qualifying, which actually might end up paying off for them. They went on wet tyres for the first part of qualifying, which was not the right choice. And that meant that they only used 1 set of brand new Michelin slicks, whereas everybody else used more.
Jarvis closing in again on Timo Bernhard as we're on board now with Oliver Jarvis. And he's lost out again, though, just a little bit in that traffic. Goes by up the inside of Johnny Kane.
Yeah, the leader was held up as well there, Graham, though, through the Advan Arches. That fast right-hand kink is called. And Marcel Fester just having to lift off. This GTE battle is fantastic. Just to remind you, no Corvettes here, but congratulations to Corvette Racing on their 100th victory as Corvette Racing, coming at Lime Rock Park in the IMSA competition yesterday. And Doug Feehan and the rest of the guys reset the mould when they managed to get Corvette Racing going. Remarkable how they interested one of the motoring giants, automotive giants, in going racing under their own name. That shouldn't be forgotten. In comes one of the Alpines.
35.
It's
Nelson Panciatici.
It is indeed coming out of the back of that battle. So that is the first stop. There might have been a little touch with the Aston Martin there as he comes into the pit lane just in front of us. So Panciatici then out of that battle we've been watching for such a long time. Meantime, the 43 Philippe Albuquerque will jump in, will continue chasing down Nick Manassian. Louise Beckett is at the pit stop of the blue Alpine.
I'm at the pit stop of the number 4 by Collis.
Ah, right.
Trumer just looking to get in the car now, so driver change for them. You can hear them pulling in. Also, the number 5 Toyota team are getting ready.
That will be Kaz Nakajima bringing that car in from 5th position.
Indeed.
Pierre Caffer is indeed in the pit lane now as the Alpine leaves. Alpine road car here, little 2-litre turbocharged homage to the year 110, sitting quietly, not getting fired up, but it is a running model.
It was on track at lunchtime. It was on track here at lunchtime.
Okay.
1.8 litre turbo in that concept car, but a nod towards what we're going to see, I believe, as a road car to come.
Time for GT4 to be 2.5 litres, I think.
David Cheng rejoins in the 35 Baxi DC Alpine, and as we heard from Lou down in the pits, it's going to be Simon Trummer rejoining in the number 4 car.
Look at how close that is there. This was the moment of...
Almost hit this KCMG
no, he
car.
He did hit the KCMG car, no doubt at all in my mind. There was just a little touch, but not enough to cause any damage.
Don't think he did. I think the
bounce.
I think it was the driver saw him coming and twitched.
Definitely a touch, however.
Oh yes.
Neil Janney here cutting across the front, almost picks up Richie Stanaway.
He did.
He's actually out of control at that point. Do you know what? I think hitting Harry Tinknell might have done Richie Stanaway a favour. A bit of carbon fibre laid down there by spinning. I don't think he would have stopped. I think he would have hit the back of the Aston.
I think
no further action, by the way, which is absolutely the right decision.
I think he probably race director feels he's punished himself enough there.
Well, yes, there is that. He did try very hard not to hit the back of the Aston, and you know, that was... I think that's gone in his favour. Look at the side-by-side action
again.
That was
3 wide going into final turn, and that was the G-Drive car in the middle. I think it was the 88 Porsche to the inside. It was, and the number 1 Porsche going through into second place, looking to make up as much ground as he can on the leader, but more to the point at the moment, looking to fend off Oliver Jarvis. That battle before the start, John, now down to a battle of 3 with Neil Janney trying to make up the lost ground, 10 seconds back.
Richie Stanaway continues to hold on to second place. That's the Aston Martin at the head of this group. Then the red, white and blue Ford of Stefan Mucker. Jimmy Bruni's in the red and striped Ferrari 488. That's the new turbocharged car built to this year's regulations, as is the Ford. The Aston, a development of last year's car. Second, third, fourth and fifth together there in arm. First and second closing in. These guys know each other very well indeed. Californian Pat Long leading for Abu Dhabi Proton Racing in the 88. That's the Arctic Convoy camouflage 88 car, the black
dazzle
and white dazzled camo. Oh, big dive down the inside from RGR, and the 43 car for a moment takes a position
and keeps it,
and that's ahead of Nick Manassian. That's for 5th place in LMP2, with pit stops having started for the P2 runners.
Into and out of the pits for the number 45 Orica. 12 Rebellion also there, as is number 13 now. Pippa Durrani on pit road in the 31 ESM and the 37 BR01 of Victor Scheitar. Still, Stefan Mucker looking to get onto terms with Richie Stanaway. Can't do it at the moment,
though.
It's
isn't it? There will be people, I'm sure, who are saying, well, why doesn't he just go a bit faster? They are all going flat out. They are all braking at the last yawning moment. They're taking as much speed through every corner as they can. This is like qualifying sessions. Oh my goodness, how this does my heart good. This takes me back to when we used to say, when this was a GT2 Formula, Graham. What's the matter with GT2?
Nothing.
What do we need to change?
Nothing.
Exactly. This is a transition year for GTE, with cars here that are built to 2 different sets of regulations. The Aston Martin, as I say, adapted to 2016. You'll see when you get a good look at the back of it, it's got a huge overhanging diffuser. Oh, and there's Jimmy Bruni letting the leaders go through, and that's the opportunity that Harry Tinknell needs. It's going to be 3 abreast coming down the hill. Oh, this is very close indeed, and somehow Bruni holds onward. By the way, behind them is Davide Rigon in the second of the AF Corsa Ferraris. So that is now Bruni in 4th, Tinknell in 5th, and Rigon in 6th. Tinknell did get through there, my eyes didn't deceive me, but Bruni got it back.
And that's really rather badly held up. It's great to see that battle, but really rather badly held up. Oliver Jarvis, that's cost Jarvis about 3 or 4 seconds. in the battle with Timo Bernhard.
Into the pits, the number 8. This is 27 laps. Now this is earlier than we expected, but remember there was 2 formation laps and a drive to the grid on that. He's flashing his lights. Suggests to me that they might not have been expecting that. What if they've even got radio there? Meantime, Tingnell has another look on Jimmy Bruni at the first corner. This time he goes through, but Regon comes side by side. Ferrari and, for a moment it's Ferrari on Ferrari action, red on red. But Regon drops back into his position. But Harry Tingnell was not to be denied. I have a suspicion that Jimmy Bruni, having been offline to let the leaders through, is struggling with a bit of grip there. So the Audi of Ollie Jarvis in, and that was at the end of lap number 27.
Am I hearing that we're expecting the other Audi in at the moment?
So new tyres on the front and scrubbed on the back. So they're clearly having a bit of a balance issue there. Greg Cardwell asking what happened with the race start under investigation. Tweeted that, no @Specutainment, no further action. There's the 8 coming out. Ollie Jarvis stayed aboard.
And 1 and 2 in P2 in the pits behind as well, John.
Lynette Wesson saying there isn't one Corvette in the field. Live competition, yes. I was specifically talking about Corvette racing, Lynette. Celebrating their 100th victory. They should be here, of course. It's a World Championship, they're a works team. They should be racing in the WEC. But congratulations to them for their 100th win as Corvette racing yesterday at Lime Rock Park. Amazing thing. And the WEC paddock recognising that win when you spoke to a lot of people this morning, Graham.
I did. Spoke to Wolfgang Goldrich, Frank Stefan Walliser from Porsche, John Gore from Aston Martin Racing, Jack Lecomte, who runs that Corvette, John. Martin Ferrari, of course, and Darren Turner, who's been a long time competitor to the Corvettes, and Scott Sharp, who's here with the SM and was in the first ever Corvette racing entry back in 1999 at the Rolex 24, and some lovely comments from them. We popped onto Daily Sports Car earlier, maybe talk about that a little later in the race as we get to watch the pit stop on the way. Andre Lotre is now aboard the 7 car, getting it all buttoned down.
Now he should be ready to go the very moment the car hits the ground. You should be able to change the driver in less time than it takes to fill the Audi full of diesel and put a new set of tyres on. Louise, were they new or scrubbed onto the 7?
That was a full set of scrubbed for the 7.
That's interesting. I'm interested, you said that it was brand new fronts on the 8 and scrubbed rears, Louise, is that right?
That's what I saw. I certainly saw that from the right side. I'm going to confirm that it was the same on the front and the left.
Right, thank you. The reason I've asked that is I wasn't aware you were allowed to mix sets, but you are allowed 2 Joker tyres if you can convince the officials that you need them. Maybe there's a flat spot on them. And that would be, I think, the 2 Joker new tyres and a pair of scrubs. A full set of scrubs going on to the Audi that now Andre Lotter has done. That would be a set that have been used sparingly in qualifying.
Yeah, one of the 2 sets.
That means they're getting that set of tyres out the way early.
It does. The other significant part of that, John, both the Audis now, of course, emerged in the pits. Andre Lotre still ahead of Oliver Jarvis, but lost 3 seconds in that stop. Number 2 Porsche now on pit road.
So the hybrid number 2 Porsche, the 919. Look at how cool, calm and collected the drivers are. Mark Lieb with that distinctive multicoloured blue helmet gets in the car. Well, the brakes have been working hard.
And of course, a great problem for this car in free practice 3, John.
The front end of that car. Yes,
the
indeed.
brake disc exploding front left on Roman Dimasi. Emerged from a pit stop, and leaving him with nowhere to go other than the barrier, I'm afraid. And tyres being changed on that car too. Scrubbed on the front.
So out comes the number 2
behind the Audis.
Yeah, so they've gone through.
And the 8 car's going to head to the 7.
Yes, quicker pit stop.
No, that was after the pit stop.
Let me have a look.
It was
Ollie Jarvis at 1:17, Andre Lotterer at 1:20. 3 seconds the difference, but you're right, it was done on the track as they came across the start-finish line. But they were allowed, he was allowed to close by that 3-second difference in the pits.
Absolutely right. They emerged almost nose to tail. Less than a second the gap.
Reinhold Jost, closest camera. Here comes the now leader into the pit lane. Kaz Nakajima and Mike Conway have also come in the 5 and 6. So top 3, having inherited those positions on the pit stop cycle. The red, white and black Toyotas, the 5 and 6 car.
Nose to tail.
A Toyota Gazoo Racing team going to work. A little bit of concern around the back of the number 1 Porsche 919 Hybrid. New front end, look at that new front end. Lots of curves around the nose that we haven't seen before. This is the higher downforce front end. Brand new set of Michelin's. That characteristic sheen that comes from the silver oxide release agent that they use in their tyre molds. So, oh, he's got out ahead of the Audis. That's a marvellous turnaround. A marvellous turnaround for the number 1 car. Brendan Hartley has jumped the Audis, courtesy of a quick in-lap and a super quick pit stop. 1:16.
Not that much quicker than Oliver Jarvis, though. So that has to be done on must have been on track.
In-lap, yeah, in-lap, brilliant stuff. So the Audis held up in traffic. 42.3 and a 42.7 last time around for Jarvis and Lotterer, who dropped into traffic, remember, when they came out of the pits. But Brendan Hartley then steals the lead away for Porsche on the pit stop cycle.
And the interesting thing there, John, is the theory about the Toyota saving fuel there, that's not borne out by them pitting on lap 32. They're not stretching the envelope at this point.
No, but don't forget, you've got the run to the grid, then 2 formation laps, Graham. So,
yeah,
you know, the Porsche pitted later than the Audis, but the Toyotas didn't go the 1 lap extra that we expected on the Toyota.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens the next stop. We'll be counting that one back.
So it was the end of lap
30.
Yeah, well, 31 on the screen, if you remember that.
31 for the Porsches and the Toyotas.
And yeah, but don't forget that the Audi split their stops as well by a lap, and the Toyotas didn't. So through comes Brendan Hartley, and the Kiwi for Porsche leads at the Nurburgring.
4 seconds up. So storming out lap as well by Brendan.
Very good indeed. And, so Andre Lotterer's car, the 7 car, Marcel Fessler brings it in the lead, and it's now in 3rd position and some 5 seconds away from the lead. So Audi will be looking very carefully at their pit stops there and where they pitted, where they put the guys back out on the track. Traffic management absolutely critical by the wall as well as the drivers.
Changed by the way, GT Pro. Harry Tinkler's gone ahead of Stefan Mucke up into 3rd position. So his team from stand away from Harry Tinknell.
You know, we saw that.
Aston Ford.
Yeah, we saw that happen. Tinknell finally nipping ahead of his teammate. And James Collado, by the way, is in the 51 car. The Jimmy Bruni car were the first of the Pro cars to have made its first stop. Marcel Fessler started the race and led. He's with Louise.
Traffic was always going to be an issue, and it certainly played a part in that stint.
Yeah, it was quite difficult in the traffic because it was easy to lose a lot. But also it was, sometimes I was lucky to gain a lot between the number 1 Porsche and myself. But yeah, that's endurance racing, you know, you have to deal with the traffic too. It was, I think, sometimes quite hot, especially when the Porsche tried to overtake me together with the traffic, yeah, it was a hot moment, I think, for him.
When do you expect to go back in now? Andre's just got in, there's just the two of you.
Yeah, now they should do a double stint, I hope. It's quite hot in the car, I have to say, but it's because, yeah, it's also hot outside, so quite busy with the traffic, and you have not so long straights to get a little bit a pause. But yeah, it's everything fine at the moment, but the race is still young. It's looking not too bad, but we have to push, and we will see what's going on later on.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, back on track, and it's Oliver Jarvis pulling away at the moment. A little from Andre Lotterer, but a second to the good, 4.7 seconds back from the lead.
Strangely quiet start to the race from the Toyotas, Graham. But I do think they've got a different agenda. They're still under 30 seconds, both of them, away from the lead.
And that's where they need to be, John, if this strategy can play out, if they can save a stop.
Yeah, the problem is, though, Graham, that if they drop much further back, then a stop and 5 seconds of fuel is probably only in the region of 35, 36 seconds. Now, whether that'll be enough for Audi, I doubt, but it might be as little as that for Porsche. So they can't afford to drop very much further back. Coming up to the first hour of racing completed. And there's an issue for the 44. Matt Howson now aboard the Manor LMP2 car in 4th position, but the pit stop has been reported to the stewards for an irregularity. Can't tell you any more than that at the moment. Big crowd on hand as we enter the second hour here at the Nurburgring, round 4 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Andre Lotterer, just a two-driver team with Lotterer and Fesler. Ben Treluer recovering back at home. Ben, we wish you well. See you in Mexico City, as Nicky Team has brought the leading Aston Martin into the pit lane and out of the battle for GTE Pro. That leaves now Richie Stanaway and Harry Tincknell duking it out on the circuit. They'll be coming in shortly as well, with in 3rd position Davide Rigon, the best of the Ferraris. But remember, the 51 car, James Collado, has already stopped, and he will be trying to make up ground.
Going quickly at the moment, under 2 minutes the last lap for James Collado as he battles away. All of the prototypes, by the way, P2 and P1 have all stopped now. The 83 AF Corsa Porsche pits now from 4th in GTE AM. It's not going to be long before we see the remainder of the GT field runs more slowly by us, John, but still close battles. This one, 71 Ferrari on 67, Ford on 97, Aston Martin for the lead of GT Pro. None of these three, of course, are pitted, and these three separated by 0.8 of a second when they passed us last time. Ford looking up the inside of Stanaway, there's no room by there. The 97 car tries to make good its escape. Of course, a driver reshuffle at Aston Martin before this race. 2 driver squads for both the 95 and the 97 for this race and the remainder of the season, we believe. Danish duo Nicky Team and Marco Sorensen. Sorensen setting his first ever WEC pole, the first 2 in the order. Stanaway and Tincknell make their way down pit road now. That will put Davide Rigon into the lead of GT Pro.
Also a pit stop, of course. Pat Long, by the way, still leading in AM from Wolf Hensler. Those two barely 2 seconds apart, and in fact, it looks like Pat Long's just coming. No, that's Christensen that's just come into the pits. So the AM cars are still into the pits though for this battle at the really sharp end of GTE. 67 then. And Louise Beckett has some news. A strange bit of service.
Yes, there's a new door out ready to go onto the 97. The team at the moment don't know what's happened, but
it's
new door.
It's a mirror.
That's the left-hand side door, the driver's side, so they'll need a new mirror. It's easier to change the door, Lou, thank you, than to try and change the mirror assembly. Oh, there's a fire! Spilled fuel, and the 67's alight in the pit lane. It was a flashback from the fuel filler, and that's not stopping. No, leave the door closed.
It was in the cockpit. There was fire
in the cockpit. There's fire in the cockpit, and Andy Prio is out. He's fine, but that hasn't stopped easily. And the 67 car's woes continue. The fuel gushing out from the fuel filler cap had not closed properly, and it was gushing out, and it must have gone down into the cockpit.
It's the breather. It's the
breather side. You're absolutely right. And slightly, and it's still on fire. It's still leaking. The hot exhaust and the turbo, huge temperatures there from the left-hand side of the 67.
It's the fuel pipe. It must have been the fuel pipe, John.
It's backed up. It's backed up through there. That was the breather side, then, was it?
Yes.
When he pulled the breather out,
trouble 2 for the number 88 car.
This was in second. This was in lead, sorry, of the GTM.
Couldn't fire the car.
Well, a very scary moment down at Ford. That is why everybody has to wear full fireproofs. Andy Prio is out of the car. Louise is with him.
Well, Andy, you just give him a thumbs up. You're all right.
All good, no problems. A little scared, but we're okay.
What happened in there?
Some fuel. It looked like some fuel spilled out onto the exhaust, and they had a little fire on the exhaust, so that's the way it goes.
Quick work from you and the team. Quick thinking from you and the team.
It's a shame because we were fighting well for top position, you know.
Yeah, but your safety first.
Thank you, yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Louise.
Replay again.
Yeah, you're right.
Scary moment. Breather
There's
side.
the breather.
Yeah.
The guy right in front of us has got the breather.
Getting out of the way.
That's why you have to have somebody with a fire bottle right there. That's why everybody has to have fireproof overalls.
Rapid response from the team and from the fire marshal there. But there was fuel spilling into the cockpits at that point. That's why Andy Prio chose to get out of the car really rather rapidly. And so he would. Meantime, back on track. And with just one car, by the way, left to pit for a routine pit stop. That's the AM leader, 78 KCMG car, which now leads GT overall, courtesy of not stopping until Marcus Sorensen goes through and goes by the KCMG car. But Alex Brundle, meanwhile, leading LMP2 with Johnny Kane second now.
Yeah.
That leaves the 36 car.
Very, very short stop from Johnny Kane, which suggests to me that they did not take tyres, just 45 seconds in the pit lane.
Neither would they have taken a full fuel load for the 45 seconds.
Seems reasonable. Right, here's the battling Audis, second and third, Ollie Jarvis and Andre Lotterer.
Holding station at the moment in terms of the gap to the leader.
Just under 5 seconds now.
For Jarvis, just over for Lotterer. Shake up in P2. 26 from 42 and 45 now. It's close for the lead. This is
new tyres for Alex Brundle. He was in the pit lane 1 minute 17 seconds. Johnny Kane in the 42, Gibson only 45. 54 seconds apiece for Roberto Meri and Matt Howson in the 44 and 44, 45 and 44. That suggests to me that they were fuel only as well. No driver changes there, of course.
The loser there, that's his, by the way, that's Alex Brundle, I think, going by the 35 Baxi DC racing car. That's not up for position, that is putting a lap on the 35.
Correct, David Cheng in that car.
Now it's the pace that was shown by Really Rast at the start of the race really has given them an edge here.
Massively. Still 3 seconds ahead, despite the fact they had nearly double the length of pit stop time.
have a lot of traction issues, a lot of understeer issues as well. So traction I can handle. Copy, Mark, we check what we can do.
Did he say vibration issues?
I think he did.
And the onboard camera would kind of say that. Traction issues, he said, I can deal with, but vibration, not so much. Now,
LVA, we are P3, good pace, keep it up.
and the number 2 car was the car, Graham, that had the brake problems.
It was.
There'll be worries about that, I would have thought.
Did they change tyres?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They got a brand new set of tyres on the number 2.
So that should not be the issue.
Well,
should not be the issue.
2 Audis, mean, moody and magnificent, but at the moment, second and third are not where they want to be controlling things.
Update, by the way, post pit stops now for GTE Pro. It is still the number 95 Aston Martin ahead, but the chasing car now, not the second Aston Martin, but the first of the Ferraris, as the number 67 Ford is put back into the garage. Disaster for them with that pit lane fire. Scary moment, as always, fire the racetrack. Sorensen from Collado, from Olivier Pla, Sam Bird, Rickard Leitz. Darren Turner has dropped from first all the way back. That was because, of course, the change of that door.
Correct. Straka did lead there for a moment, and Alex Brundle retook the lead on the track from Johnny Kane. Has to have had done with that much quicker pit stop. So I have to say I didn't see it scored that way, but I'm pretty certain that that happened out on the track. So 4 hours and 50 minutes to go. It's Porsche from the 2 Audis at the top of the field. So is the 78. Still leads it. And 83 Ferrari in second place. Third, the 98 Aston Martin. Let's dip down to Louise, who's been doing a little bit of digging around. Just a second, Louise, we'll come to you in a moment as we go to some highlights in the first hour of the race. Well, the weather cleaned up from a little bit of early morning mist, open pit lane, big crowd, bit of sunshine. Le Mans in the background, whether it was triumph or tragedy. And the second half of the FIA World Endurance Championship season starts right here with round 4 at the Nurburgring. Entertainment on the grid. Champion skier Maria Hoff-Riesch to wave the green flag. And the 50,000 horsepower unleashed across the line, with the prototypes from the manufacturers lined up: Audi, Porsche and Toyota for the first 3 rows. For a moment, 4 LMP2s wide on the entrance to turn number 1. Amazingly, they all came out of it very early on. The number 1 Porsche splitting the Audis, action in the GTs, slightly closer than perhaps they might have wanted, with the Astons and the Fords, and then the Ferraris joining in as well. Aston number 95 clearing off from a cracking battle that was going on for second place in GTE Pro. Timo Bernhard tried an audacious inside pass but couldn't get the car stopped at turn 1, and Marcel Fessler regained the position. Fessler reading the situation perfectly after an opportunist manoeuvre from Timo. But Timo was not to be denied. Neil Yarney in problems, overcooking his braking and tagging the Ford of Harry Tinknell. Almost hitting the back of Richie Stanaway in the Aston Martin. First round of pit stops after 30 laps. The Audis came in first and third, but would come out in second and third after great strategy from the world champion Porsche team. And just before the pit stops for the GTEs, it all hotted up there as well. And out Brendan Hartley in first position with the two Audis 5 seconds behind. Andy Priaulx, having just got into the 67 Porsche, got out of it just as quickly, 67 Ford, excuse me, after a fuel fire. Meantime in LMP2, Alex Brundle leads for G-Drive. Marco Sorensen behind the wheel of the leading 95 Aston Martin in Pro, and Joel Kamathias in the 78 Porsche leads in ARM. Now it was 5 seconds. Graham, it's not now. Brendan Hartley has lost a couple of... he lost nearly 3 seconds that time around to Ollie Jarvis.
Ollie Jarvis had been pulling back on that lead. It was down to about 3.3 seconds before the lap, the previous lap, John. And then somewhere out on track, Brendan Hartley lost 2 seconds in the middle sector. That's put us back into this situation with this time the Porsche ahead of the number 8 Audi, but Jarvis looking far the racer at the moment. 0.5 of a second is the gap. Lockra still 3.5 seconds back from the pair, but it's game on again for the lead of the race.
Hour and 15 down then, as the leading pair tear into the tighter version of the Vidal chicane.
I think, by the way, in that last highlights reel, John, we saw the moment when the Aston Martin lost its mirror. It was impact to driver's left into the first turn early in the race.
Yeah, with one of the Fords, it looked like.
The second Ford, by the way, the Ford we saw in Woes with that fire in the garage, and that will be because they'll need to find out what caused that problem with the fuel before the car can be released.
It was a fuel valve that caused the problem. I'm indebted to Ford Performance.
And hearing, actually, that fuel was observed to be leaking from one of the Fords as they went to the grid.
Yeah, reported by Aston Martin. Little tap there between the 35 and the 45, Mary and David Cheng. Let's have a listen to the leader and find out what's going on between Brendan Hartley and his engineer.
Brendan has the ball. Starting to lose the rear on entry.
Starting to lose the rear on entry.
It's Carl Wilson-Clark, wasn't it, on the radio there with the number 1 Porsche, but that was Brendan sounding like his workload is pretty hot at the moment. He knows he's under pressure now from Oliver Jarvis. Jarvis doing a very good job here. Through traffic now, clear air. We're going to see where the relative pace between these two very different cars is. They couldn't look more different, could they? Svelte curves on one of them, TIE Fighter aggressive to the other one. But amazingly, almost identical times around this racetrack. Coming up now on more traffic, this time it's the number 88 Porsche. Lost a lot of time restarting that car from the pits, from the lead down almost the tail of the field. The Porsche, number 1 car, makes its way through the final turn onto the start-finish straight. Bang! Through goes Oliver Jarvis, catapulting down the start-finish straight in pursuit. Brendan Hartley.
Extraordinary acceleration out of the final corner. Just extraordinary. I see it from trackside, and I, in some ways, still can barely believe it.
It
looks like somebody has speeded up real life. It is just phenomenal.
If ever, wherever you are in the world, if ever you get a chance to watch these cars live, take it. They are astonishing machines.
I mean, other than a top fuel dragster, I've never seen anything accelerate that quickly.
That's where Brendan Hartley lost his 2 seconds. In the chicane, 3 cars in. It's already a heavy braking zone, and he just could not get by the RGR car and the Golf Porsche until he was through that. That will have cost him those 2 seconds, John.
Fastest lap of the race to Marcel Fessler on the 5th lap, 1:40.3. He's effectively, of course, a new lap record here because we are running a new configuration of the circuit. Can't make comparisons to last year because the chicane is different.
Just not worth it.
There's no point in even trying it. Yeah, no point attempting it at all. So it is new lap records for everybody on this version of the circuit, the tighter version of the Vidal chicane. Mark Lee doing a very nice job in 4th position at the moment. 15 seconds, and there's the lead has changed. Under braking for the Vidal chicane that we were talking about. You can't take liberties down there either. There are very high yellow inner curbs there that would damage the floor of a prototype. So through has gone Brendan Hartley.
Now, Brendan said on the radio he was losing...
Ollie Jarvis, excuse me.
Brendan said on the radio he was losing the rear on entry. Now, when you've got a heavy braking zone like that chicane, it'll mean his confidence is not high that he can keep full control of that car. It means he's going to be making allowances for that. And I think Oliver Jarvis was fully aware of that. Up he goes there, into the lead.
That was far too easy.
And Andre Lotterer is catching these two as well.
That wasn't even deep in the braking area. There's a... Well, he couldn't get through. He wasn't flat there through the Advan Arch, and that's where the pass is made. Not even in the braking area, because the braking area is not till now, and the pass was done before the braking area.
It's too easy.
I think he knew he couldn't find that.
And
Mark Leaves saying he's got traction and vibration problems. Brendan's got the rears going away. I wonder if they've perhaps just miscalculated on the pressures of the tyres or the compound of the Michelins that they've chosen. These cars are hypersensitive to small changes in traction. Oh, there's a touch there between Brendan Hartley and I think that's Chris Cumming in the 31 car that he's just gone through. Let's hear what Andre Lotterer is saying.
Andre, you can use no cut or boost for overtaking. No cut or boost for overtaking.
No, I don't know what that means.
Lotterer's right with him now, looking for a way up the inside, still in traffic for the Porsche.
He'd have him at turn 1. Well, good grip from Brendan out of the slower corner, but the way he's having to coast into the corners, it'll all be done and dusted. Leader goes past the CLM. Surely Brendan can't hold on to that. The CLM now, by the way, with Trimmer at the wheel, into 2nd place in P1 Privateer. Nick Heidfeld is in 7th overall and leads that class in the number 12 Rebellion.
Because they didn't take tyres. They didn't take tyres at that first stop, so Heidfeld lost time to that engine cutting out in the first sector. They're trying now to see what they can do with double-stinted Dunlops on a P1 car. So Imperatori dropped from lead to 3rd. Heidfeld the other way round.
Mason Henry says, what's the safety car history at the Nurburgring? Do we expect to see one today? We don't expect to see one today. Last year we had one full course yellow, effectively a virtual safety car. If we won full green today, we expect to go about 4 laps longer than we went last year. So the 67 car.
Can we back out there, John? Can we back out onto pit road?
No?
Yes, it
being
is.
cleaned up?
Yeah.
Oh dear. Just a reminder, the fuel's going in on the far side. That guy in front of us has got a pipe that should be full of air, not full of fuel. But what was coming out, that's a vent to allow air to escape, and there was fuel coming out of that vent, and it leaked down into the driver's side. See, that's
venting fuel.
That's venting fuel. That's coming out, not going in. Do we think?
Yes. Yes. So under pressure, it's pushing fuel out.
That's correct. Which is why
that's fine. That's okay.
Which is
it's got a non-return valve.
It should have a non-return valve. The non-return valve wasn't playing. I think it was still venting fuel from the left-hand side, even when that dry brake hose was taken out. Well, this is fascinating now, as
that's a 7 ahead of the 1.
Lotter has gone through.
Yep.
Yeah, Lotter has gone through. And Brendan Hartley, an unequal task. These cars are so evenly matched, Graham, that you can't afford to have an issue. Down into turn 1. Brendan goes wide, leaves his braking very, very late.
He was wrong side, I'm afraid, into there of the number 86 car.
Now, you can't blame him for that,
No,
can you?
no.
Because he's got history with that car, and he doesn't need to run over it again as he did at Silverstone. So he's given it a bit more of a wide berth that time. Ollie Jarvis leads. Here's what's being said between him and the pits.
Hey, cool, dude. You're doing awesome. You're in the lead. I'd just like to let you know my opinion. Okay, we have the same opinion back here.
I couldn't hear that, I'm afraid.
I don't think it was very complimentary about someone, so I'll apologise for any language that not.
That's the kind of tone I usually reserve for my mobile phone provider.
44 car, remember we said that we thought that Manukar might have had a pit stop infringement. It is now being given an assessed a drive-through penalty for Matt Howson.
That will cost it probably a single position.
Yeah, Stefan McKelmy will go back through.
Yeah, to the 36 Signatech. So fourth will become fifth for the Manukar. Hard won and easily lost.
So let's keep an eye on Brendan Hartley and how he's driving that car. These cars now are such complicated pieces of machinery, and everything's got to interact with everything else absolutely perfectly. As the second place car is held up there, Lotterer for a moment, as the Porsche large in his rear view mirrors down towards Dunlop and the hairpin. Let's have a listen again to Brendan Hartley and see if we can get an update.
Okay, mate, just a reminder, they stopped about 4 laps earlier than us. They're a bit lighter than us on fuel. Doing a good job, mate. Just keep your head down, keep pushing.
Yeah, 4 laps the difference between the Audis and the Porsche. So the very sage words coming from Kyle Wilson-Clark to his driver is, you know, they're a bit lighter. We were in 4 laps earlier. Don't worry about it. Let's just get on and do your job. Grim.
Meanwhile, still on pit road, by the way, is the 67 Ford. It's not left the pit lane. It's still on the apron.
It is now. Perfect timing. And now Harry Tinkle brought it in. Andy Prior will take it out. Let's go down to G-Drive and René Rast.
Well, René Rast, we knew you'd have a good start, really, and Alex, who's back with WEC, is continuing that job.
Yeah, I think it was a great start. I mean, we had a very clean race so far. Alex is doing a superb job right now. We are on a bit of a different tire strategy than the others. But right now we have like a 20-second gap to the others, which is quite nice. But now we just need to stay out of trouble.
Okay, thank you.
There's a man very comfortable in his own skin, and rightly so. René Rast, fabulous first stint there from the Audi factory driver in the G-Drive Ligier. More pit stops meanwhile, by the way. Number 12, Rebellion back on pit road. Nick Heidfeld bringing that car in. Johnny Kane coming in from third in LMP2. Matt Howson now has just done his drive-through penalty. It's Lewis Williamson will, in just a few moments, be making his FIA WEC competitive debut in the number 42 car. Oliver Jarvis, meanwhile, is driving away here. 142.3 last time around, 4.2 seconds now to the good from Andre Lotterer. We're hearing it was an engine over-rev situation, was what we couldn't hear on the Porsche radio. So that's what is concerning this man at the moment, Brendan Hartley. Back into the 143s.
Don't forget it was here last year, wasn't it, where Porsche had their nightmare with the fuel flow.
That cost them the several stops, penalty stops, correct. There is the leader coming into turn 1. There is Andre Lotterer. There, behind the orange G-Drive car, Brendan Hartley. Still in reasonably close contention in third. If they can get their heads around that problem, he's in a position to attack. Comes around Alex Brundle.
So René Rast there admitting that they're on a different tyre strategy. They've put new tyres on for Alex Brundle, as you would expect, whereas anybody who left their drivers in double stinted the Double stint at the Dunlops. And don't forget, of course, we have got Michelin tyres now in LMP2 on the 2 ESM cars. Not for the first time, but for the first time for ESM.
Joel Camathias and Francois Perrodo in a bit of a battle here in GTE AM. This is for the lead of the class.
Correct.
And the Swiss head of the Frenchman. The 83 car leading the championship.
By the way, those guys doing 201s, mid to high 201s, Pierre Rags the same. That's pretty impressive from those guys. In fact, no, that's very impressive from those guys.
Yeah,
Brendan Hartley's wars continue.
Yeah, mate, we're still in this, keep pushing, keep staying with the Audis, doing a good job.
He is doing a good job, actually.
He is. If he's driving around a problem, he's doing an exceptionally good job. 2 seconds back now from Andre Lotre. 4 seconds back from a charging Oliver Jarvis. He's more or less matching his pace. Lotre catching the leader just a little that time.
Mark Lee almost half a second quicker than his teammate last time around. The back end of that 919 hybrid looking extremely frisky on the entrance to the corners.
Yep,
meantime, the leaders.
Also adrift there.
Brendan, being an ex-single-seater driver, probably likes a car that turns in and is very pointy, so I'm sure he'll be okay with the back end coming around a little bit. Just on 2:30 here, forecast of rain from 3 o'clock if we're going to get any at all, and Louise has just been a little black rain cloud by reporting little black rain clouds from down in the pits. No precipitation as yet, but with an hour and a half gone, it's Audi's first and second. Alex Brundle leads in LMP2, and it's Aston and Porsche in the GT classes. Mike Wainwright missing his braking point comprehensively.
Yeah, but recovers.
Run-off areas, slide for the KCMG car as well. That was Joel Camathias, and that is the guy who is leading the category at the moment. Where has Francois Perrodo gone?
Second.
Oh, there he is, right with him, yes. The Ferrari. Do you know, I did not see that Ferrari at all there. I was so target-focused on the sliding Porsche.
Well, it's funny enough, Francois Perrodo's target acquired is a Porsche, and he's looking for a way by. And Francois is driving with so much more confidence this year. The team have done a fantastic job of bringing up his skill set, bringing up his confidence levels, and this is an aggressive drive. It's great to see. It's a gentleman driver that a couple of years ago was clearly still learning his trade. Now, digging away at the more experienced driver ahead. Flat 6 Porsche against normally aspirated Ferrari 458, the only one in the field.
Well, we're getting more radio coming in from Porsche. And a set of tyres going out. I think they've decided to give up the unequal battle in that car. Now, I do seem to remember that Louise seemed to think that there was scrubbed on the fronts, and you on the front and scrubbed on the rears of one of the cars that went out. I wonder if that was that Porsche, and it's upset the balance of the cars.
In pit road
it's
now,
in pit road now, so here comes Brendan Hartley.
All okay, slow puncture, all okay.
Slow puncture.
Copy, Mark, still have a problem.
Slow puncture reported, slow puncture, so the decision's been taken out of their hands.
Slow puncture, all okay, slow puncture, all okay. Box now, full service.
So confirming then what I just told you. So no wonder Brendan was having problems. as he immediately exits. That's a very short stop there. Just 22 laps for the Porsche. Down and away.
Well, Webber aboard the car. A minute and 6 seconds in the pits for a full service. Pretty quick turnaround for the team, although will not have needed quite as much fuel because of the early stop. Just taking a look at what perhaps caused that slow puncture, I'm sure. Lewis Williamson up the inside of the number 27 BR01 and taking that position, so Manassian dropping behind this young Scot. 15th position overall for Stracker now, recovering back up the field.
Alfred Wallace tweeted to @Specutainment and @DSC Editor. That's how you get to us here in the booth here trackside at the Nurburgring. About the battery setup for Porsche. If you remember, Porsche ditched their 2016 battery setup after some issues for it and their reliability before Le Mans, and they still have their 15 setup in the car.
And will retain it for the remainder of the season. I believe the answer given to myself and others was production problem with the 2016 battery pack not producing the reliability, the performance they were expecting from it. Just saw a bit of a moment across the grass for Victor Scheitar as the LMP2 leader came to put a lap on the S&P car. Alex Brundle, though, through with no further dramas. And Scheitar apparently no further problems either. Second place car there in class, Roberto Merri. Rear end steps out just a little on Merri, but he continues on. He's closing in now to put a lap on one of the extreme speed motorsport cars. Andy Priaulx, by the way, is back out in the race and is lapping very quickly, albeit some laps down on the rest of the field.
1:59.4 last time around was equal to the quickest lap in GT, which was put in by Sam Bird last time around.
He's lapping with the team car, but is, 11 laps down after the team recovered from that fire and will have had to have done repairs, and they'd have had to have satisfied the officials that that car was safe to continue, John.
Correct. Two Astons running in team formation there.
It's the 98 car with the leader, the 95. 3.2 seconds ahead of James Collado.
Oh, don't do that, fellas. That's not very pleasant.
That was Paul Della Lana giving a bit of a love tap to Marco Sorensen.
Well, he's going to say, come on, you're the pro driver, I expect you to take more pace through the middle of the corner than that.
Here we go.
So he gets out of his way and then just drifts wide. Paul just takes a tad more. Well, I tell you what, I was impressed. I thought those rear overhangs would break off a little more than that. It's nice though, because when you've got them parked up in the paddock, you've got somewhere to park your bike.
Absolutely. Made of unobtainium, those things.
Borrowed from Audi. So there, the gap from first to second, Marco Sorensen to James Collado now behind the wheel of the AF course at number 50. Oh, what a slide for the 88.
And across the grass too.
David Ennemeyer Hansen. Quite a lot. Oh, turn 12, slippery surface. That's exactly what we've just seen.
And what's that all about?
Somebody, oh now, is that the Ford dropping more fuel?
Gravel on track.
Right. Let's have a listen into Ollie Pla, who's now behind the wheel of third place Ford number 66.
Olivier, the 67 behind you is on the newer tyres. It had a stop, a lengthy stop. He's lapped down to continue.
So basically, you don't have to fight him?
Yes, that will, I think when we talk about slippery surface, John, I think that's the gravel from Victor Scheitar coming across the chicane.
There's the guys at Ford.
Julian
Chip
Soule.
Ganassi Racing. Julian Soule at the far end of that. Ex-RML and Lola.
And designer of this fabulous Ford GT. A thing of marvel.
extraordinary piece of equipment. Julian, a very good guy to pick up for that, because he has experience of designing a GT car for the track and the road simultaneously with the Selena 7R, of course.
With a Ford engine.
With a Ford engine. Wellingborough's finest moment in supercar design, build and racing.
What was the second fight? I can tell you actually. Virtually, but the McLaren Mercedes for road car, the SLR for competition.
For the Cup. And also a road going kit for the Aston Martin Vulcan. Here's the 7.
Okay, Andre, focus this lap. Focus this lap. In left button, please. In left button.
So, second place car coming in this time around.
And it's closed the gap to the leader to just a single second, by the way. So Andre Lotterer doing a great job in the second part of this stint, closing in on Oliver Jarvis. But Ollie Jarvis has done a marvellous job. One of the best stints I've seen, Oliver, in the WEC. Attacking stint. There's a big lock-up behind them from one of the Alpines.
So the leading Audi continues around the Jaguar curve, as into the pits comes Andre Lotterer from second position. Now let's see if he keeps those tyres and does the double that his teammate was expecting. 27 laps for Lotterer, a bit short for him. And there goes Mark Lieb. There's tyres being proffered, drivers staying in. They'll have a look before they decide whether to change the Michelins. And very long fill of fuel, very long fill of fuel. Are they going to go tyres?
Yes.
Yes, they are. But I'm pretty certain that they stayed in last night. Stayed in with the driver, excuse me, with Lotterer.
Nice shiny set of new Michelins for that car.
Well, that's interesting, but it is... This Lotterer staying in the car. We'll expect to see the leader come in next time around. So Andre Lotterer does do the double that Marcel Fessler was expecting.
Cackle of P2 pit stops as well, including the 36 Alpine. In comes Alex Brundle from the lead in P2 as Andre Lotterer continues out of the pits onto a second stint aboard the number 7. Of course, it's going to be a long afternoon for Andre Lotterer and Marcel Fessler. Just 2 drivers, the squad for this team.
...28 lap stint for Lotterer, excuse me, as the 7 comes in now.
Off you go, Mark. Off you go. Doing a great job. We can win this one. Keep up the pace.
So the number 8 car on pit road. Mark Lieb goes through into the lead of the race meanwhile. Driver change for the Audi. And it's Beckett reporting that they seem to be mixing a set here.
Different tyres left to right on that car.
So scrubbed and new.
Which means the new's got to be the 2 Joker tyres, because you can't mix sets, is what I'm led to believe. Yes, absolutely see that there. Shiny on the left, not so shiny on the right.
We do know that it's the rear right, am I right, that gets the biggest load here?
It's pretty close actually on both of those tyres. It might have been a little flat spot on one of those.
I think it was a flat spot on one of those tyres, yes.
30 lap stint for Ollie when that car came in. So Audi's getting up to what we expected them to do.
Yep.
So Mark Lieb inherits the lead for Porsche. Just carrying a little bit too much pace into the Vidal chicane there. Out of the final corner. Be patient, be patient. Get on the throttle. Feel what 1,000+ horsepower feels like. 2-litre, 4-cylinder, turbocharged engine, and a whole host of hybrid recovered power. So Ollie Jarvis is out of the number 8. He swapped over with Luca Di Grassi. That means Ollie can speak to Louise Beckett down in the pit lane.
Ollie Jarvis having a superb run there, but tough.
Yeah, I mean, really enjoyed the stint. It's great to see us competitive after Le Mans and after last year. So looks like a fantastic battle all the way for 6 hours. So just looking forward to sitting down and watching my teammates go out there and hopefully do a fantastic job.
It was all about tyres in qualifying, and how are the tyres holding out here?
At the moment, they seem to be lasting really well. Obviously, there's some degradation through the stint, but as the fuel comes off, it seems to match pretty well. But I'm hoping as the track grips up and the race progresses that it comes even more in our favour.
Thanks, Ollie.
Thank you very much.
Well, Oliver Jarvis looking confident there. Going to see now the Toyota's beginning to get closer to matching the leading pace. 1:43s for both the Toyotas. Second and third at the moment owes that stop. Mark Lieb leads the race. 32 seconds ahead of Sepp Buemi, with Kamui Kobayashi a further 8 seconds back. They will drop back, of course, as the pit stops happen. Again, that extraordinary look back down the rear bodywork of the 66 Ford. The number 4 CLM getting between the battle at the moment. The 66 and the 71 for third position in GT Pro. That pair, 15 or so seconds back from James Collado, who is getting closer to Marco Sorensen, the lead of this race, John.
Yeah, the seesawing between 30 seconds ahead and 30 seconds behind the Audis, the two Toyotas, which they're the leading cars, effectively, of the cars that have stopped. If you look down the timing and scoring screen on FIAWEC.com, you'll see that the Mark Webber car, number 1 in 4th position, is the leading car that has stopped twice, but that car stopped short for a puncture. So they're a little bit out of kilter with everyone else. Just want to see where Toyota come out after their pit stops, and indeed how much longer they can go into this stint. The Audi stopped 4 laps before the Porsche's last time, or the leading Audi stop was. They were much closer together this time around, but it was still a 2-lap difference rather between the two Audis as well.
Absolutely. There's the 95 Aston Martin leading GT Pro, dealing with traffic, and needs to, because James Collado is trying to close down this gap. Doing so at the moment. That's not Collado behind him, that's the number 83 car. That's still this battle for the lead in GTM, but the fourth car rather than the train, there is the number 71 Ferrari. That's 51 Ferrari, apologies, going all 2015 on myself. James Collado.
Well, I tell you what, that other car behind that second Ferrari is Pierre Rags in the Corvette. So he's trying to gain on these two cars to make it a battle for first, second and third.
This is top 2 battle in GT Pro in the midst of a top 3 battle in GTM.
Magnificent
So no entertainment whatsoever on display there.
Oh, we've got all 4 classes in one shot there. Take
wonderful.
a picture of that, thank you.
Alex Brundle, meanwhile, has new company in second position. 30 seconds back from Alex is Lewis Williamson. Now, Lewis Williamson, the new signing for the new debutant in the WEC for Stracker Racing, couldn't get a pass to go on the grid walk last time out, and is second in the race here at the Nurburgring.
Yeah. Yeah, the Stracker team running 2 silvers this weekend, Nick Naventis and Lewis, with Johnny Kane, the experienced gold driver. Mark Lieb going long again. Porsche are out in the pit lane, and there will be a driver change.
It's Romain Dumas getting ready to go. And since we last saw Romain in action in a WEC car, winning the Le Mans 24 Hours, of course, he's won another significant event, John.
Pikes Peak. Louise is down in the number 2 pits. Louise, looks like driver change in full service for that.
Yes, it does. As you said, Romain Dumas is getting ready to jump in the car, and a new set of tyres are at the ready.
Hanslow in the lane now, so get ready for the ballet. That will ensue in a moment. Number 2 car coming in with the blue marker lights within the headlights of the 919 hybrid. Good look there at the new front end. Bit more downforce, slightly rounded nose above the front splitter.
So the 31 or 32 laps for that car. It's about right. Through into the lead, meanwhile, goes Sebastian Buemi. But does owe us a stop, of course. Kamui Kobayashi goes through into second place. So Toyota 1-2 at the moment. But these pair, the number 5 from the 6, will be on pit road fairly shortly. Through
this is Toyota Gazoo Racing talking to Seb Buemi.
Porsche 2, stop. You are leading the race now. Porsche 2, stop.
Yes, you are indeed leading the race.
The tire is quite good. When you fix the pit,
So, happy with the tyres then. Seb Buemi, I think that sounds like he's going to stay in that car and keep those tyres. 32 laps for the Porsches. On that second stint, the Toyotas in their first stint have done 30. On this stint rather, have done 31 so far. We expect them to do a 32. Currently, there's no doubt that Audi will have to make one more pit stop than potentially both of their rivals for fuel.
Getting a suggestion, by the way, that it's about time Porsche went back to naming variants of cars, and Rob Chalmers actually suggested that perhaps this one should be called the Platypus. I don't think so. More dolphin-likes, completely porpoiseful.
Sorry to say that we've lost Graham for the rest of the 4 hours and 9 minutes, as he's been exiled from the commentary box. Buemi leads by 7.7 seconds then, with Webber in third. Toyota, Porsche. Webber on a different strategy from the two Audis, 7 and 8 in fourth and fifth behind him at 8 and 12 seconds distance. Want to look for a battle, go straight into GTE. And Ollie Pla at the moment, the 66 car has Sam Bird, and Sam Bird is as close as Sam Bird can be without being in the car with Ollie Pla. 2 new for 16 cars, remember, just their 4th outing, as we get a word from the race control that the pit stop for the number 2 Audi, number 2 Porsche, now with Romain Dumas behind the wheel, is under investigation.
Well, that could be drama.
We don't always find out what the infringement was, but it could be no goggles on a refueler, too many men over the line. It normally tells us if it's pit lane speed, so it sounds like it's that. Sam Bird fakes to the left, goes to the right through turn 3. Now on the power through the right hander at turn 4, the Mercedes Arena Grandstand, getting a fantastic view of this. That's here Seb Buemi.
Box, this lap and pit cover, please. Driver change, fuel tires, driver change to Anthony. Tire spec J for next run, tire spec J for next run.
Tyre spec change for next time, did you say that? I think you did.
Driver change too in both the Toyotas on pit road. Mark Webber goes to lead the race in the number 1 Porsche. Now, what is the gap back to Andre Lotterer? The answer is 7.9 seconds. And almost identical lap times last time around. Lucas de Grassi comes through a further 4 seconds back. So the top 3, as these pit stops wind out, 12 seconds the gap. and still 4 hours and 7 minutes to run in this motor race.
Dance of the tyre men.
A musical coming soon to the West End. I'd go.
5 out first, came in first, 6 ready to go. Little final tweak of the air wrench on the front wheels. That's a battle for position there.
That's a change,
in fact,
John.
That's a change of position.
Because Pierre Ragger's got the Corvette ahead of Francois Perraudot. He's not managed to find a way by Joel Camathias.
So that's second place now. And the battle continues. Sam Bird with the Ollie Pla Ford.
But they're getting mixed up with the number 98 Aston Martin, Paul Dell'Olana, the GTM car. Now, what happened here?
Well, for a moment, Sam Bird was alongside, but locked his rear right tyre as he went down through the box. Car 4, which is
CLM,
the CLM in second place in privateers, has had its final warning for going outside the track at turn 4. All right, here's how it stands. Toyota's both got 33 laps. The number 2 Porsche got 32. Audi rather, number 8 got 30, and 7 only did 28. The number 1 Porsche is out of sync at the moment, so we'll have to wait for his stop to see how they're doing.
And we wait to find out exactly what happens about the investigation into a pit stop. Potential infringement for 2.
The number 1 might not be that disadvantaged, because we know that the Porsche was expected to have to take a splash. Effectively, he's done that now.
He more or less has now. This is where clever strategy comes into play, of course, because the teams are going to be looking at not just what the overall figures say, but when's best to burn the time they have to burn on pit road. Up the inside of this gaggle, as the Corvette, by the way, has gone to the lead of GTM, so Pierre Rag has leapfrogged that battling pair, and they've been battling away for the whole of the race so far.
Top 3 in GTM have been battling away brilliantly as well.
Absolutely, that's the battle I was talking about, John. The Aston Martin has dropped back a little from that, but it's still doing that sort of pace. Bit of a gap, 10 seconds back for Paul Dell'Olana, but that could easily be...
He's actually closed in a bit since his pit stop, since he got in there, because he was a little more... he was a little further afield there. He's got it down to just under 9 seconds. Mark Webber about to come through past us any second. Nope, he's gone through. He's completed 66 laps now. 8.1 ahead of Andre Lotterer, the number 7 Audi in second. In third, Lucas Di Grassi with a 2.7 seconds further back in GT Pro. Sorensen, Collado, Pla, that's 95.51.66. Sam Bird right in behind Ollie Pla in 4th position in the 71 Ferrari. And in LMP2, Alex Brunton leads for G-Drive ahead of Lewis Williamson for Gibson. What a debut for that young man. And Gustavo Menezes in the Alpine in 3rd position. Just over 4 hours to go.
And the gap, 1st to 3rd, is closing, John. 12 seconds at the end of those pit stops, now down to 10.5. At the moment, that's coming from quicker times from Lucas Di Grassi than from Andre Lotterer. Mark Webber quicker at the moment than both of them.
Well, Matt, and off has gone the 63, the 83, excuse me. Francois Perraudot has brought out the yellow flag on the far side of the circuit from us as he tried to avoid the back of the KCMG Porsche at the chicane. Let's go down and have a chat with Matt Howson in the pit lane. Here's Louise.
Well, Matt Howson, it was not a bad run from you, but the team got a pit stop infringement and a drive-through.
Yeah, it was all going really well to that point. Made a really good start. Roberto, my teammate, was kind of really close to me, but there was no point in me battling him, so I just dropped him behind. Ran the first stint and the first part of the second stint behind him. yeah, really comfortable. Just we didn't do any long runs during the testing, so it's the first time we run the tyres for a long time. And they were coping very well. So yeah, the penalty was really unfortunate because we were in a good position with all the Oricas ahead of us. So you know, it would have been nice to sort of stay, and we're still going to fight to stay around that last podium position.
8. Thank you.
7, 6, 5.
Something
4,
that we had a little bit of last year. We're going to have some this year. Full course yellow.
Full course yellow. Full course yellow.
This will be a quick one, John, and it will just require.
He's a foot away.
There's just a thin sliver of grass there that would be enough to launch that Ferrari backwards. But this should be a very quick full course yellow. So last year's race saw just one pretty short full course yellow period. This will not be a long one. The 12 Rebellion is on pit road, meanwhile, under this caution. Just a minute to go until the 2-hour mark.
This is great news for Audi. This is really great news for Audi.
Absolutely. And for Toyota.
I don't think it is for Toyota. I don't think it is for Toyota as the 67's back in. Toyota wanted it to go green. They want Audi and Porsche to potentially make another pit stop.
You know what? I went into old endurance racing mode there. We're under caution. I was expecting them to close. Of course, they don't.
No.
And
67
requires
going
a quick lift
into the pits again after its fuel issues earlier on with the vent. Snatch tractor already at the Perodo Ferrari, already dropping down, by the way, out of that great battle. Cars limited in speed, no overtaking, but no safety car on the circuit. That means as soon as that Ferrari is out of a place of danger, which if they've got any sense, they'll drop it onto the next bit of track along. Francois will probably be able to fire it up. Just missed his braking point a tiny bit and took to the right-hand side into the gravel rather than nailing the back of the Joel Camathius Porsche in second. By the way, in all of that, I should say that Pierre Rags has gone through to the lead.
That happened just before.
Yes, just before that, yes.
Plenty of callers on pit road, John. They're taking the opportunity to clean the track while this is underway. There will be some more gravel on the track as a result of Francois Perodo's mistake there, but it's the correct decision. We'd had slippery surface flags out, and so they clean the track at turns 9 and turn 12. They extend the full course yellow just for a little wee while. Matthias Besch leaving the pits in that 12 Rebellion. We've got the 37 BR01 on the way out now. The 30 Extreme Speed Motorsport Ligier is on the way out now. And the lead 4 cars in GT Pro taking the opportunity to come to pit road. There you go. That's one of the reasons why we'll need a clean-up.
Indeed.
So this is going to be a battle in the pits, of course, between the lead cars in GT Pro. 95 from 51, 66, 71 and 77. Nicky Team is out first, followed by James Collado.
The mighty sound of the Chevy Corvette.
I just thought there was a thunderstorm overhead, but it's not, is it? It's 8 of Corvette's finest.
All of the GT Pros cars taking advantage of the Code 80, the full course yellow, 80 kilometres an hour around the circuit.
That will be, by the way, Francois Perodo losing a full lap. And Rigon gets out ahead of Mucker. It's a quicker pit stop from the AF Corsa crew. So it's 95 from 51, 71, then the 66 Ford. So AF Corsa turned around the 71 car, a minute and 7 seconds on pit road, from a minute and 15 for the Ganassi Racing UK team. Michael Christensen now up into 5th position.
Oh, another fire. Or a wash and brush up.
It's a fire.
Yeah. They're now cleaning it off, but that car's had a fire, hasn't it? There's firemen there. It's the 88 car. This is David Enemeyer Hansen's car.
They're having no luck at this part of the race, are they? Couldn't fire the car last time unfortunately, altogether different sort of fire this time by the look of things. We didn't see it.
Yeah, no fire in the cylinders last time. Too much fire outside of it this time.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Mark Webber working hard to keep. That's Foamy McFoam face, that one, isn't it? Dear me. But what that car at least did not require to go in the garage. That might just have been a rather more traditional fuel spill for the 88. We didn't see the incident. The car is underway and out, so no immediate signs of scorching.
The 88 comes out having changed to Khaled El Kabaisi. It was David Hennemeyer Hansen who got out of that car. Now, down in the pits, that was Marco Sorensen.
It was Marco Sorensen, and he was, I think, trying to relay some difficulties.
Full course yellow, Mark Webber leads.
And on pit road there, it's the slowest drag race in the world. 36 car ahead of the one.
Just to let everybody get pictures, you know.
Just waiting to press the trigger, isn't it? Just when the race goes back to green. Still sweepers on track, we're told, though. And we will get a countdown back to green flag running. Perfectly sensible way to do this. Rather than the cars having to take a counter slippery surface because of gravel on track at turns 9, 12 and 14, to take the opportunity to get it back to a fully clear track and have at them. Webber from Lotra Di Grassi. We saw the aftermath of that fire for the 88. Louise Beckett told us she'd be popping down to find out what happened, and she's going to be down with David Heimer Hansen in just a few seconds' time.
Well, I suppose it could be described as a bad day in the office so far. Troubles with the car, and then obviously that fire incident, David.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just incredibly frustrating. This is the second time where we start on pole, have a great car, have the pace to fight for the win, and then something stops us along the way. First, we couldn't get the car started, had to recycle it, lost 20 seconds on that, and then I fight like my life depends on it and try to get back up, and then we stop and find out that at least the car is relatively fireproof. We could put out the fire and get going again, and at least it happened on the yellow, but this is not how you win races, not at this level. Competition is way too stiff. I felt the car was phenomenal, and we were only right there. So if you're only right there, there's just not room to waste time either starting on fire or being unable to start the car or any of the other things we've had.
Frustrating.
Very.
Yeah, that's the voice of frustration. I think there's going to be a couple of conversations with team personnel for David Heimer Hansen to find out what the problems were there that caused the issues. Cleanup got underway outside Proton Competition's garage. The sweeper leaving the track, full course yellow, will be withdrawn in just over 30 seconds time. We'll hear the countdown to that. And if I know David Heimer Hansen half as well as I think I do, he would have been struggling not to have actually said something we'd apologise for, John.
Does prove, though, exactly what we were talking about earlier on. You just can't afford to make any kind of mistakes. Can't afford to be even a tiny bit off, even down in the GT AM category.
Absolutely.
So, that's you know, times by 4 throughout the rest of the field. Here we go.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green. Track is back to green. Track is back to green.
Now, we heard Eduardo Freitas saying that, so did the teams.
Absolutely.
That is going out on an all-call, effectively, to the teams, and that's why this is better than having to put a safety car out. You don't have to wait for the leader, Mark Webber, to come back to the line to restart. You don't have to do a wave-by or a pass-around. You stop and you neutralise the race immediately, and you restart it immediately, it's clean to do so.
It is.
Gap between first and second, 3.1 seconds. Mark Webber to Andre Lotterer.
That was because Mark Webber got that jump. Should explain to viewers new to the WEC, you haven't sat on the fast forward button. It does accelerate that quickly, and it was because he cleared the LMP2 cars before the final turn that he's made up that ground on Andre Lotterer. 3.1 seconds at the line. Andre now clear of traffic 2, will begin the pursuit. Some full course yellow speeds under investigation. We'll keep an eye on that one for you. And Lucas Grassi, by the way, under 2 seconds back from his teammate. 1 from 7, from 8, then 20 seconds back from the number 1 Porsche in 4th position, Romain Dumas. We wait for any results of the investigation to the pit stop for that car. So lots still up in the air. 3 hours and 51 minutes of racing still to come from the 6 hours of the Nurburgring.
80 kilometres an hour is the speed that you have to hold. Most of the teams have a pit lane speed limit at a tiny button. It's 60 down the speed limiter for the pit lane, 80 for the full course yellow. And some people's 80s aren't other people's 80s, but it's monitored by sector times and by GPS. So if anyone was a little off, always better to be under than over. Oh, huge amount of curb there taken by the number 7 of Andre Lotterer, who is trying to close the gap to Mark Webber. Number 8, Luca Di Grassi there as well. So we're still not even down to half distance yet. Plenty of action. Let's go to Alex Wirtz to the Toyota pits.
Alex Wirtz, that full course yellow not working in Toyota's favour.
Not really, but we shouldn't bank on a full course yellow to work in our favor, because that's racing. Currently, what also is not working in our favor is our tire combination with the car. We can't extract the lap times we did on Friday. All driver crews complain of too little grip, losing lap time. So not the best of Sundays so far, but you know, it's still a long race. We have seen many things happening. Usually after 4 hours of a 6-hour race, all things start to unfold. So let's wait and see. But so far we are not really in the race against the big 2 German manufacturers.
Okay, thank you.
Well, if that's not Alex Wirtz's poker face, that's not what they were hoping for, is it?
No, not at all.
They were hoping for this to kind of turn out. Well, the question's coming, John. Which full course yellow speeds are under investigation? We don't know that, but I think we can suppose that it might be the Audis.
Audis made up a bit of time, didn't they, on those around them. Mark Webber leads and will lead until he comes in, well, potentially will lead until the end of lap 85. Having said that, Andre Lotterer has just halved the distance between himself and the Aussie.
I'm going to chuck in just another point here. We saw Mark Webber right on the tail of the Signatech. If that car, the Signatech, was not up to full course yellow speed, and the language of the body language of the Porsche indicated it might not be.
That's a good point.
That could well easily be the issue. Not the Porsches were both, the Audis were both going too quickly.
So because you're not allowed to pass, that's the other part of the full course yellow.
Correct.
Of course.
And because the 2 Audis have made up exactly the same amount of time, I'm guessing that was the issue.
Yeah, so that the Signatech was doing 76 kilometres an hour.
That's enough.
Yeah, it doesn't take much, does it?
It doesn't. So Webber, though, leads now, but just by 1.8 seconds from a closing. Andre Lotterer took a, 1.4 seconds out of the lead on that lap. He's got his dander up. Lucas Di Grassi is holding station with the overall leader, 4.7 seconds back, and not closing on Andre Lotterer.
Meantime, in LMP2, the battles continue. This is 6th position again, but Maurizio Mediani is now battling Bruno Senna. I am going to mourn the passing of the BR01 chassis. Very pretty little sports car, and of course not one of the exclusive 4 manufacturers who were given the business opportunity by the ACO and the FIA to supply chassis for next year. I really hope that works out. I'm not sure that it is going to. got such a strong P2 grid here, and of course at Le Mans as well, over 20 cars at Le Mans.
Now we've got a car leading this pair, John, that hasn't won a race anywhere yet. Will be, I believe, racing in Asia at the end of this year and into next in the Asia Le Mans Series. Behind it, the Ligier will only be allowed to race grandfathered here next year. There's little point of doing that, I'm afraid, and this is a team that I expect to be back. I'm sure we'll find out more at the 6 Hours of Mexico. So up the inside goes Bruno Senna, goes by Maurizio Mediani. 27 group, by the way, another two-man crew this weekend with Divyan Arkazov not able to join the team again for the third of 4 races, I'm afraid. Goes through into 6th position. Still Alex Brundle in the lead, but being closed down by Lewis Williamson. That 30-second gap, John, now down to 23. So this is some debut from Williamson.
He's a very, very quick driver.
He most certainly is. Meantime, the lead gap down to, well, it was briefly down to 1.3 seconds. Gone out a little bit more in the first sector there, but this again should remind viewers, John, these cars perform slightly differently in different sectors of the track.
It would appear that the Porsche has a slight disadvantage in the first sector, but an advantage in the middle sector. Can't explain why that necessarily might be, but it is now 2 seconds all of a sudden. Checking the deltas, by the way, Mark Webber was slowed by that Signatech. So the Audi's spot on their 80 kilometres and Mark Webber just a tiny bit slower. Alex Brundle, 21 seconds to the good, 26.42 Warwick Gibson, and Alpine in third, the 36 Gustavo Menezes. The next big marker for all the teams, half distance, that's 45 minutes away. At Specutainment and at DSC Editor. As the number 8 Audi, Luca Di Grassi, for once a little bit of clear track ahead as he dives down the hill to the Dunlop hairpin. Louise is busying herself through the drivers who've just got out. Neil Yarni is her next target down at Porsche.
Well, during Neil Gianni's stint, we saw you just touch the white line of the pit lane, and which sent you off.
Yeah, it was quite a street fight out there with the 4 cars, quite close through traffic, and I was just thinking to maybe have a dive bomb ollie down turn 1, but then I saw that won't work out. So I tried to pull to the left, just late on the brakes, and tried to avoid the Aston Martin up front, and I think the Ford touched me on the rear. Yeah, you know, that's things that can happen, that's racing. But it was a very fun stint, all very close, so enjoyed it.
We keep seeing it's going backwards and forwards between you and Audi at the moment, so what can you do to fight back, or what can you expect?
Well, now we have about a 20-second gap to them. We have to make sure we can close that. We'll see, you know, with the weather we don't know, it's getting darker at the moment. We think the hotter it is, the better for Audi, the cooler it gets, the better for us, so let's see which, you know, still long to go.
Thank you.
Louise down in the pit lane then with Neil Gianni. And that is first, second and third in GTE AM. Absolutely together. Corvette, Porsche and Aston Martin. And this actually has been a cracking battle for the last 2 hours and 15 minutes in GTE AM. As Christian Reed has a look down the inside of Yamagishi, can't make that one work. That's given the opportunity for Matthias Lauda, who doesn't need much encouragement in fairness, and has a little look around the outside. Top 3 absolutely as one as the leaders begin to carve their way through more traffic. Jim Ward from Ford has joined us in the booth, watching the other end of the GT field, the GT Abs rather than the GT Pros at the moment. First of all, Jay, thanks for coming over and talking to us.
Pleasure.
And great time to be watching these cars with a 2-year extension to your GTE Pro program being announced just after Le Mans. Was it the Le Mans win that predicated that, or was it you guys realised that you're onto something here with this form of racing?
Very much the latter, mate. Yeah, I think we knew really from the early stages that this was going to be a fantastic series to be involved in. Obviously, initially we had some hard times at Daytona, as you remember. Since then, we've been kind of learning a lot and improving the car's performance a lot. And I think we knew early on that this was going to be something to get really involved with. And the quality of the racing, you look at the manufacturers that are involved in this and maybe involved in the future as well. It's clearly a series that's on the up, and we wanted to make a long-term commitment to that. So it was great news for everyone, and we'd really decided ahead of Le Mans, to be honest with you, but it was a great chance for us.
Great dive down the inside by Christian Reed, beautifully using the traffic around him, and Yamagishi gives up the leading GTE Am. Coming through as well is one of the Pro Aston Martins. That's the 97 car. That is Richie Stanaway, which was delayed by the fitting of that door earlier on when he lost the mirror. The burning question that everybody's going to want me to ask is, are there going to be any cars made available to customers outside the Chip Ganassi racing team beyond the first 2 years, which we always heard from Raj Nair that the first 2 years would be the factory cars only?
Absolutely, and we're committed to that for the time being. I mean, certainly you never say never in this sport, and we'll take a look and see what there is. Oh, look at this!
That's beautiful. That's just a couple of seconds ago.
Great racing going on here, isn't there? Yeah, no, we'll take a view on it for the time being. We're going to commit to the factory program for 4 years and take a view on it nearer the time as to whether or not we go with the customer program or not.
Nasty incident for Andy Prior early on. Little fuel valve problem. First of all, have you solved that? First of all, is Andy okay?
Andy's okay, the whole team are okay as well. I think great response from the team and also from the fire marshals, very grateful for their support.
The worry would be it could happen again. Have you identified if there was an issue, and has it been fixed?
We have, and it has, yeah. They brought Andy in again, as you saw earlier, just to have a further look at a couple of things, but no, we're confident now that problem's been solved. It was a bit of a freak situation, unfortunately, and you've got to prepare for everything in racing, but one of those things, poor old 67 car has had a bit of a run of bad luck this season, it has to be said. With Le Mans, as you recall, not even managed to make the start, so we feel for those guys. Harry had done a fantastic job, didn't he, in that first stint, a fantastic overtaking manoeuvre, so unfortunate for him and for Andy, but I know those guys will carry on fighting all the way.
Battling in different categories is all part of the entertainment here. Down into turn one, a favourite passing manoeuvre. There goes the Alpine down the inside of the SMP. LMP2 cars both. Remember, these two cars are battling for position as well, and Matthias Lauda's gone through on the 78 Porsche. So Lauda third a couple of laps ago in that Aston Martin has now got to the head of the GT Am field. This is great stuff again from the Am class, and great to be able to see some of the racing here at the Nurburgring. Let's have a quick listen to what Andre Lotterer is saying. Second position for the number 7, chasing Mark Webber in the leads.
Andre, we will look on the straight for damage. Did we touch the Rebellion?
Yeah, easy, we touched. It's okay, no problem.
Copy.
So a little touch on the Rebellion. They think they were looking at the car to see if there's any damage on it. They'll be looking at the same pictures that we are at the moment. So Lotterer and Degrassi close together, but now dropping away from Mark Webber. He's got about 8 laps before he needs to pit. Jay Ward from For Performance with us. It's been a brilliant fighting season from Ford. Were you surprised at the level of competition when you came into this? I mean, we never talk about learning years with a factory, because we expect you to come in, as Porsche did when they came back to LMP1, and be instantly successful and competitive. Were you guys surprised with the level of competition in the FIA WEC?
No.
Just 1 second. Just have a quick listen to the number 8. It's Luca Di Grassi.
Yeah, I was just about to say something.
just reporting the contact, I think. So the level of competition in FIA WEC and indeed in the IMSA competition as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely, John. I don't think we were surprised by it. I mean, you've got some fantastic teams out there who've been doing this for some time. I mean, clearly, as I said before, the Daytona was a tough race, but a huge amount of learning gone in. We obviously we're keen to get the best people on board, and obviously Chip Ganassi Racing, Multimatic, you've got two of the best operations in the world. I mean, so clearly it's been a learning curve for us, and we've learned quickly. That's the key thing, and I think, you know, really from early stuff, from Laguna Seca onwards, really, you've seen that kind of performance level increase by both the team and by the drivers, and clearly the culmination for that in many respects was Le Mans, but now we focused on the championship in both IMSA and WEC and see how we can get on. But competition's phenomenal, and you've just seen the progress even here. You know, the Aston Martins are performing so strongly. You know, Ferraris have been a tough bet on as well. So, yeah, it's a fantastic series to be involved in, John, and there's no doubt, and we're delighted to be part of it.
Le Mans win ticked off. First time of asking back. Phenomenal. Well done. Ford World Champion. That has a ring about it, though, doesn't it?
Doesn't it ever? But yeah, there's a lot of people out there who'd like to ruin that party. But yeah, no, it would be amazing. But we got a long way to go for sure. I mean, the IMSA team had a tough race yesterday. I mean, they performed strongly on the track by and large, but yeah, clearly the performance levels are good. The balanced performance thing, which obviously everyone's talking about, but clearly to a degree it's working well. They're balancing those cars out pretty well. So it's gonna be a hard run all the way to the end of the season.
Wish you well. Pass our best on to Andy and the rest of the guys down there after that nasty incident. Good to hear that they're all okay. Jim Ward joining us here in the booth from Ford Performance as we have 3 hours and 35 minutes to go. And into the pits has come Lewis Williamson from second place in that Gibson. Was gaining on Alex Brundle, but don't forget that he had newer tyres than Alex. Alex was double stinting.
But it got the lead down to 3 seconds, John, after 30 seconds at the stop. So a great stint from Lewis Williamson. Comes into the pit box now, takes fuel, will stay aboard the 42.
And he won't get tyres. So he'll now have the disadvantage that Alex has had of having to manage that rubber for the second part of the stint. But don't forget, big slide for the 27 car. This has been a great battle. Maurizio Mediani just sliding through with the PR01, the first of the red, white and blue cars there. The more blue car behind it is the 36 Alpine. Gustavo Menezes, who's about to put a lap on him. As Lewis Williamson, by the way, already out. Gustavo Menezes has gone through into second place. Big glow from the exhausts, from the brake lights rather, of the car ahead of the number one. That's Mark Webber at the moment. One light on and then both lights on as they go down the hill there. That's a bit off-putting, isn't it?
Toyota.
It is a Toyota with almost with a rain light on, but the rain light would be flashing.
Very odd.
That's an odd one.
Di Grassi now ahead of Andre Lotra, up into second position. 4.3 seconds the gap back from Mark Webber. 3.7 now as they clear the first sector and are picking up time on the leader.
Lucas, next bit of traffic, Andre is going to let you by.
He's going to let you by, and he did. Different strategies.
He seems to have had the faster car for a little wee while now, Lucas Di Grassi, and smart to just let him have a go. Behind in comes, by the way, the number 26 car, having lost the lead. Now that was a very slow lap indeed from Alex Brundle. Alex Brundle's got a problem, John.
Yeah, and he hasn't pitted either.
He did. He just come into the pits. He'll show up in the pits now. Pitted.
Oh wow.
Sorry, I wanted
his
to
previous lap was very, very slow.
That's why he lost the time to Lewis Williamson, I think.
Possibly. Yeah, 2:08 and a 2:30 on his in lap.
So the 36 goes to the lead, John.
Just a note on the Audis, let's not forget that Mark Webber pits before them on this cycle now, because Mark will come in about 2 or 3 laps time. I reckon 3 laps from now.
Lucas Di Grassi, meanwhile, has got the lead under 4 seconds with a 1:42.9 against a 1:43.7 for Webber on lap 81. Enormous amount of traffic still. 33 cars started, 33 cars still running. Alex Brundle, though, is he in trouble on pit road? And the car
has gone into the garage, Graham.
Now, this is a team that's shown fantastic pace through the season, has not yet won a race, and this could be an absolute disaster for the championship aspirations of the G-Drive Racing team.
Mark Webber might get an extra couple of laps after that full course yellow, so we were expecting him in 85. Maybe he goes 1 or 2 laps longer, but the Audi should be able to go to lap 88. So they should get the lead back on this pit stop exchange.
De Grassi is catching him hand over fist here, John. The gap's now down to 2.6 seconds.
This is really, really important for the end of the race, Graham, because track position is going to be very, very important. And if he can get past before Webber stops in, depending on how much fuel he saved during the full course caution, 3 to 5 laps time, I would say, and pull away, that could be so influential in who gets the decision at the end of the race.
Raymond Dumas, meanwhile, is taking time out of Andre Lotterer, closing for 3rd position. Still about 19 seconds. Yeah, 19 seconds back at the moment, but much quicker at the moment than Andre Lotterer is able to squeeze out, though traffic is playing a part at the moment for Lotterer. Whilst we're watching, by the way, just a few minutes ago, that fantastic battle for GTM lead, we also could see, as ahead of that trio, was Rui Aguas, who was about to be lapped by the GTM leaders, pulling away.
Yeah.
Dive up the inside from the number 7 car.
Lotterer is like a man possessed at the moment. Taking no prisoners at all.
I think he's driving around a minor problem here, John. He doesn't seem to have the ultimate pace of De Grassi at the moment. De Grassi, though, 2.3 seconds now, taking time out sector by sector of the leader. 3.5 hours to go in this race.
And the 8 car has just put the Toyota a lap down. Yes, he has. Car 83, which is the Ferrari of Rui Aguas, speeding under full course yellow.
Championship leader, remember?
Yes.
Should I say 26 car, by the way, still in the box.
So the front of the field, with Mark Webber having put a lap now on the Toyotas. It's very, very important part of the race now. Mark Webber is pushing 43.1 last time around.
Has to at this stage.
I just wonder if the little tap with the Rebellion affected Lotterer's car when they were side by side in the final corner.
Well, they were taking
CLM is in and out.
Yeah, a visual look at it. It's been a much more encouraging afternoon, hasn't it, for the CLM?
Very much so.
And this is the new bodyworks, side and rear bodywork for the CLM.
Trummer on the left.
Caffer on the right. Debuted that bodywork at Le Mans. They had such a troubled run there, they really didn't get any testing mileage under the wheels of the car. And Pierre Caffer was telling me yesterday they're very encouraged with what they're seeing from that car. They just need now the reliability.
Another lap to be completed by Mark Webber. This will be the car's 84th. Now, I expected him in, Graham, at the end of the next lap. That doesn't take into account the full course yellow. So I'll be interested to see now how much further he goes, having had that little bout of full course yellow.
Yep, and traffic on the previous lap for De Grassi in the first sector has extended the gap back out to 4 seconds. So this is the desperate scenes in the 26 cars.
This is the championship leader.
Rear of the engine, it's gearbox, isn't it?
It is gearbox.
Is it gearbox or is it? It's not drive shaft.
It is drive shaft. That's exactly what it is. It's that area of the gearbox. That's the championship leader, I'm right in saying.
That is the second place
in the championship.
The championship leader has gone through into the lead of the race. So now it's the 36 City Tech Alpine. This car, in fact, one light on the side of the car, about to lap its team car, the 35, ahead of the 45 Manor Orica. Matt Rao at the wheel of that car, and then Lewis Williamson will go back into second place. Matt Rao onto pit road as I speak. So it's 36 Alpine from 42 Stracker now. Strong race from the 42 car. Alex Brundle.
All you can do is sit there.
The body language says it all, doesn't it?
All you can do is sit there, but that looks like something fundamental. They've left Alex in the car. I think more in hope that it'll get back out quickly rather than expectation of same.
Well, it's all now going to be about getting the car out as quickly as you possibly can and retain as many championship points as you can. Not the first time we've seen G-Drive having to fight back in a championship battle. Very different look to the team this year, of course, and with a different car. Same engine, and this MP8, as all the cars in this class have got in the full season WEC.
Not mandated for that, you could have it. And Louise can confirm, I think, what we thought. It's in the driveline, Louise.
Yeah, the team have just confirmed it's a gearbox issue, and as you say, I mean, their faces say it all at the moment. Not a team there.
No, indeed not, thank you. There's only certain things you can do with the gearbox, and you've got to keep the casing. You can, if you've got the ability to slide out the innards.
Indeed.
Mark Webber being called into the pits, and here's the confirmation.
Mark, we're in now. Box now.
It will again be Timo time. Timo Bernard ready to get back aboard the #1 car. The team has inherited the bad luck this year that plagued this year's #2 car last year. Again, traffic comes into play. The gap goes down to 1.8 seconds, and of course Lucas de Grassi, unless for reasons unknown he pits, he shouldn't, will go through into the lead.
So wait for Mark Webber to peel off to the right. He does exactly that. I reckon that was one extra lap, that length of full course yellow gave them. There's the change of lead now as de Grassi goes through. Lotterer goes through to second. And these guys, the guys in the Audi, have got to now make hay for the 2 or 3 laps that they've got in their tank.
Let's see what Dumas' pace is like in about 15 seconds' time. As that may be significant as well as this race progresses. The Totas, though, John, just look out of it at the moment.
What I want to see is whether the Audis could go to... did they get the same advantage fuel-wise in full course yellow as the Porsche did? The Porsche got one more lap from that gap, from that tranche of full course yellow.
Yep.
Do the Audis get one more lap as well?
Dumas, by the way, cannot match the Audi's pace at the moment. 141s for both of the Audis, 143 for Dumas, 21 seconds the gap to Lotterer, 24 the gap to the leader.
New tyres to go with the new driver for the #1. Leader from LMP2 is in, Gustavo Menezes. Has stayed in that car.
Has stayed in the car. Gustavo Menezes, the silver driver in this car, and is mighty quick.
Yeah. Some controversy from other teams up and down the pit lane, which I normally don't get involved with.
No. Now that's, by the way, put Lewis Williamson into the lead of the race at this point.
He'll be scored as the leader now as he goes through. As I say, I normally don't get involved with driver ranking controversies because I rather have very little truck with people who say that's not fair, this is not fair. There is a very clearly defined set of regulations about that are results and experience based for drivers, and it is very easy to go through and check out to see where a driver should be. However, when you do that with Gustavo Menezes, it would seem that he's not where he should be. And I know a couple of teams who have pointed that out to the relevant authorities. There were about 15 mistakes on the lists when they came out at the end of last year, most of which were rectified. Unfortunately, Gustavo's wasn't.
This is the lead battle in GT Pro at the moment. Nicky Team now just 0.6 of a second ahead of a charging Jimmy Bruni. 95 Aston Martin has led for a long time. 51 Ferrari now, though, finding the pace that it really hasn't managed to sustain so far this season.
It's been a good drive back from Bruni. He was mired in that battle further back down behind the Aston, and he's consistently quicker than the cars around and in front. James Collado watches on from the pit lane. Timo Bernhard, by the way, got into the number 1 Porsche and is out onto the track. I must say that. I'm sure I panic people when I say Timo Bernhard's out. I apologise. Live from trackside, Graham Goodwin and John Hindhaugh. This is round 4 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Nicky Team's fan club there watching in interest as in comes the Anthony Davidson number 5 Toyota, staying in, not requiring anything. Big nod of the head there.
He's frustrated as well, I think. Question actually through Twitter from Paul Marco. Hello, Paul, from the United States, asking why do we feel Toyota translating their Le Mans pace to the ring? Is it the new aero package not working? Could be a range of things, John.
Well, the 5 car has been seen smoking. Not around the back of the bike sheds, but something coming off that, and now we have a slippery surface flag at turn 6. Actually, there's debris there, so rubbish on the track. A yellow and red striped flag. Anthony Davidson is down and away, does not get out of the number 5 Toyota Gazoo Racing TSO 50. So he's off and running.
Is there a change of bodywork, or did he reject that change of bodywork? There's new bodywork being wheeled back into the back of the garage.
Well,
so
that
maybe
could have been the smoke.
Concerns.
That could have been the smoke if something was catching, Graham.
We didn't see a change.
No.
1.4 seconds. Degrassi to Lotterer. And they are extending that advantage over Romain Dumas at the moment. Nitro fuel, of course.
Final warning for the 88. Khaled El Khabazi behind the wheel of the Porsche, turn 4. It will be a penalty next time around. Audi's both in the pits now. And they have got 1 extra lap as well to where we expected, both coming in on lap 89. And as they come in, Louise is watching the tyres that are going on. Louise?
Yes, I'm like a dog with a bone on this one. The number 8 is the same setup. They've got a brand new and scrubbed. For the number 7, all scrubbed going on.
Okay. Thank you.
And Dumas goes through into the lead. So Romain Dumas, the number 2 Porsche, cycles through to the lead, oses the pit stop. It's now the battle of pit crews between the 2 Audis. Tesla aboard the number 7 car again. I think that was Logan Duval climbing aboard the 8. Bernhard goes through into 2nd position. Apologies, it's Degrassi still. It's Degrassi and Fessler. Degrassi out ahead of the number 7 still. Tucks in behind the Porsches. A Porsche 1-2 at the moment. Dumas from Bernhard, then Lucas Degrassi, then Marcel Fessler. Some way back, the 2 Toyotas.
I'm highly intrigued about this scrubbed and unscrubbed mixed tyre strategy and how that's being achieved and what they think they're achieving by it. Clearly there's something going on. Marcel Fessler then back aboard the number 7 after the double stint from Andre. presumably Marcel will do a double now as well. No more smoking from the 5 car reported from around the circuit, so maybe that was a little change of bodywork, something was rubbing Graham. Good spot. Luca Di Grassi, Brazilian, driving in 3rd place at the moment. Timo Bernhard, by the way, slipped through behind Romain Dumas, so Timo Bernhard slipped through to 2nd place behind Romain Dumas, who continues to lead.
So 41 seconds is the gap between Dumas and Bernhard. Bernhard, though, has only been on pit road twice. To the 3 of Timo Bernhard. Di Grassi, then Fessler. 5 seconds the gap between that pair. Di Grassi 10 seconds back from Timo. About to complete that start, their first flying laps after their latest pit stops. P2, it's Lewis Williamson from Gustavo Menezes, and holding that gap at the moment, around 12 seconds. Then a very close battle between Matt Rao. They did change the front bodywork on the number 5 car. Didn't see it on the live, but thank you very much indeed. Confirming that they did change it in the pit stop.
So that's why it was smoking.
We're going to full course yellow, John.
This must be for the slippery surface flag. Well, didn't hear that over the radio, but it's out. This is for turn number 6, bottom of the hill. Oh, and the Audi's just, the Porsche just coming in. This is a massive advantage for Romain Dumas. As he comes in now, everyone else is slowing down to 80 kilometers an hour. I might have changed strategy there and just splash that and send it.
Let's wait and see exactly what occurs here.
It's going to mean the Audis don't close up anywhere near as what they might have done.
Gianni is aboard the number 2. Marshall's attending. Car's being told to bear left.
Oh yes, you can see a piece of bodywork or something there.
Unfortunately, it's right over to the left-hand side. There we go. It's a dive plane, isn't it? Or is it? What is that? It's a dive plane. It's an orange dive plane.
Kiss.
G-Drive? Maybe.
Didn't look the right colour. Now, I think that car that you are watching now has just got out without losing the lead. In fact, I'm pretty certain he has. That is a massive stroke of racing gods smiling down, and look.
Well, that's the team, John, that had no luck last year.
Neil Gianni then resumes in the lead. Here's Bernhard coming down the straight now in 2nd place, and the Audis are further back again from that.
There they are.
They're just on the front straight, so huge break for the number 2 Porsche.
Wow.
They could not have timed that any, but they were literally on the lane as the full course yellow came out. And it's going to go back to green quicker than anybody else can take advantage of it. The Audis have just been in, so there's no point
there either. And Bernhard not that long before, and there's no one else realistically, certainly in the fight for the overall, that stands to gain enough of an advantage to try. Meantime, we have got a couple of stoppers. Ryan Diel is now aboard the 31 car. Bruno Senna is in and out in the 43 car, and Nelson Panciatici has just pitted in the 35. Now, there must be something else going on here, because we're still staying at full course yellow. Whether or not there's more debris elsewhere that we haven't seen. We normally would not delay going back to green for no reason.
Maybe a bit of track sweeping going on. And on board with Luca Di Grassi.
And with thanks to Matt Fernandez, we may have got the answer to 2 questions. What was the debris, and why was the Toyota smoking?
It was a Toyota front right dive plane.
Thank you very much, Matt.
So that was from Ant Davidson's car. So there clearly was or had been a little bit of a nudge.
And 30 seconds, the same thing spotted by Danielle on Twitter too. Thank you, gentlemen. And we're going to be going back to Green Flag Racing in about a minute's time. You'll hear the countdown, I'm sure.
Full course yellow will be removed at 15:49. At 15:49, I'm removing the full course yellow.
That's 1 minute from now. So back to green in 50 seconds as White Conway is in and out very quickly indeed.
Both
he's out with
the
pit
quarter cars too.
There he is, rejoining. Neil Janney then leads the motor race with 3 hours and 11 minutes still to go.
30 seconds to go green. 30 seconds to go green.
So the entire GT Pro field,
Yes.
I think, took the opportunity, with the exception of Andy Pre playing catch up from a distance back. James
15
Collado.
seconds to go green.
James Collado having worked hard there pretty clearly.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag. Track is back to green. We're back to normal racing. Thank you very much. All debris have been removed.
That's how you do that. Number 2 Porsche on board now with the new leader, Neil Janney. A lucky break indeed again for the number 2 the number 2 Porsche this year. Lead the championship. Come here after that win at the Le Mans 24 Hours. And would be looking to retain that advantage. Look, the less pacey of the two. There you go. Bendy Racing drivers.
That can't be good for you.
No.
Just can't be.
Neil Janney, 10 seconds to the good from Timo Bernhard at the end of the last lap. Looked, as I say, to be less pacey of the 2 Porsches at the start of the race, but slings and arrows and everything else of a lot of rubbish, a lot of pickup just off the line, have conspired to put this car back into the lead, and from an Audi 1-2, it's now a Porsche 1-2.
Contact with one of the ESMs for Anthony Davidson. Coming through.
30 seconds now separates the top 4, with Mike Conway a further just over a minute back, with Ant Davidson a further 5 seconds back from that.
Jimmy Bruni and Nicky Team continue to battle in GTE Pro, the 95 Aston and the 51 Ferrari.
All of that, by the way, has put the Totas back on the lead lap.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yes, good point.
And yep, Stefan Mucker, courtesy of, well, actually a slower stop. How did that happen? Oh, because we're still expecting Stefan Mucker. I don't think it's pitted.
He hasn't made his equivalent stop to the guys behind him, Graham.
So at the moment, Mucker leads the GTE Pro battle, but Team and Bruni have stopped, whereas Mucker has not.
Here's that battle for second I was mentioning, Team and Bruni.
It's been a very close battle in GTE Pro for much of the race. Stefan Mucker just 2 seconds ahead there, with the Tota splitting the Ford and this battle, which realistically is the lead battle, with a pit stop still to come from the Ford. The team has done a fabulous job of holding off the very rapid Ferrari. Yanni from Bernard. Bernard says, What happened there? There was a lap shown as 1:58 briefly from Yanni. The last lap, that wasn't his out lap.
Well, the gap's 9.8 seconds.
1:42.9 last time. So was that just a rogue piece of timing? It must have been.
Just a hiccup.
Yes. 10 seconds the gap then still Yanni to Bernard.
Halfway through the race, Graham. Arms anybody's, although we've got gaps opening up because of the tactics on that last time around. Just waiting to see where Matthias Lauda, who leads, is on the track. He's gone through, and Christian Reed has now dropped back from him. Yamagishi in the Corvette in third, then Hennemeyer Hansen in fourth, another 12 seconds. It's nearly 26 seconds between first and second. 98, 78, 50 and 88, your top four.
And going out, the Lauda is extending that lead.
Yes, he's pulling time on everyone except David Hennemeyer Hansen, who is back in the number 88 car. That is a good car today. David was right to say that. In Pro, Mucker by just 0.8 of a second, but owes us a stop from Nicky Team in the Aston Martin, who is leader-elect. He's only got 0.8 over Jimmy Bruni. The 98 car now, Matthias Lauda leading He has getting a black and white flag for abuse of track limits at turn 4. Pedro Lamy is out of the 98 car, which leads GT. Let's go to him now.
Well, Pedro Lamy, it was a short while ago now, but we're seeing a great battling in the GT category, and Matthias put in a fantastic move to take that lead.
Yeah, Matthias did a great job. Paul as well. I mean, I start the race. I think we did well all until now. We are leading, so it's 3 hours to go. Hopefully, we can keep this position until the end. But hopefully, we have a good rhythm. We don't know how the weather gonna be. If rains is more difficult for us, but if it keeps dry, I think we have a chance to win.
Thank you.
Thank you.
3 hours, 5 minutes to go. Gap closed marginally by Timo Bernard last time around. And again, the pendulum between the Audis has swung the other way this time, with Marcel Fessler putting in the quicker times just the moment against Lucas Di Grassi.
Don't forget, they're splitting their tyre strategy.
Absolutely.
One of the Audis is taking 2 news and 2 scrubs. The other one is taking either a full set of scrubs or a full set of news. Thanks to Paul Trustwell, who's back in the UK as part of our sister service over on RadioLeMans.com, the world's motorsport radio station. I've checked with him and with the regs, and you can indeed use your tyres however you want. It is a number of tyres. It's called 6 sets, so that's 24 tyres.
And
so
the
that
RFID readers.
Correct. You've got the RFID readers on each of the tyres. Has got a chip. So each individual tyre is part of your allocation. You may use that as you will, and you are allowed 2 what are, I think incorrectly called joker tyres, spare tyres, replacement tyres. If you damage a tyre, you're allowed to call upon one of those 2, but once they're done, they're done.
But
yeah, Louise reminds us on our headsets that the 8 was swapping over lefts and rights at one race. Was that Spa?
I think you might be right, it was Spa.
Another black and white flag, this time for the 44 car. That is 5th in LMP2. Still Manor with Todd Graves at the wheel.
Still more than 3 hours to go. You're going to be very careful. That's a final warning. No more leeway going to be given.
That's at least 3 of those final warnings we've seen, Graham. And as you say, slight misjudgment by... And we made this point, we made it in the qualifying show yesterday. That is on the car, not the driver.
Absolutely right.
So Tour could get out of that car. One of the other drivers get in, get pinged for a abuse of track limits, and that would be a penalty for that car.
Should say, by the way, just to update, the 26 car is still in the garage.
Oh.
That gearbox issue has not yet been solved for G-Drive team.
Now, the problem with that, Grim, you were saying about getting points. They will not have completed the requisite 70% of the race to get any points at all out of this.
They need to get out back on track, and that will be very much on the team's mind. That class still being led, by the way, by Lewis Williamson, although that gap to Gustavo Menezes now down to 6.5 seconds.
Just about to come in.
And does so now. He comes in now. Excellent double stint from young Lewis. Now it should be on rotation Nick Leventis to climb aboard this car. Menezes immediately goes through into the lead. So championship leader back in the lead, and indeed it is. Team owner Nick Leventis about to climb aboard the 42. Saltire adorned driver inserts or seat inserts removed for Lewis. Nick Leventis climbs aboard. Looking very good indeed at the moment for the 36 squad, with the challenge from the 26, the G-Drive car, having fallen to gearbox woes. Whilst the car was leading, just lost the lead, I suspect, to that fault. With Alex Brundle, the second part of a double stint. Smiles all round, meantime, in the Signatech garage, Alpine. And all sorts of things happening in the Renault empire at the moment. This is a brand builder. We've got, as John said earlier in the broadcast, the concept car, the Alpine concept car in the paddock. It was on track at lunchtime today, ahead of the launch of a new Alpine sports car for the road. And this is about placing the Alpine brand in people's consciousness. Beyond that, though, what future for Renault in endurance racing? Well, watch this space. All sorts of things that might happen. No decisions made yet.
Well, they're already here because they're running the Alpine, so that is a Renault Sport team, is it not?
No.
It was at Le Mans?
No.
Some very familiar faces there in different coloured shirts.
Out of the car, Lewis Williamson, and he's with Louise down in pit road.
Well, Lewis Williamson is getting the big thumbs up from the team. Your first WEC, you come in leading your category.
Yeah, I mean, we had quite a good run in the first stint, and then the second stint felt okay. I kept asking the guys how my pace was, but I think it was okay. I don't know if it was great, but I was just trying to keep on the black stuff, watching cars coming and trying to be clever on the overtakes and not create any incident that could cost us more time. Unfortunately, at the end there, I had a massive lock-up, so I felt maybe if we had kept going in that stint, it might have had a blowout. So best to box and get Nick in the car, and then we'll see how we go from now. So
you're obviously an experienced driver, but the fact that you're now in racing conditions, how did it differ?
You know, I kind of had an open mind going into that race. I didn't know how my fitness and I would hold up and how I would like it. The longest I've ever done in a race is an hour, so, but I feel good, felt nice being out there, and yeah, it was great to have some overtakes and just, you know, just the mixed conditions, and you know, it's all new to me, so I'm grateful I just kept on the black stuff and I made the car back in a piece. So.
Thank you.
Mature answers to searching questions there, and that's great stuff.
Got to say, watch out for that young man's name, Lewis Williamson. He is a man with a very big future in this sport. One of a increasing number, Graham, of young drivers who have chosen fairly early in their career to come to endurance and sports car racing, either GTs or in Lewis's case into prototype racing. I don't think he'll be He's certainly not the first. I don't think he'll be the last either.
No, he's been doing some pretty high-level single-seater racing with the Stracker Racing team in the Renault 3.5 series. He's been doing great things as well until the last race, missed by Stracker. He was sitting second in the Renault Endurance Sport Trophy. As a fabulous drift through the turn from the number 35 Baxi DC car, Nelson Panciatici. Getting a question about whether or not the new Renault Alpine concept might in road car. So we look, oh, big wiggle there for the number 44 car. That's Tor Graves, and goes for about 1 million miles across the grass in rallycross style, but manages to regain the track.
Up. There's not a lot of run-off there.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. That was a bucking Bronco ride. Not made for off-roading, these Oricas.
RSO1 you were going to talk about there.
RSO, well, actually the Alpine. Whether or not that might be a potential GTE car. Well, the answer in that car, certainly in its current configuration, is absolutely not. It's a 1.8 turbo 4-pot. Not going to get enough ponies out of that.
No, but I think, you know what? I think the future of GT4 is exactly that.
Well, maybe GT4?
Yeah.
Not GTE?
No, not GTE. I think the future of GT4 is smaller capacity turbocharged cars up to maybe 2 litres. I'd like to see things like a hardtop version of the Abarth Fiat 124, MX-5 maybe.
Well, I'm happy to chuck into the ring that I think if Renault Sport are coming to the FIA World Endurance Championship in the coming years, it will not be with a GT car. I think if it's going to happen, I think we'll see them battling for overall wins. Yeah. Do I know what the plan is? I don't. Do I think it's under evaluation? I do. I think they're very interested in hybrid technology. I think they're very interested indeed in concert with the Formula One efforts with this championship, and I think they would find the prospect of competing for overall wins in 2 World Championships highly appealing.
Let's get back to the action on track now with the competitors that we do have. Ford, Aston Martin and Ferrari battling together. So that would be Stefan Mucker, who still hasn't stopped. We thought he would do. Nicky Team and Jimmy Bruni. That's the top 3, by the way, in GTE Pro, with in the middle of that mix Jimmy Bruni riding right up on the curb down the entrance to the corner, and with the number 5 Toyota coming through with Anthony Davidson behind the wheel. Which of the BR01s is that? That's in there. Is that
Maurizio Mediani, I believe?
Is it the 27 or the 37?
I think that's the 27.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Beginning to wonder whether or not that is a real reading on the 66. Have they had a 3rd pit stop? They must have had a 3rd pit stop by now.
Let me check. Big crowd on hand here at the Nurburgring for round 4 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Only the 2nd year in Germany for the World Endurance Championship. And as the green flag was waved by Maria Hoff-Riesch, it was the 6 factory cars, Audi on the 1st row, Porsche on the 2nd and Toyota on the 3rd, who broke away from the rest of the field, who came through. At one stage there were actually 5 cars abreast going into turn 1, remarkably. Timo Bernhard put pressure on the Audis early on and indeed split the 2 Ingolstadt machines. Tried to go for the lead, but Marcel Fessler played the cannier game and cut back to retake it. Neil Yarney misjudging his braking and clipping the front of Harry Tinknell's Ford. Very nearly collecting Richie Stanaway in the Aston as well. At the time of the second set of pit stops, a brilliant turnaround from Porsche kept the number 1 in the lead. Andy Priol with a nasty moment got out of the car rather quickly after the fuel fire, and the 67 car has been into the pits a couple of times and now sits the last of the cars still running on the track. Audi and Porsche have provided excellent entertainment and competition at the front of the field. Brendan Hartley getting a slow puncture that slowed him and the car's progress. Turn 1 has been the action area. So that number 1 car out of kilter with the rest of the teams at the front of the field. GTE Am with Corvette, Aston and Porsche battling, and the usual battle of the pit crews as well. Pivotal moment of the race so far, full course yellow coming out for the Ferrari. Francois Perraudot just going too deep into the braking area for the Vidal chicane. GTR battle going very well indeed at that stage for the Porsche, taking the lead with that bold overtaking. Drama for championship second place in LMP2, the G-Drive team with a broken gearbox. The second full course yellow of the day fell perfectly for the number 2 Porsche. A piece of Toyota bodywork retrieved by one of our heroic marshals, and Neil Janney got back out in front of Timo Bernhard, his teammate, but crucially in front of the 2 Audis as well. Stefan Mucker in the 66 Ford is on a fuel run and has stretched out the eco part of the Ford EcoBoost and currently leads in GT Pro. So that is the story of the race until now. Let me run you through the class leaders. It is Matthias Lauda who leads for Aston Martin in Am by about 30 seconds from Christian Ried, the 78 Porsche. Then it's the Corvette, the 50 car, in third place. But David Enemeyer Hansen, after a car that first wouldn't fire up and then burst into flames, is just a couple of tenths behind third position in the 88 car. And that is that battle on the screen right now. David Enemeyer Hansen and the Corvette. In Pro, Mucker by just a second from team. 66 from 99, all teammates of course at Aston Martin. Then Jimmy Bruni, another 8 tenths further back. The top 3 pretty much as one. But Mucker stretching the fuel on that Ford phenomenally. 2 pit stops to everybody else's 3. The others have short pitted to take advantage of full course yellow. But Stefan Mucker and the 66 car will be trying to get to the flag on 3 more pit stops from here. That's 3 more, including the one he's about to do. In LMP2, Menezes in the 36 RGR car leads from Matt Rao for 45, Manor in second, and Bruno Senna for the Ligier number 43 in third. And it's Gianni by 10 seconds, 11 now, from Bernhard in second, 2 Porsches, 2 and 1 and 1 and 2. And then another 20 seconds further back, the first of the Audis. Graham Goodwin.
Absolutely right, and spot on to do with what's happening in GTE Pro. It is 2 completely different strategies, and we'll see in 2 hours and 48 minutes who's got it right, because everybody else, other than the 66 Ford squad, has opted, you're quite right, John, to short stint and take advantage where they think there's an advantage under full course yellow. The 66 Ford opted not to do that. 67 Ford, because of that fire in the pit lane, is effectively out of it. So we're going to see whether or not they played it correctly. Who's got the wisest head on shoulders on pit wall? This battle, though, David Enemeyer Hansen venting his inner Twitter to try to see whether or not he can get by the number 50 Corvette for third position. Frustration was showing.
I thought he was very honest in that interview with Louise earlier on, and he's obviously attracted a bit of Twitter following for his forthright way. But Ben Barker, who's coming up behind them in the blue and Etruscan orange Porsche, Gulf Racing UK, is not in this battle. He's a couple of laps back.
Yep.
Check that, he's 1 lap back from these guys. So he's trying to get on the same lap. He is actually only 2 places behind them. Oh, a slow
trouble.
CLM. Oh, just when we were saying earlier on how well that car had been going, it's Ollie Webb who got in that car at the last stop.
Trying to restart the car, John.
Looked like no fire from the AER engine.
And that's a
It's
shame.
about Hansen goes down the inside of turn 1, needs to get breathing on the brakes and pull it round to the apex. He's done a brilliant job.
Watch Ben Barker too, looking to take advantage of the loss of rhythm for Yamagishi in the Labra Corvette. Looking up the inside now at the Corvette, but my gosh, that's a powerful car. He does though, on the brakes. Can he make it? Can he? Yes, he can. Lovely move.
Across to the right now.
Good Porsche Cup move there from Ben Barker.
And there is the CLM in the background through the what would normally be the Yokohama cutout for the Nurburgring 24. Now, that is turn 4, Marshall's Post 11, and he's out of the way at the moment. The yellows are out of that area now. Were the yellows out when that pass was made by Barker?
I think that second one, well, it's a matter of exactly where is the yellow flag.
Oh, huge slide from the number 43, Bruno Senna.
That's Matt Rao under pressure from Bruno Senna. Bruno Senna less than a second back as they crossed the line last time out. This, by the way, for second in LMP2.
Some kind of smoke or steam coming from the back. It may just be smoke from the, or steam from the brakes of the number 4 CLM. In comes Stefan Mucker from the lead.
This is that third stop.
Now, it'll be only 2 more stops for him after this. I think everybody else needs 3. I really do. I think it's going to be very, very close.
It's going to be tight. There's going to be a full course yellow again, John.
Well, this plays into Ford's hands. That was a very good time to stop.
Full course yellow. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow. Full course yellow.
So there is Ollie Webb hammering the steering wheel. That sounds, or that looks to me, the body language of a man who knows that it's pretty well done. And I think he's just been told he was on the box as well, so he's closed the door. He's just on the exit at turn 4. Actually, he's a little bit further around than I thought. No, he's not. No, that is the well, he's got it started. For a moment, no.
No trouble. No. There's steam or smoke in the cockpit. That's enough, says Ollie Webb.
I thought for a moment there he'd got it started, Graham. It is exactly where I thought it was. It's the cut through that's used in the configuration of the Grand Prix circuit that is added on to the end of the Nordschleife for the 24 hours. Chance to give you a quick look at what's been going on around the racing leading up to green flag. Le Mans Spirit Club present at every WEC round. I'm put off by hearing myself in the background now. And at the top of the Porsche Tower, one of the best looks at the circuit. Views from there. The Porsche Tower again as well. Oh, hello. We haven't been invited to that.
Oh, that's not fair, is it?
No.
All that.
It's very warm in this box. Apologies for the language there. As we get back to the action. And yeah, there's a fire on the left-hand side of that car.
That is exactly the same as we saw from the CLM at Le Mans.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is. This is a fire underneath the engine compartment, and you
Looks
really
to be from the exhaust, John.
Yeah, maybe just has it caught on the.
Ollie Webb is not happy with what he perceives to be the response time there.
Well, it was steaming before, but without any lick of flame. Ollie may well have I didn't see him pull the fire extinguisher for the engine compartment.
Ollie may well have radioed
yes.
his concerns, so we don't know. But clearly he's not a very happy Ollie at the moment, and why would he be? Car was running very well indeed. We're clearly now, I'm afraid, race is done.
Now, if I'm Audi, I'd come in now, because it's going to be a long full course yellow. I'd pull the 8 and the 7 in and brim fill them, and there's your splash, done. Got to be doing that now.
CLM, I'm afraid, is going to be the first confirmed retirement, actually. Still work going on, by the way, in the garage for the number 26. Clock is ticking, though, of course, for that to be a job that's going to be achievable in the time allotted.
Porsches have got there first. Audi have got to pit. Audi have got to pit now. This is rather forced Audi's hands. They weren't in a position. Oh, the number 2's being pushed back. That's not very good. That's going to cost the leader time. And
to the team car. Toyota in, Stracker in, Audi in.
Yeah, Conway back off the lead lap again, though. See, I think I might have left Conway out to get back on the lead lap there.
Maybe.
Very long stop for the number 1. Number 2's a long time gone. This Audi's going to be close to it, you know. Oh no, they're putting tyres on it. It would have been close if they hadn't put tyres on it. And going to be tyres for both of the Audis, 7 and 8. Hartley and Brendan Hartley in the 2 and 1 respectively. They've gone back out. Lucas de Grassi stays in the 8, and did Marcel Fessler stay in the 7 there, Graham?
Marcel Fessler, I did not see a driver change in that car.
No, I think he probably stayed in. This will be sort of 2.5 stints for these guys if it all goes to plan, with 2 hours and 40 minutes or thereabouts still to go. Yeah, Marcel Fessler did stay in. The luckless CLM with Ollie Webb directing operations is craned into a safe area. So we'll be going back to green anytime soon. Really good timing of that caution for Stefan Mucker and Ollie Pla, both of whom made stops under the full course yellow. Oh, sorry, should I say Mucker brought it in and Pla took it out. Marino Franchitti, by the way, just out of the pit lane now in his opening stint for the 67 car, which had that fire early on. Ollie Webb is now plugged into the car, talking to the team on the radio. Audi still need to save fuel to get to the end from here. Paul Trustwell giving us that information from back at base in London. So once again, we've got some people whose speed limiters aren't exactly 80 kilometres an hour, causing a bit of frustration. Joel Camathias in the 78 ahead of the 88 of Hennemeyer Hansen. That's a battle for position right there on track. Still waiting for the green flag. At Specutainment and at DSC Editor. Like to get in touch with us.
There's a huge amount of traffic on that, has to be said. Small amount of water, by the way. Track limits area turn 4. That will be the firefighting on the CLM. fire, dealing with the small fire in the CLM. I think that was basically the something exhaust.
5, 4.
Back to green.
3,
2, 1.
Track is back to green. Track is back to green. We're back to racing speed.
Oh, and a
Trouble for the 78.
Mathias didn't get the gear and immediately loses position, which is second in class to David Hennemeyer Hansen.
Yeah.
Paul Dalla has got into the leading car. Matthias Lauda is out. He's got 90 seconds on Hennemeyer Hansen now in second. 98 Aston from 88 Porsche, from 78 Porsche, and then the 50 Chevy Corvette another 4 seconds further back. All of those are on the lead lap in class. And I think Emmanuel Collard's going to come through and just be on the very back end of the lead lap as well, in the number 83 Porsche. Let me see how that works out. Yes, he is, but only just. He's about to be lapped if he's not careful. Down into turn 1. Cars arriving at different speeds. Battle for the lead in GTE Pro, Graham. Aston versus Ford, and this is a...
Was that a touch?
It was a little touch, but I think Nicky Thiem is wise to that. He's got the inside for the next one. Oh, big cut in front by Jimmy Bruni.
It's damaged the mirror on the Ferrari. The Ferrari's mirror's loose. Driver's right.
We'll have another look at this. It was very close. Bruni up the inside.
Yes, there. More than a kiss.
Well, room was given there by the Aston, and Jimmy's got to hold his line at that point. You don't have the right to pull over into someone, but by the same token, you shouldn't close down. Now let's have a look. Does the grab close?
That's the mirror. There's a happy chappy.
Mark Lieb still leads with just over 2.5 hours to go. It's 11.5 seconds now to Brendan Hartley in second, and Luca Di Grassi is another 7 seconds away in third. 2, 1 and 8 Porsche and Audi are your top three. In LMP2, Nico Lapierre has pitted in the 36 Signatec Alpine. Don't see the point of that. Should have done it under yellow.
Well, they've got, well, technically a reasonable advantage, but that's actually not. They don't.
No, they've got no advantage at all.
Philippe Albuquerque will immediately go through into the lead.
Yep. Richard Bradley behind the wheel of the third place Manor now.
Keeping an eye on Lucas Di Grassi. Catching Brendan Hartley at the moment. With a slow lap last time around, and that would have been just as we went back to green from Mark Lieb. The final sector, I suspect it was 1:46. Di Grassi now 6 seconds back from Brendan Hartley.
Mike Conway there, just enjoying a little bit of a ride on board. Now this is the 66 of Ollie Pla. Ahead of him is a battle for position. Hard to think with two cars that look that much different. And Richard Leeds, as Ollie Pla continues to search for the lowest gear possible there. Turn 1 and the chicane, I think both first gear for the Fords. Chance to hear that very distinctive coughing, spluttering and popping and banging from the Ford EcoBoost engine, and doing some great work with the anti-lag, turbo anti-lag systems. When you're not on the throttle on a turbo, the turbine slows down. Then when you get back on again, it takes a moment for it to speed up.
Absolutely.
The bigger the turbo, the worse that is.
That was Olivier Plat up in 5th position ahead of Ricard Leeds, champion last year, of course, Ricard.
And Ford have developed a system similar in concept to the old rally car systems of the 1980s, anti-lag system. Now, in those days, what you did was threw neat fuel into it to spin it up, to keep the pot boiling, as it were.
Can't really do that in an efficiency series, though,
You cannot do that. You just wouldn't get the mileage out of the cars. So Ford have got it's a fly-by-wire throttle system. And what they've got is a system that controls the throttle butterflies, so that when you lift off completely, but you must lift off completely to make this work, the butterflies obviously close, and then a nanosecond later, with the fuel flow turned off, they open again. That nanosecond is just enough for a vacuum behind the turbo to build up downstream. Then when the butterflies open up again, what you're getting through is air flushed through to spin the turbo up again, and that's why you hear that popping and banging. It's not fuel, it's air getting flushed through the system. It spins the turbo back up again, not to full operating revs, but quicker than it would be. And then as you go for the throttle again, the butterflies close, the fuel's turned back on again, and the butterflies open. Now that all happens in a blink of an eye, and depending on how you drive the car, depends on how much you get out of it. You can't be blipping the throttle through the corner. You've got to come right off and right back on again to get the best out of it. That wasn't a good sight from G-Drive.
It was a terrible sight from G-Drive. Championship contender, of course, and no work going on in that car. No news yet of a retirement for the 26, but gearbox troubles with Alex Brunner at the wheel before the halfway mark, and that looked to me, John, like game over for 26, and that's very good news indeed. The championship leading 36 Signatec Alpine, which still leads this race.
And at the moment, my calculations say that would be no points at all for G-Drive.
Correct.
Well, they get a point for pole.
They do get a point for their foot, and yes, they do indeed. But no, very bad news in the championship for them.
Bruno Senna enjoying his second crack at prototypes. He's down in the pit lane now with Louise.
Well, we're just disturbing Bruno having his lunch, but Felipe is putting in a great performance so far, and this is perfect for you before the Mexico race.
Absolutely. It's fantastic to be on the pace here. I think we struggled for pace a little bit in the last two races. And yeah, here we're fighting for a good podium so far, and I think we can push the leaders a little bit. So yeah, I hope we can keep on the fight, and that should be fun.
Have you got any tricks in your back pocket?
Well, so far our best part was the strategy. We've been very strong with the strategy. We managed to make up the gap we had before with the other guys by pitting the right time, and we had a good pace. So hopefully we can just keep on pushing, keep the pressure on, and maybe the guys in front will have something to think about.
Thank you.
That team at the moment lies third in the points, still in P2 after that win at Silverstone. So 31 points back, they need the points.
Felipe, it's clear now that we are going for complete double stint on this set of tires. So complete double stint on this set of tires.
I don't know whether it's just me today, but I'm having...
Double stint, I think.
Right.
On the current tyre.
Oh, you saw a great example there of the Magneti Marelli flag in the carb system there that
Blue
flashed
flag.
up blue.
And then
it says
Porsche,
blue.
And the Porsche flag flew by.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh dear.
That was
77 and the 78 cars side by side.
Right, come out the same garage, and they saw again. Actually, it happened earlier, didn't it, with the 78 and the 88 as the race went green. GT Am, by the way, still Paul Dalano ahead of now David Heimer Hansen, then Joel Camathias. So Aston Martin from Porsche. This is Manu Collard trying to get back onto terms with the leading cars and making great inroads into that gap. He's about a minute back from Heimar Hansen in second position. So picking up time on most of the cars ahead of him. Lead the race, meanwhile. It is compressing, John. It is coming closer together. The main battle at the moment, Brendan Hartley trying to fend off Lucas de Grassi for second.
Mike Conway is back on the lead lap. Kaz Nakajima is not. He's, well, I'll tell you in about 5 seconds time when they come across the line. But I think Kaz Nakajima has dropped off the lead lap. Yes, he has, but only just. He's in behind Mark Lieb at the moment.
To complete the point, by the way, as we watch GT battles galore here, this is the 97 car followed by the 66.
And then the 88 in behind them as well, who is the leader in ARM, and that is now David Enemar Hansen, who's got to the lead.
It's 97 up the inside of 88 as Reclash here squeezed, and that's Nick Leventis going up the inside the pair of them. There's double contact.
I think Nick's just come out of the pits, hasn't he?
No.
No, he was just passing those two.
That was two GT cars in their own battle, not seeing the prototype up the inside, and still Nick Leventis has not managed to get by the 97 Aston Martin, in the hands at the moment
of Darren Turner in 4th place, and that's Ollie Clark in 5th behind him. SMP 27, Maurizio Mediani in the pits for a new set of Dunlops.
That swaps positions between the two PR01s. Vitaly Petrov goes ahead up into 13th position overall and into what will be 5th position in LMP2. Juventus still looking for a way by the Aston Martin. Darren Turner, though, is worried less about Leventis and more about Blah. He doesn't want to compromise his line anywhere.
No, exactly. Into the Vidal chicane now. And Darren Turner, the second car of the two ahead of us, is the target. And that would give us 4th position, us being Ollie Platt. You sit in the, what would be the passenger seat of the road going Ford GT. Man, those GT cars are quick. And here comes the leader of the race overall. Decisive, be decisive here, Mark. He hasn't seen you.
He hasn't. Deals with that beautifully, actually.
He does, yeah. I was wrong because he had seen him.
Inside of the Aston Martin, outside of the Gibson, away and clear. And would have lost very little time in doing that. Leaves that task now to the chasing cars behind. Further gain that time around for de Grassi. The gap now between second and third, under 5 seconds.
Car 83 has been caught speeding under full course yellow and will have a 20-second hold at the end of its next pit stop.
Oh dear.
That's going to take it out of the battle for 3rd place.
Not sure we've seen that done before in an actual regular pit stop. Particular way. Felipe Albuquerque, by the way, puts in the fastest lap of the 43's race. 10 seconds now the gap. Lapierre to Albuquerque. With Richard Bradley, a further 10 seconds back in the 45 manner. Battling GT cars with Audis. Looking for a way by. And with good reason. Very much in the mix, the gap 1st to 4th, 24 seconds now.
Just hearing from Stephen Kilby, conduit to the press room, that the G-Drive 26 car championship 2nd position in LMP2, confirmed retirement. Alex Brundle making that announcement to the press room here at the Nurburgring. So no points, I reckon, for that car. They will not have done the requisite amount of time or laps. And that is very good news indeed for the Alpine that's leading at the moment in the hands of Nico Lapierre, the 36 car, which is already the leader of the championship, and it's going to extend its lead. In fact, from memory, the 26 car might actually lose its 2nd position here in the championship. That's something I'll set Graham on. place in GTE Pro still up for grabs.
Indeed, Bruni though still has Nicky team to consider. Just 2 seconds back from the Ferrari man. Aston Martin very much in the mix here.
Toyota coming down the pit lane, and Louise Beckett, is this looking, well, it's not on time, so presumably something awry here.
They have got the dollies out, no tyres. It may be just precautionary, but the dollies are at the ready. He's just pulling in now. I don't know what pictures you can see. No, that car's going in.
Thanks, Lou. Well, the dollies go underneath, and Toyota's woes in the WEC continue. Darren Turner continues and holds off an Ollie Platt, who continues to chase him down. Remarkably close performance, these two cars, down through turn 1 into the Mercedes arena. Mike Conway, by the way, who brought that Toyota in.
Not been their day and not been able to transfer the form they showed at Le Mans in hugely dramatic fashion eventually into similar pace here, John.
That's a good point, Graham, because they were, if not dominant, certainly they seemed to have an advantage at Le Mans, as they did at Spa, let's not forget, until engine wars halted them then. I'm not seeing that here, and I wonder if they've maybe gone the wrong way with their new aero. They've lost the balance of that car. They were making fairly substantial rear wing changes right up until qualifying, weren't they?
Well, if they've taken the wrong turn, it's a very bad one indeed, because that's the aero kit that's due to be with the car for the remainder of the season, unless they've compromised here for something they think will bring them an advantage elsewhere. Here comes the Ford looking for a slingshot by the 97. No way by there.
He was so close to bump drafting Darren Turner there as they ran down the hill. Extraordinary driving by both men. The Aston, based on a 14-year-old design now. That is a design that's 14-year-old, not something that was drawn by a
14-year-old.
Although,
fair enough. If you were going to draw a GT car, you'd probably draw something remarkably like that.
Marek Reichman still has it. Marek Reichman still has the, I'm sure, has the enthusiasm of a 14-year-old, the man who designs the road cars for Aston Martin. The new Vantage, which the road car is due next year, 17, yes, has been described as what you would expect to see if there was a union between a DB10,
the Aston Martin from the film from Spectre,
and the Aston Martin Vulcan. Possibly the most beautifully aggressive thing I've ever seen that hasn't been strapped to a hard point on a fighter or a bomber. So the
didn't actually hear what it said on the radio there, but it was clearly reports on the issue that was foxing Mike Conway. Enrico Biasci has been strapped aboard whilst the team go to work on the car. Meantime, Olivier Platt still looking to find a way by Darren Turner. Darren Turner still determined that's not going to happen. Aston Martin through and through. Darren Turner has driven every race car produced in the Aston Martin racing era, has won in most of them. Whether that be P1, GT1, GTE, GT3 and GT4. Oh, and that's a touch, the big touch indeed, between Turner and the 43 car. That was Felipe Albuquerque.
Second place in his category.
And that Albuquerque needing to use the cut through See that again. No real way around there for Felipe, I'm afraid.
What's he thinking?
No.
It's two cars battling for position, which you know his team would have told him.
No, he's concentrating clearly on the battle he's got. That's one on the timing screens at the moment rather than visually.
True.
No,
let's go down to the pit lane with Louise watching Toyota.
The number 6 has just been pushed back out onto the pit lane. Yes, it's being released now, and I will be speaking to Rob Lupin any second.
Well, Rob is one of the programme senior members there.
Just saw the RGR by Morand car, letting the two GT cars back through. I think anticipated a potential penalty for that move.
Yes, getting time or distance.
Aerobatics across, that's an Machete, I think.
Oh, good effort.
It's actually another piece of kit that featured in the James Bond film in the Daniel Craig era.
'66 there with Ollie Clark still in the wheel tracks of Darren Turner. The performance levels of the GTE cars seemingly very much more to our audience's likings. So you're seeing at the moment the Ferrari of Jimmy Bruni leading by just a couple of seconds from Nicky Team. Sam Bird in third with the Ferrari. Then this battle between Turner and Clark. Let's go back down to Toyota. Rob Lupin is indeed with our Louise.
Well, we saw the 6 come in, go into the garage, and it's back out again now. We heard on the radio there's engine issues. Can you just explain more, Rob?
There was a problem around the engine, yes. Parts came loose. We had to check it quickly. They have replaced the part. And what the root cause is, the real reason, we don't know yet. But we should be able to continue now.
Thank you.
Okay.
It wasn't the Toyota complaining about vibration earlier, it was the Porsche, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah. Might have been. Yes, it was. It was Mark Lieb. I remember the picture of the helmet wobbling around in the blue colours. Well, Kimi Kobayashi is back out, but now off the pace, so this will become an extended test session. So Hennemeyer Hansen, by the way, is cleared off from Joel Mathias to the tune of about 5 seconds.
David's time was a bit exceptional, actually.
And he's chasing down Paul Dalla He's got about a minute on Paul to catch Paul Dalla. I think I put him in the lead of the ARM category a little while ago. That's because he's the first on the second page. What I hadn't realised was that Paul Dalla in the 98 Aston has got him into the lead.
That was contact from one of the S&P cars on Darren Turner. That's allowed Olivier Blas, I think, through to take the place it has.
Turn one again.
I'm afraid that's 2 contacts.
Was the contact between that and watch the end of this as well, Graham. I think the S&P 37 clips the Ford as well. Just for good measure, does it?
No, not quite.
Close.
But that is Vitaly Petrov. So 2 contacts from 2 different LMP2 cars on 2 laps for Darren Turner. I'm afraid has cost him that position. He'll be pretty rightly furious. 2 hours 30 minutes remain. Lead gap 8 seconds between the 2 Porsches. 6 seconds back now, Lucas Di Grassi. A further 7 seconds back to Marcel Fessler.
Right, here's an update from our computer. Deep Thought, Trustwell. In GT Pro, the 51 Ferrari, the 95 Aston, that's Bruni and Team first and second. The 71 in third, Sam Bird in a Ferrari. And the 97 Darren Turner in fifth now will hit in the next 5 laps, which will mean they'll all just need one further stop. The 66 will be stopping but it has to stop twice more after that, leaving it out of place in the class. That's the situation down there.
Well, whilst we haven't had much wheel-banging action in the top four, John, they've been tracking each other remarkably over the last hour or so. Realistically, on pace, the Totas are out of it at the moment. It is all about a consistent run through traffic from these cars. They lose a second here, they gain a second there. In, out, and shake it all about. And that might be the problem for Tota. Maybe a bit too much shaking about. Recall at Spa, of course, where both cars had actually not identical issues in the engine bay, and that proved to be because of impact damage with the cars bottoming out.
Andre Lotterer waits patiently for his time. Marcel Fessler currently driving the number 7 car, just the two of them in that team. If you weren't with us earlier, Ben Treluer not making this race, fell off his mountain bike and did himself a bit of damage in his back, but we have had it confirmed from Audi Sport Yost Racing. He will be back at Mexico City the next round of this year's championship, round 5 in fact. So we are pretty much halfway through the championship as we stand, with Mark Lead now having an 8-second lead over his teammate Brendan Hartley. Porsches 2 and 1 are 1 and 2. Clouds beginning to gather, the temperatures dropping. In LMP2, Nico Lapierre leads for Alpine from Philippe Albuquerque in second, in the Ligier number 43. Then Richard Bradley in the 45 Manor in third position. In Pro, first Bruni Ferrari 51 by 2 seconds. Nicky Team Aston 95 with 10 seconds the gap between second and third place. Sam Bird 71 Ferrari. And in AM, Paul Dall'Anna leads for the 98 Aston and is in the realm of the first timing page, so means he's in position 25, and he has nearly a full lap on David Hennemeyer Hansen. Yes,
2/3 of a lap. And that would be about right, because the issues earlier for the 88, so the 98 cars had a clean run where others have failed to do so. And it's also, again, I think some pretty good tactical thinking, strategy from Aston Martin Racing, pitting the 98 car at the optimum times.
No, Dall'Anna has got 58 seconds still, so just under a minute. So that's stayed about the same over Hennemeyer Hansen in the 88, and the second of the Porsches in third position, Jorge Mathias, is another 2 seconds further back, and he's pulled a couple of seconds back on Hennemeyer Hansen. Emmanuel Collard will have to serve a 20-second penalty before he next gets his car serviced.
The car will be brought to a stop, that count will be made, and then it'll be the shame
stop, because he's close to within 5 seconds of a potential. No, he's gone through as Yamagishi pits.
Yeah.
Porsche action, and that is Mark Webber.
It is clearly next aboard for the chasing number 1 car.
Still 10 seconds between the two teammates.
The distance, though, John, at this stage in the championship between the 2 and the 1 would indicate that
you wouldn't be telling the 2 to slow down.
You wouldn't tell them to slow down, and I'm not particularly sure you'd be encouraging the 1 to try to go by either.
No. You're looking for Porsche now are looking for a 1-2.
Yes, exactly that.
Which of the Audis is higher up in the table?
8.
So that's the right one for Audi as well. So, I mean, Lucas Di Grassi doesn't know the meaning of just take it easy, does he?
No, I tried that one on him, he was completely baffled by it. Absolutely baffled.
On board with the squealing hybrid of Brendan Hartley. Through the Schumacher S's. Completely flat through there.
A little bit of news, by the way, on that Alpine sports car. The Alpine Vision was driven on track actually by Philippe Signot from Signatech as the number 88 car in the hands of David Harmer Hansen pits now.
Loses second place in the AM class as he does so.
Yep, and also confirmed that that car will be in competition in a couple of years' time, confirmed by the CEO of Alpine, Michael van der Sande, who's in the pit box with the Signatech team. No news yet of the classification for that car or where we will see it racing, but I guess would be a GT4. 83 car continues on the way. Collard now up to third position, but as John said just a few moments ago, will need to serve 20 seconds stop and hold in the next pit stop or before the next pit stop. In other words, stop for 20 seconds, then the team can attend to the car. Pacey, but unfortunately a couple of errors cost it time. 2 hours and 5 minutes to go. In about 5 minutes time, stick with us. I'm not sure there's anybody going to be going away at this stage, but we'll have some news for you about the 2017 FIA WEC. 2 hours 5 minutes.
Turn 5 with an issue now. The yellow flag. Let's see why. Oh, I'll tell you why. That is the 71 car. And that is Sam Bird going off the track.
Yellow removed, so battle rejoined. Oh, and look, 3 LMP2 cars beating each other up. Targets for tonight is Nick Leventis with Vitaly Petrov looking to relieve Nick Leventis of what is now 4th position. Behind that is, I think that's the 35 Baxi DC car. Petrov goes through, but immediately pits. So Leventis will go by before, I think, the car crosses the timing line. Will retake the position, so Leventis will cross the line, still in 4th. 37, BR01, down pit road. Will this be a driver change for the 37? You can see that just from our commentary position here. The answer is no. Petrov will stay aboard. So it's Williamson, Johnny Kane Jr. Watching the boss proceed. A pretty good stint so far here.
Yes.
From Nick Leventis. Should still see Johnny Kane back aboard before the end of this race. Fuel only for the SMP racing car. And Petrov back out and into battle. The replay you're seeing here is an earlier stop. So, GTE classes. It's Jimmy Bruni still from Nicky Team, still in pretty close attendance though. Sam Bird further 20 seconds back in AM. It is the Aston Martin of Paul Dall'Anna from Joel Camathias and Manu Collard, but Collard, as say, he needs to serve that penalty at his next stop. In P2, Nico Lapierre from Felipe Albuquerque, from Richard Bradley, Signatec Alpine from the RGR Ligier, from the 45 Mana Orica. In the LMP1 Privateer Stakes, it's this car again, the 13 car, ahead of its sister 12 car after the retirement of the CLM, that run very well to that point.
It's battle for position with Leventis and Pizzonia. Nick Leventis glances to his right. Pizzonia's got position as he comes down into turn 1, and Nick needs to stay out wide. Now cut back, get on the power early. Can he get it through? He can't. Didn't have the grip there on the inside of the corner.
That means it's Mana now in 3rd and 4th in LMP2. Nick Leventis probably quite wisely giving best there to the professional driver in the 44 car. Antonio Pizzonia joins the team this week, of course, with the departure of Will Stevens and James Yates. Matt House and the other man, Graham Loud in the centre there, watching on as plans begin to come together for mission control at Mana WEC. Out of the pits and back into the race goes James Collado. That means that Nicky Team is back into the lead of the race. 16.5 seconds now to the good from Sam Bird. We are just under a minute away, John, from the end of the 4th hour. An engaging race this.
I mean, you know, we have different types of endurance racing. It all tends to be very tight nowadays. Top 4 all on the same lap, separated by less than half a minute. In LMP2, 14 seconds between the top 2. In Pro, a minute separates the top 3, and actually the next 3 after that are only separated by under 20 seconds. In AM, it's a minute, 55 seconds between 1st and 2nd, so still plenty going on. Collado and Turner know each other well, as into the pits has come Nicky Team from the lead of that class, Graham.
Yes, indeed. 1 minute 12 was the turnaround for the AF Corsa car. Can Aston Martin Racing turn the 95 car around in time to grab that position? So we'll keep watching this. Well, I said we'd tell you a couple of bits of news from the WEC. The first is weekend's attendance here, 58,000, little down on the 62,000 last year, but we've had dreadful weather in the last couple of days leading up to this.
And particularly on Thursday as well.
I suspect we've seen an increase in attendance on race day here. The second, very good news, is that we can confirm that we'll be coming back here next year, the 14th to 16th of July, confirmed for 2017 as part of the calendar for the FIA WEC. And I think we're all very pleased about that. We love cover racing at the Nurburgring.
Well, that's 3 events that we know when they are. Silverstone's dates have been announced. If you go to the Silverstone website, you'll see that it's Easter weekend. Le Mans already been announced, 18th and 19th of June, with the test on the weekend of the 5th and 6th, and now the 14th to the 16th of July here at the Nurburgring. So effectively the weekend before we are now.
So a shorter break
from Le Mans, yes. Porsche 1 and 2, Audi 3 and 4, Toyota 5 and 6. Doesn't really tell the story, does it? Rebellion ahead of the luckless CLM, which barbecued itself earlier on. In LMP2, Alpine 36 from Ligier 43. And in the GT classes, AF Corsa Sam Bird in the 51 leads in Pro, and in AM, it's the 98 Aston Martin Paul Dall'Anna at the wheel of that one as we head into the last third of the race. In and out for Marco Sorensen and Richie Stanaway. Both Astons have had what will be their penultimate stop, that Graham.
And dropped a little time there to Collado. Is actually emerged 7 seconds back from the Ferrari. So we'll keep an eye on that gap. Marco Sorensen will be on the attack now. James Collado, though, will be wanting to repay the gods for the hand that was dealt him at the end of the Spa 6 hours. dominated that race until engine failure in the last 10 or 15 minutes. Mid-time. And Nick Leventis' day just gets trickier and trickier, doesn't it? Now it's Pipo Derani's time. The turns to try to find a way by the 42 car. He does that very neatly indeed, with the Aston Martin Pro car included in the mix there. Derani up now into sixth position rather. No, I was right the first time, fifth. Mark Lieb too makes it by the 42 car. Nice pace at the moment, it's beginning to extend that lead just marginally. Brendan Hartley now also beginning to hold the gap.
Enjoy this for a moment with the Mark Lieb car. Coming out the Mercedes arena now and onto the older part of the circuit. Down the hill past the cutout for the DTM there on the right. Highly banked left-hander, you can really commit to that, it helps you out. A little bit of bank there as well, but Mark having to fight the back end of the car as he curbs it on the exits, coming down the hill now to the Dunlop hairpin where the weather comes from. It didn't look good over there, did it? That looked pretty dark. Regon and Christensen both out and back in the race after their penultimate stops. Ollie Pla leads again, Graham, but our calculations say that that car will need one more stop than everybody else. It's yet to do its fourth stop, whereas everyone else up there has done. And can Ollie Pla pull a Richard Westbrook and coax that car along?
What, reasonably good-looking Englishman?
Put a pair of slippers on. Nick Manassian and Vitaly Petrov together. Petrov in the 37 in the leading BR01.
Meanwhile, we watch the two SMP cars lapping together. And actually, this is for position.
Yes.
Between Petrov and Manassian. Apologies. Felipe Albuquerque is beginning to get the pace back. He'd lost a little while ago and back on the terms with Nico Lapierre.
And Richard Bradley, by the way, is storming along in the 45 manner. 51.7 for him. He was the fastest P2 car last time around, but Scott Sharp has just put the fastest lap for the 30 league year, the ESM car. They're a bit strangely off the pace today, 52.5. Changing to Michelin tyres, maybe still getting to grips with them, pun not entirely inappropriate.
But, I think you're absolutely right. It's a big change for that team. And with no testing, as far as I'm aware, before they came here, it's a decision taken late enough. It didn't even feature in the team's pre-race press release. It's a big learning curve.
And a mistake by
Petrov.
Vitaly, come on. Keep concentrating.
This is going to be interesting.
Well, Nick will want to go through cleanly if he's going to go through. Probably not there, Nick.
He's going to try again.
Turn 3 into turn 4. And he's through, is he?
No. Mr. Petrov will not yield.
Hoping Tung is the next car back down the road, and he's well back down the road, so don't hit the boss. Now he's through. Redmer is through. That's Manassian.
Yes.
in the red mirrored car. 27 goes ahead of the 37, and he's now got 37 seconds to make up on Nick Leventis if he's going to do that.
He did it cleanly up the inside, and that looked to me like someone got the call.
I think Vitaly realised, because you don't want to
that's why.
You want to be banging into each other, as I said.
That's not smart.
That was out of 3 into 4.
Still looking for. We've seen Mr. Gonzalez aboard the 43 car yet?
Not sure. If it was one stint only. I can check that.
So, time yet to see him back. An hour and 51 minutes remain.
Meantime, leader battle just head straight into GTE Pro, and this is Richie Stanaway at the moment ahead. In fact, they've just changed over. Stanaway's just gone ahead of Christensen. That is a change of position from the end of the last lap.
It is.
So Richie Stanaway fighting back in that 77 Aston.
The answer comes back immediately from the human computer that Gonzalez has done is required 75 minutes. So this is a real battle between the professional drivers now for the lead in LMP2. But that is a very important battle at this stage of the championship, because should the 36 car take that win with, of course, their nearest contender, the 26 non-scoring, what's going on at Chip Ganassi Racing in the 66.
Olivier, we have P1, the Ferrari 51 behind you is for position.
Jeff B, who I hope is listening, because I haven't got enough characters to answer him on Twitter, although he has tweeted this in. So what's the Toyota Gazoo Racing team name? Where does that come from? It's a very long story, but if I trace it very quickly, the Gazoo name comes from a website going back a few years, which was very innovative in not only Japan but the world. That was an idea of Mr. Toyota to sell cars on the World Wide Web by showing a picture, and it was called the Gazoo site. I haven't ever got to the bottom of why that was the case, but it has great meaning for Mr. Toyota, and therefore the racing team has picked up that name down through the years. That's why it's Toyota Gazoo Racing.
And that is for all of the major corporate activities in motorsport from Toyota.
Rallying, drifting, and here in the FIA WEC.
Paul Dell'Anna brings the GTM leading 98 Aston Martin to the pit lane, and driver change there to Pedro Lamy.
An hour and 48 minutes. They're going to have to do 2 more stops, aren't they? Oh, and it's a touch. Oh my goodness, that's our leader, Mark Lieb, and the 88 car, Khaled El Khabazi. And is there damage? The Porsche seems to have got away with it. He comes up very quick. Oh, this is a carbon copy, isn't it, of the Hartley incident at Silverstone. A slow-moving 88 car, but look how little time the number 2 Porsche had to react to that. The closing speed so quick.
I think that the carbon we saw fly upwards from the diffuser of the 911.
I'll agree with that.
But if there's no damage to that Porsche, then that's a remarkably strong LMP1 car. There's a big hit, but it was just the worst place in the world to actually make that, to actually catch that car. Khaled just clearly did not see him.
Well, I think Khaled was going slowly. He wasn't up to speed in that part of the circuit.
And beyond that, he's still in the gravel, John.
Oh dear.
There is
a little bit of damage, but not much.
The dive plane is broken on driver's left, but that's all by the look of things. That, however...
Full course yellow coming in 40 seconds, and the lead Porsches have just gone through. Oh, now. Does Audi pit now? You've got to, haven't you? You've got to pit. You've got to pit. And then you can almost get by with one more. Audi have got to pit. Where are they on the track?
The 8's gone through.
Oh.
8, 7, 6,
They
5, 4.
Should have
3,
pitted.
2, 1. Full course yellow. We are under full course yellow.
Fessler pits.
Yeah, that's smart. Degrassi should have pitted. Got to be a flat spot on those tyres for the number 2, surely. Look at this closing speed. Do you know what? I take it back. Kabasi wasn't with a problem. That was his speed. He was braking before turning in. That's the closing speed. That's extraordinary, is it? That's 2 corners that come up very, very quickly indeed.
Very quickly. And Khaled was on his line. He was on his racing line. And yet another disaster strikes the 88 car.
You've got to be so careful when you're coming up on the blind side of a car, the right-hand side of a GT car. Remarkably lucky to get away with just that damage. The incident, by the way, is under investigation. I'm going to say that is
almost the definition, I think, of a racing incident.
Yeah. And the reason that I think that's different from the Brendan Hartley one was because he had less time to take that in. He couldn't see across the corner as you could. It's not that he knew he wasn't there, Mike, didn't he? He was locked up, Leib was locked up. What? Very, very lucky not to do more damage.
Well, we've got a few cars on pit road, including the second place P2 car. There goes the number 7 Audi, the only one of the lead cars, and there's been a bodywork change there. They've had a bodywork change there, John.
Yeah.
Andre Lotter aboard the car. Louise Beckett, I'm sure, will be there like a young gazelle any moment now.
The Nick Leventis, by the way, has got under 5 minutes to do before his drive time is completed. It looks like Khaled El Khabaisi thinks he can drive that car back to the pits, and yes, he can. He's got it running on the return road at the far side of the gravel. It seems to steer, it seems to be going where he wants to point it. That's an extraordinary Porsche on Porsche incident that has left both of the cars bruised but still moving as the leader is pitting. So bodywork change on the number 7 because they were losing a bit of front grip, so that was why we had the nose change. No, not for contact that.
Both Porsches in the pits, John. Number 2.
First and second, yeah.
Ahead of the 1, as well as the number 36 LMP2 leader, ahead of the number 1 on pit road.
Full set of new tyres for the number 8 Audi, Luca Di Grassi. I don't understand why he didn't come in just before they called that full course yellow. They knew it was happening in 15 seconds.
Well, let's wait and see. Does he pit this time around? He's got to. He's got to take whatever advantage he can. Now that's the number 1 car being repositioned.
Up.
Di Grassi in the road now.
Now, do you change the nose? It's only the dive plane, isn't it?
It's not quite just it's a little nibble into the front bodywork.
Nothing at the ready, says Louise, as the new set of Michelins go on, and the number 8 has come in.
Yeah.
See, if
you
don't take the 8 in when you had the chance, I would have rather left him out and got position on the 2 Porsches.
There is a bodywork change on the number 2 car.
Oh, right.
That's going to change the lead, John.
Is it? I don't think it is, you know. They're going to have to push it back. He's the Toyota, where's the Audi? Is it coming down the lane? In the end, the Porsches did swap round, you're right, Graham, because I think they just couldn't be bothered to push the number 2 backwards. They'll switch those back around. Here's the Audi rolling, the number 8 car.
Where is Di Grassi?
He's nowhere, because he's going round at full course yellow pace.
I mean, Lotterer, rather.
I knew who you meant, but he's still nowhere because he's going round at full course yellow pace. has Lotterer. I don't even think Lotterer's cleared the second sector yet. No, he hasn't.
Just has now.
He's going to lose a shed load of time. Remember, he's a lap behind now Webber, Gianni and Duval. So it's going to be Mark Webber leading, from Neil Yanni in second, from Loic Duval in third, from Andre Lotterer in fourth.
In which case, John, Audi made the right call. Audi made the right call because the car that matched the Porsche's call has come out the better.
Yes, you're right. Now everything's cleared up, so I assume we'll be going back to green in a moment or two's time. Sweeper on the track at the 7th corner, Graham.
That's why we're still under full course yellow.
Makes sense. If you're going to throw it for one thing, you might as well get everything else done at the same time. Stand by to go back to green as soon as that's done. Another look at this, just look how quickly that is at real time, that both drivers have to make the decision. I've no doubt that when Khaled El Kabezi looked, there was nothing there. That both of those Porsches have survived relatively intact, Graham, is quite extraordinary to me.
Absolutely. Those watching the towing scoring, by the way, will notice that one of the Rebellions has dropped back a little. 11 minutes in the pits, back on track now with Matteo Tuscia at the wheel. That's a brakes repair for that car. That is the championship leader. Actually, no, it's not, was it? Because the 12 won at Le Mans and the 13 didn't finish. There's 2 wins and 2 overall podiums, in fact, for the 13 car in the early races this season. But, track sweeper doing the job that track sweepers do, which is to sweep the track.
Sweep, it's been a long day, hasn't it? Sweeping it in a very efficient way.
You'll be getting overtime, I'm sure.
Some consternation there. Oh, the 2 car has been reported to the stewards for causing a collision. Neil Jarni then reported to the stewards. Mark Lieb, excuse me. Neil Jarni in the car now. Mark Lieb on his way to the stewards. So Neil Jarni in that car will not know of this. So drama then, as we are in this full course yellow.
Here we go. That's the sweeper getting rid of all the muck and accumulated build-up. It's the 88 car not helping with that task, but Khaled El Kabezi trying to get back on track. Possibly not the best move to do that in the middle of the racing surface. Yep, and the new Khaled El Kabezi's good lady, keeping an eye on proceedings. So will
By
that
the
be
WEC app, one presumes.
I'm absolutely sure. So she'll be listening to us. So hello. But will this be further drama? Let's throw another spanner in the works. This race for one of the leading teams. Of course, there will be no withdrawal of the full course yellow until that track sweeper is away and clear. Under full course caution after instance, well, between the number 2 Porsche 919 and was leading the race at the time,
yes,
and the number 88 GTM Porsche left Calvo Capesi in the gravel and has seen Mark Lieb summoned to the steward's office.
Nick Leventis has brought the 42 into the pits and Johnny Kane is in now. Nick has completed his driving time. Let's swap around after the pit stops with the team, well, seemingly unwilling to push the car back and risk unsafe release on either. So Mark Webber leads the race, 1 from 2. It's the 2 that leads the championship. Then Loic Duval, then Andre Lotter in the number 7 car. That was the first car to make the call under full course yellow to pit. But it would seem that the right call was to match the call from the leader. One to watch that in the future, isn't it? There's more debris being removed there for a growing collection behind the Armco barrier. Track sweeper still underway. This is the bit that you and I could do. You could have us in the team just to do this bit, Graham.
I couldn't do that either. I'd hit that forward for sure. I'd definitely hit that forward.
Yeah, but you'd know which one it was.
Yeah. I'd be bamboozled by the fact that from that angle it looks like a character from the Angry Birds game, and it does. It looks like a bad pig.
Having not got children of that age, I don't understand what you're talking about. There is Mark Lieb having returned from the steward's office, one presumes, or is he just on his way out to it? He's going out the back and clearly doesn't want to talk at the moment.
10,
we're back to green in 5 seconds.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Track is back to green. Track is back to green. Thank you very much.
Oh, and the 2 Toyotas almost come together as they go side by side to go by the Labre Corvette. So Mark Webber leads from Neil Janney in second. Janney some 2 seconds behind the defending world champions. Then the 2 Toyotas, both laps off the lead, but Buemi only 1 lap off the lead, so if he can jump past these Porsches, he would get back on the back end of the lead lap.
And does he think he's got a good race car underneath him all of a sudden at the moment?
Oh, the spin, half spin, catch. Brilliant piece of driving by Loic Duval.
Watch this. Yes.
That's 45 degrees to the direction of travel, and somehow he got it back. Fast hands, Duval. I bet that woke him up. Great catch by our replay Tex as well. Hasn't seemed to have slowed his pace. He's down the inside of that Labre competition Corvette that the Toyotas went by about the same place on the last lap, a little bit further round. Nick Manassian has just come out of the pits in the number 27 SMP racing car. Proper fight in LMP2, by the way, Graham.
Absolutely.
With Nico Lapierre with a 10-second lead on Philippe Albuquerque, who's got a 15-second lead on Richard Bradley.
And 91 minutes remain. 6 hours of the Nurburgring. As we said a half an hour ago, John will be back here again about this time next year.
Yeah, a week earlier. 14th to the 16th of July for this race next year. And Silverstone is Easter weekend in the UK. That date already being promoted on Silverstone site. In fact, you can buy your tickets for that now.
Absolutely.
Le Mans
24 hours date confirmed too.
Le Mans is the weekend of the 5th and the 6th for the test, and then the 18th, 19th for the race itself.
And it's got to be said, FIWC have moved after the first year to an early announcement for their calendars, which has been great.
They're all going to be subject to FIA World Motorsport Council approval, of course.
Absolutely. It's a meeting where you get a better class of biscuits.
36 car into turn 1, leading LMP2 for Nico Lapierre. Chasing him down, Philippe Albuquerque. 13 seconds now, he's lost some time on last lap. Got caught in traffic, he's in an LM GTE battle.
Weber, Yanni, Duval, Lotra, and then into the P2 battle, led away further back. And this is Richard Bradley, third position. He's not concerned about the 35 car behind him, that is laps down. He's concerned about Philippe Albuquerque, 14 seconds up the road, losing time at the moment to the leader. Signatech number 36 leads the race and the championship. Then it's the 43 RGR Bamarand Ligier, the car sponsored by the 6 Hours of Mexico. Our next stop on the World Endurance Championship Fun Bus. Then it's Richard Bradley, the number 45 Mana Orica. And all of a sudden, something has been lit underneath those Toyotas, because third sector times, the two Toyotas have just got remarkably quick, including the fastest.
Place before they caught the temperature changing.
Absolutely, the fastest third sector of the race for Stéphane Sarrazin. One stop remains for each of the LMP cars, with the full course yellows and the various brakes and strategy. Means that the required splashes of fuel have been negated. 44 seconds now is the gap between the top four. The net results of that full course yellow for the number 7 Audi was a loss of around 20 seconds for the leaders. Weber and Yanni, meanwhile, together. 2 seconds apart, in fact. 12 Rebellion, 134 laps on the wheels of that car, about to be lapped once again by the lead car. Here comes Mark Webber up the inside, under power, no answer from the twin turbo AR engined Rebellion to the hyperdrive, the Porsche 919. There are the two Porsches, 1.7 seconds now the gap. Webber, then Gianni. We'll wait to find out whether or not there will be any action taken by the stewards about the contact from Mark Lee. Personally, hope not. 2 is definitely catching the sister car and catching him quickly. Time taken out in all 3 sectors on this lap. Well, the last lap rather. Time taken out again as we start this one. Porsche, Porsche, Audi, Audi, Toyota, Toyota. It looks terribly after you, Claude. But it's not been like that at all. We had an Audi 1-2 for much of the race. Pendulum swung. Porsche took advantage and came on very strong indeed. And these guys are going to be nose to tail before the end of this lap.
14th to the 16th of July next year, clashing with the Montreal Formula E event.
Well, that will be interesting.
Formula E, the second home for quite a lot of drivers from their manufacturer jobs here. In fairness, the Formula E calendar was presented to the World Motorsport Council and rejected by them. So I think there's still some work to do.
That might well be one of the reasons why.
No, there was some TBAs which World Motorsport Council don't like.
0.7 of a second, the lead gap now into the last 86 minutes of the race.
Mark Webber, let's see what the guys are on the phone about.
Okay, Mark, you got car 2 directly behind you. When he gets close, you let him go. He is quick at the moment.
Oh, that's Yanni.
That's
they're talking about.
Basically, let him go.
Yeah.
And we said earlier in the broadcast, John,
it's the number 2 car that's leading the championship.
Absolutely, and the number 1 car in points terms is nowhere.
Yeah. Well, Mark's a team player, always has been, and an honourable driver. Not like him to ignore team orders, so we expect to see him nail Johnny go through. Always a tough thing to have to tell your driver as a engineer.
94.
Look at those 2 pictures side by side there, Graham.
It's vibration.
Obvious that on the right hand side the number 2 car still got the vibration.
Yeah. It's 94 points, by the way, on the board for the number 2 crew at the moment. And in sharp contrast with that, number 1 crew, care to guess? 3.5.
Had have been wrong.
So just a mere...
There he goes. Mark's lifted off way early. Let him go. That's really great driving.
Yep. So just 90.5 points to make up there between the 2. That's just a mark of the racing luck we've seen this season.
Well, the 2 team supported the 1 team at times last year, and
absolutely,
we talk about this being a team sport, not just the drivers in the car, the people around them, but it's also the people in the second car. The main objective for Porsche will be to win the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Tick. Second one, manufacturer championship.
Absolutely, 100%.
Third one, drivers championship.
If anybody within the team really is bothered about that on the list of things before you even discount the manufacturers championship. Absolutely right.
Manufacturers championship comes first for Porsche.
And you talk to any of the drivers, they're fully well aware of that.
That's right.
Lotterer closing the gap, by the way, and quicker than anybody ahead of him, but 39.5 seconds down here.
Don't forget the number 2 has to build up a lead as well in case it gets a penalty. Nick Holland pointing that out.
I have nothing on braking. Copy.
Nothing on braking.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting at the chicane next time around.
Indeed. And by the sound of it, they're aware of that too.
It's
Andreas Seidel.
Andreas Seidel, Dr. Seidel, who is the man now who looks after the 9-19 programme. And a drive-through penalty for the number 2 car about to be announced on the bottom of the screen now. Well. Okay. I'll be honest, I can see why it was called.
Yeah,
I can't.
I'm disappointed, but I can see why.
I can see why it's called.
It was a heavy impact. It affected another car's race. The 88 did exactly what it's told to do and kept to its racing line.
Yeah, complete lock up. You can see from those pictures that Mark Lieb, who's behind the wheel, realised it. Now that's going to cost about 27 seconds to drive through the pit lane.
Yeah, Mark Webber regretting now what he did earlier in the year, carrying that black cat under the ladder.
While smashing a mirror.
Absolutely.
Now, Duval is only 22 seconds behind the leaders.
It's a 27-second run through pit road.
Lotterer is only 41 seconds behind the leader. This is all going to get very, very interesting indeed.
Now, bear in mind, you don't lose 27 seconds. That's how long it takes to go through at reduced speed.
No,
it is going to put
you lose about 29 seconds.
No, you lose 29. It takes 29 seconds to go through, but you're carrying on at least some speed. You won't lose that to a following car.
Right, let's find out. He's on the pit lane limiter now. Number 6 getting a black and white flag. That's Stefan Sarazan in the Toyota.
Duval has not cleared sector 2 yet. Now he does. Now he's 18 seconds from the line.
It's going to be close, Graham. It's going to be very, very close indeed. Watch on the top of the picture for the Audi.
Duval. Still no Duval. Now Duval goes by.
Here he comes. Look to the right-hand side. There's Duval. He's going to go through. He's going to go through, and he does go through.
Just does
it.
Got
to close the door now, and he does. That is second place then. Mark Webber leads by 21 seconds. Duval and Gianni are there to battle it out, and it's 34 seconds further back for Andre Lotterer.
It is
16 seconds further back.
So now the game is Lotterer to put Gianni under pressure, because that is the car that Audi need to be worried about. And all of a sudden, of course, Porsche cannot play the tactical game and put the favourite car ahead without dealing with Loic Duval first.
Well, no, they've got to keep Webber going. They've got to keep Webber going and keep him ahead. Hope that Neil Jarni can deal with Duval, then they can slow down the number 1 car and have it make a late pit stop.
That last pit stop is going to be absolutely critical. What are they going to throw at that?
So very close. Well, Graham, that is all. I mean, that's the sort of thing that can happen, isn't it? You know. Let's go through the other classes. Matthias Lauda back behind the wheel of the 98 leads in but the minute that they had before is down about 23 seconds. Christian Reed in second place in the 78 Porsche. Pierre Rags back into third in the 50 Corvette. In Pro, James Collado by just 7 seconds over Sorensen in the 95 Aston, and another 10-11 seconds back Davide Rigon. LMP2 rather, 24 seconds the gap between the 36 Alpine. Nico Lapierre is pulling out a gap on Philippe Albuquerque in the Ligier. Number 43 Richard Bradley in the 45 Manukar is 15 seconds further back, and had been taking time out of Philippe here, but has just lost a couple of seconds in that last lap. And Mark Webber leads by 21.5 seconds from Loic Duval. No difference at all between them last time around, but Loic Duval has got a second and a half on Neil Jarni. Those two cars are the cars battling at the sharp end of the championship.
And that, of course, courtesy of that drive-through penalty we've just seen for the number 2 car, Neil Jarni, serving the penalty incurred effectively by Mark Lieb for the contact on the 88 car, causing a collision. That's after Porsche had put the 2 car ahead of the 1 tactically, well, for one or both of the reasons. One, to allow them to build up an advantage ahead of the potential penalty, and 2, because it's the better placed car in the championship. They're not hanging around now, though. This is going to be about catch. That's Audi. It is the correct Audi for Audi ahead in the championship terms.
Interesting, the last pit stop by Porsche was only 23 seconds. So that delta time that we were given by Audi, not quite correct.
No. Unless.
Don't even see it. Probably push the right speed limiter button, push the 60 and not the 80.
27 seconds should be a drive-through penalty. A drive-through, we are told. That was done in 23 on the timing that we have here. And if they have made a mistake, Lotterer is too close for them not to lose that place.
Yeah. Audi are looking at that as well, I'm sure. On board with Loic, down towards the Dunlop hairpin. Tucks it early, lets it breathe in the middle of the corner, and then pulls it back, gets the power on. The car he's racing is just 2 cars ahead through the Schumacher S's. That should be flat in a prototype. And Duval is closing, is being closed on by Neil Jani. Like Duval then in second, Neil Jani in third. Louise about to have a chat with Mark Lieb. Let's head down to Louise now. This is going to be all about the penalty.
Well, it was a drive-through penalty for the number 2 for that incident with the 88. Mark, do you think it's warranted?
Sorry?
Do you think that it was the right decision?
Well, these are the rules. We are in the faster cars. I caused the accident. I hit the 88 car, so we accept the decision. It's tough, you know. In these cars, you have to make decisions very quickly, and I thought he's moving to the left, open the door, because normally we go on the outside. I tried to pass him on the inside. It was the wrong decision. That's racing.
Thank you, Mark.
He's a class act, isn't he?
Flawless, and if there's one man in this paddock, even including most of the guys driving GT cars, that knows it from the other point of view, it's Mark Lieb.
No, absolutely. Absolutely.
Served more than an apprenticeship in the Porsche GT ranks. Most in Porsche delighted to see him elevated to the LMP1 programme from the squadron of GT drivers at the start of this, and that was a very classy answer to a question that no race driver wants to be asked, and well done, Lou, for getting in there directly.
Well, just looking back through the data, courtesy of Paul Truswell, Manor did a 22-second drive-through earlier in the race, so it appears that the data that we've been given by Audi wasn't correct. We did get 2 different times from Audi, one for a straight drive-through at 27 seconds, and one for the in-lap and the out-lap and the difference that it would make, plus...
Because that includes braking acceleration.
Plus 20 for the in-lap and plus 9 for the out-lap.
Correct.
And then add to that any time you're standing still. Of course, us looking at the timing screen doesn't make a blind bit of difference, because it depends where that is being timed from.
And this is Neil Jani now back with Loic Duval. They were, it's a last lap around, being caught by Andre Lotterer. He's 12.5 seconds back from here. It's not close enough at the moment to be of any help whatsoever to Loic Duval. He will be getting the hurry-up call.
We did see this, didn't we, here last year when Ben Treluer dragged back up to everybody and provide, Ben not here this weekend, but an absolute masterclass in how to drive defensively in a car that does not have the same performance capabilities as the one around you, because you're on older tyres, etc, etc. Didn't do anything wrong, didn't break any rules. He was absolutely millimetre perfect.
Trouble at the moment for the number 12 car, and there's broken bodywork from bodywork around the front louvres on that 12 car. Has, what is that, 2 laps advantage on the sister 13 car at the moment, so not a lot of time on track. Short lap here, of course, something around 3.5 minutes to get that car turned around and stay ahead. 2 laps as well before it drops behind the P2 leader. Loic Duval manages to put the 77 car briefly in between him and the chasing number 2, Neil Jani.
This from Dave Alcock to us on the Twitter at Specutainment at DSC editor. Classy response by Mark Lieb to Louise's direct question. Once again, proving that Porsche team are the undoubted statesmen of the FIA WEC. Once again, I would say that, actually, with their response to various things recently. Don't disagree with that at all, David?
Absolutely not.
Almost just an hour to go. All of a sudden, we've just got an hour and 11 minutes to go, Graham. One more pit stop for the cars at the front of the field.
Well, I think what I look for, you know, John, in these situations, and the same we saw at Le Mans, is people who are good losers and good winners. And consistently, we've been getting that at the WEC. Not terribly many toys thrown out of prams.
Well, and credit to Gerard Neveu and his organisation team, as well as the PRs for the teams and the PR for the championship as well, because they are fostering that kind of atmosphere, Graham.
Yeah.
Where it is Gerard Neveu, who's the head of the WEC, talks an awful lot about family and how the paddock is a family, and how in good times and bads we pull together, or we celebrate as a family. And that kind of respect that we've got there from Mark to his competitors and to the rules and to officials is part of that atmosphere that has been fostered by the organisation from the very top down. Black and white flag for the 67 car.
That's the one that's way down after the fire, with just after Andy Priaulx climbed aboard the car in pit lane. Frightening moment there with it was the valve sticking open, the breather valve sticking open. 12 car is back out on pit road and will just, I think, retain its position. It's going to be close between that and the 13. Keep an eye on that one. Damaged wheel arch, checking the brakes after the earlier repair for the 13 car. No pressure now, of course, from CLM, and we're keeping with this growingly epic battle between these two. Lotterer is catching, by the way, 10 seconds back now, so he's pulled another second and a half back on this battle, but it's tenths between tenths as well as tenths between the second and third positioned cars. So Webber, 26 seconds the good, then it's this pair, and he's got a run in this time, John.
Tries round the outside, slugs to the ends, can't do it. But as the sunshine in the early evening here, with the local timer just before 6 o'clock, starts to catch those lovely shadows. Beautiful light for taking pictures now. Hope you're enjoying the images wherever you are in the world here, as the WEC once again goes to the wire. Round 4, Audi versus Porsche. Duval versus Jani. This is for second position. Mark Webber leads the motor race. These guys will cross the line now at a distance of 27 seconds behind the leader.
And if you listen in the background, at the end of this pit straight, here come the cavalry, because here comes Andre Lotterer.
Oh, that's a very, very nice move by Loic Duval. Very nice indeed. Complete block pass up the inside. There was 0.001 in it across the line. And Andre Lotterer has closed to within 7 seconds of this battle.
It's closer now, John.
This is a really smart move here. The 8 car turns in and then just releases the brakes and turns again. He doesn't go off the track, but he forces the 2 off the track and gets the tyres dirty on the 2. I've got a feeling Neil Jani is going to be fuming at that.
Oh, he pushed me out the front. We can see that Heidi took you off the track.
Apologies for the language there. That is a very... it's a professional foul, isn't it? There's absolutely no contact at all, but that is a very clever piece of driving from Loic Duval.
Hearing just a bit of an update on the 67 fire. Hearing from Ben Constanduras, and thanks Ben for the input here. A tie wrap stuck in the valve was what caused that fire, apparently.
Yeah.
It's the simplest things.
Let's have another listen. Let's hope that Neil Jarney has calmed down a bit.
Much faster than him. Go get him.
Yeah, smart move by the engineer.
Andre Lotterer, 4.2 seconds now back, and it's coming.
Just put the fastest sector 2 in of the whole race. Marcel Fessler has the fastest lap of the race in that car.
4.7 seconds now back.
And these two, we are going to have a three-way battle for second as Mark Webber eases out at the lead of this race. He's just got to hit his marks now.
This is a carbon copy of what we saw here last year. It's astonishing.
With the Audi coming up, the second Audi coming up, this is amazing. Andre Lotterer is going to be with these guys
there he
at
is.
the end of the next lap. There he is, cresting the rise. Lotterer's going, come on, I want a bit of this. I'll have a bit of this. Get me sleeves rolled up, elbows out.
Now, if you're watching at home, Ben, just calm down.
Yeah, you need to be on the phone immediately, Ben, and tell him how you did it last year.
He'd want to be in this, wouldn't he?
Oh, this is absolutely, this is right up Trellier, Rue de Trellier. It is right up Rue de Trellier. Because he was brilliant last year. Let's hear what they're telling the number 7 car.
Okay, Andre, Porsche number 2 and Audi 8 ahead are fighting. We are 4.8 seconds, 4.8 seconds behind.
That was a delay.
It's 3.2 now.
It's 3.2 now, and he's closing. He took nearly 3 seconds out of them last time. He's going to be on them, as I say, at the end of this lap or the start of the next one. Mark Webber.
He's got to deal with that traffic the same as they do, though, John. There's GT cars in between the 3 cars.
Lotterer is the fastest man in the top 4 at the moment by almost, just by a couple of tenths last time on Mark Webber, but it's been a little more than that. Webber, Duval and Gianni with Lotterer right there. And by the way, Neil Gianni, you would have done exactly the same in that first corner. I don't understand why he's a bit peeved, but you could see that coming. Just don't put yourself there. Lovely bit of driving by Neil and Loic to put themselves in that position to give us that entertainment.
Double helping of spirit of endurance there.
Yeah, think so.
With that ice after the race.
You can see it coming though, couldn't you?
Absolutely.
You can absolutely see it coming. You did not need the Hubble Space Telescope for that one.
No, indeed. And still, Lotterer closes the gap. 3.1 seconds now behind Gianni. Gianni 8 tenths back from Duval. There he comes. They're going to be nose to tail very soon indeed. 30 seconds though now the gap from Webber to Duval. They're not worried about this at the moment. In championship terms, other than for the manufacturers' championship, of course, it's very relevant. But they're looking for big points here. Good run through there from Gianni. That gives him a fair run on the back of Loic Duval. And it might be his last best opportunity before they're joined by the...
Here he comes. That's it. Got the tractor beam on now. Here he goes. Webber, by the way, just reeling off 42 zeros to 42 fives. Exactly what he needs to do.
Might be close enough here for a dig into turn 1, looking on the outside.
No. And he won't fall for the same one this time, and I bet you the Audi won't do it. It's going to be the over and under move. See, that's very, very classy by Loic Duval. Keep him guessing. Now he needs to beat the Aston to turn 3 if he can, and just stand up the guy behind him so that he can't cut across. Nicely done.
2.2 seconds back now across the line for Andre Lotterer.
This is magnificent.
Now he's got to run.
He's got to go to the wrong side though, Graham, and all Loic Duval's got to do is park the number 8 in the middle of the circuit. Here comes his tail end, Charlie. The tail gunner is nearly there to help him out, and the pace clearly in that number 7 car of Andre Lotterer. Next danger area for Loic is the braking area into the chicane, but he seems to get a good punch out of the Dunlop hairpin heading up through the Schumacher S's, the Porsche not staying with the Audi, and here comes Lotterer. Lotterer now will be able to put some pressure on the back of Neil Yarni, and Neil is going to have his hands full from behind as well as in front. This is magnificent stuff. Just when the Porsche starts to get the little advantage again towards the end of the lap and over the start-finish line, here's Lotterer. The man who needs to have his eyes and ears open here as they come through. Leader's gone through. Second place is not going to come through. Lotterer goes, no, he doesn't. There was a moment there I thought Lotterer was going to go to driver's left and have a look down the inside. Everybody losing traction. Lotterer dives down the inside. Great driving by the 44.
Pitsonia.
Yeah, that's classy stuff by Pitsonia.
Good race from him.
The second place car, sorry I call him the leader of this group, the second place car there has eked out a little bit of an advantage. Here comes Lotterer, he's too far back this time surely, but he's now close enough for Neil Jarney to feel the heat of Andrea Lotterer's breath on the back of his hands device.
The knuckles from his gloves, dear me, this has been great stuff. Tenths between the three of them. Now the battle is all about Andre Lotterer. Neil Jarney all of a sudden has to defend. Can't think just exclusively about attacking the Audi ahead, has to think about whether or not he's under any kind of pressure from the Audi behind.
Oh, this is just, I don't want this race to end. And we've still got 60 minutes of it. Nurburgring, round 4, FIA WEC, 6 hours here in Germany. Mark Webber with 31 seconds of a lead ahead of these three bare-knuckle fighters. And Andre Lotterer, the man most likely at the moment, seems to have the fastest car of these three and has a little look, goes to the outside, it's the wrong side, but he's got to overlap, he's got to hold on to that line, and he'll have the line for the left-hander. There's a touch, but he's still there, sticks the nose of the Audi in. Wow, this is brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff from both drivers. Neil Jarney and Lotterer now getting very, very close together. There was a touch there, I'm sure. Into the last 60 minutes. Second, third, fourth explode out of the final corner. Lotterer doing his absolute best, Graham, coming in round the outside. He's ahead for a moment. He gets a little hip check there. Now, there was contact there. There wasn't a turn one.
There was, yeah, just a brush.
Yeah, there was contact there. There wasn't between Gianni and Duval at turn one. Let's have a look at it from the 7 car. That was the bit where I thought the 7 car of Lotterer was going to stick it right up the inside.
So this is the moment.
Dink? No dink. No dink.
It was mighty close.
I think there was a tiny rub there.
But what it did leave is, I'm sure it left Andre Lotterer with muck all over his tyres. He had to drop back a little. He'll be gathering himself again for another go, but he has dropped back. He has dropped back.
Now, that has released Neil Jarney to have a look at Duval again. Lotterer just getting his tyres clean, I'm sure. This time it's the 13.
And traffic.
Tusha, who has to keep his wits about him. The first of those 2 red cars there.
Did stay, by the way, behind his teammates. He's 30 seconds back from Nick Heidfeld for the lead in P1 Privateer. And here comes
the freight train. Duval, Gianni, Lotterer, pretty much as quickly as I can say it, will be streaming by.
Just a little way back.
Oh, big lock up for the man at number 45. That's second, that's third, and Richard Bradley in that car, third in P2, as he went into the tight version of the chicane we're using this weekend. And Audi and Porsche absolutely together. The Lotterer's closed right up again on Neil Jarney. And again, he just can't get by. Trying to use the boost down into the first corner. There's somebody on the right-hand side coming out the pits. It's an Aston Martin. And that would be Nicky Thiem making his final stop in the car that has been leading for a very long time in GTE Pro, excuse me.
Good stop there as well. Takes seconds out the cars ahead of him in terms of the previous pit stops. This now is again about Lotterer on Gianni.
That's the first of the last stops for the head of the field runners in GTE Pro, by the way. So Lotterer now turns it up to gas mark 7, and once again, Neil Jarney is. What have I got to do to get rid of these Audis? I've got one in front, one behind. And this is important championship points here. Should Lotterer be able to put the number 2 Porsche behind him, that will help the number 8 car, Graham, in the terms of the championship.
It most certainly will. Puts the 8 car between them for a moment. The 83 car between them for the moment. By the way, Rui Aguas has got that car up into second position, even including the penalty at the stop for the 83 car. 2 Porsche still have to deal with traffic. Here comes Lotterer again.
Oh, more drama. That's 16-14, about 2 hours ago. A pit stop now.
Lotterer goes through.
Lotterer goes through, yeah, good one. Sliding. Oh, I thought they were both going for the pits there. Side by side through the final corner. I've seen nothing like this. And now the drag race. Who has got the ponies? And how long will they last? The Porsche deploys and gets ahead. Back into third place. But here comes the Audi round the outside. Will they be hoisted by their own petard? Yes, they are. As Johnny uses the Duval manoeuvre on Duval's teammate. He completely Duval'd him down into turn 1 there.
Loicked him like a
Loicked him, yes.
And up the inside again, and it's contact again! Contact again, and this time Lotterer gets by. This is,
that is extraordinary stuff. The most technologically advanced racing cars in the world, brimming full of great ideas, technology, horsepower, hybrid, and we still get wheel-to-wheel racing with 55 minutes to go.
Take these guys out to these cars, put them in a cage, and let's go. Let's go.
Let's go Jade at the end.
This could be interesting.
It's Neil Jarney. This could be interesting.
Yeah, on contact. We have damage on the rear. Damage on the rear.
Oh, damage on the rear of the car, and there's a bit of car in the middle of the road.
The Galaxy panel.
That was from that incident in the pit lane. Effectively,
there was this was the contact in the chicane.
This is turn 2 and 3. That was a bit later on. The turn in the chicane.
Before we forget this, because I noticed it just, we were so concerned with the P1 battle for what is actually third position, by the way. Keep an eye on the 45 car. I spotted it. Big cloud of black.
He's just pitted.
He's got a big. I think he's got a big brake problem on that.
I thought he'd locked up actually, but I think you're right. I think
so the next turn there was a massive cloud of brake dust through the final turn.
Also in for its last pit stop will be the Ben Barker driven 86 Porsche, the Gulf UK racing car.
The Porsche was hit by the BR01, I'm being told. Thank you, Rob Chalmers.
And Richard Bradley has lost third position as Pipo Derani goes through full course. Yellow coming in 15 seconds. In 10. That will be for the debris.
And now is the debris at the exit of the Vidal chicane.
Pit. Who's got a pit stop to do?
All of them.
Pit.
Is it too early?
No. Watch the BR01 behind these two. That's okay. The pass is made. Watch the third of these prototypes. There's the hit.
Big chunk comes off.
Yeah.
And it's in the hit by the ESM car.
Yeah.
That's under tray and the rear bodywork. Now. Plunk.
Audi may not be able to get to the flag from here.
That was a big hit. And it's a big chunk of bodywork. And that will need to be replaced. Now that, I think, John, might be the rear clip on that car.
And Webber's in. Mark Webber is in. I think
they have to match whatever Porsche does here. I don't think they've got an option.
New tyres for Mark's car. Mark's out. Now, I was looking to see replacement tyres for that car. What I was looking to see is whether they were scrubs or whether they were news.
That's Marshall has the world's absolute best doorstop now.
Yeah. Wow, that's a quick stop. Was that one side only? That might have been left only for now Timo Bernhard. Here's the battle between 2 and 3. This is what Romain Dumas didn't like. I mean, he's there. It's alongside, certainly.
No, Johnny. No.
Let's have a look. No, it was Romain Dumas who was cursing about the pit lane. Have a look down the. He's on the curb, but he's there. Side-to-side contact. No worse than what they'd given to him earlier on.
Both Audis in the pits.
Both Audis in. This will be the last stop for the Audis too. Seems like moments ago, but it was actually 5 hours ago when everyone was gathering on the pits, all with hopes and dreams intact. Everything possible for the 6 hours of the Nurburgring at that point. As Maria Hoffel-Riesch waved the green flag, top 6 cleared off from the rest of the field in rows 1 for Audi, 2 for Porsche and 3 for Toyota. Ultimately, Toyota have not really been there today, not able to replicate their pace. It's all been about the close cousins and Volkswagen Audi group, stablemates at Porsche and Audi. Neil Jarney making a mistake and being penalised, in fact, for... No, he got away with that one, the contact on that one on Happy Tinknell. Andy Priault, fortunate to step away from a fire caused by a tie wrap caught in the overflow. Francois Perraudot causing the first full course yellow, just about managing to miss the back of the KCMG Porsche. Drama for the second place championship standing LMP2 car as G-Drive ultimately went out with a gearbox problem, leaving the 36 Alpine championship leader at the head of the race and taking good championship points. Full course yellows peppering the race, and the Porsche number 2 getting the advantage when a piece of Toyota bodywork needed to be picked up, getting it just at the right time to get in and out without losing the lead. The GTE battles both in Pro-Am have been furious and entertaining. At the moment it's Ferrari, Ford, but they've all just come out of the pits for their last pit stop. Mark Lieb, slight miscalculation on Khaled Al-Khabazi and took a drive-through penalty for avoidable contact. Khabazi, by the way, was right in the running at that point. Wolf Hensler's got that car back up to second place. Check that, third place behind Pedro Lami's Aston and Francois Perraudot's Ferrari. So moving into the last hour of the race, the intensity turned right up at the head of the field. Battle for second position with Loic Duval and Andrea Lotterer, and then Neil Jarney joining in, or being rather ganged up on, should I say, by the 2 Audi drivers, taking a hit from the SMP, caused some bodywork to fly off. That would need replacing, and that's what's brought out this full course yellow. Audi and Porsche, though, making sure the crowd in the arena section have been royally entertained at turn 1 today. So currently, Andrea Lotterer third in the 7 Audi, Loic Duval second, and Timo Bernhard leads for the world champions. It's not the result Porsche need. The number 2 car leads the championship at the moment. In GT Pro, 51 Ferrari from 71 Ferrari and 66 Ford, with the sword of a penalty hanging over them. Well, nicely set up. There is the standings. Top 4 actually are on the lead lap. They just hadn't crossed the line when we grabbed the information
Two bits to update with. The first is that can confirm, by the way, we're going to have an additional entry for the 6 Hours of Mexico. Grease Motorsport will be there with ELMS Championship winning Gibson from last year. An additional LMP2 entry. We always like to see a guest entry. Second is, hearing from the Nurburgring Marshals Club, they just need 2 or 3 more parts and they can build themselves an LMP1 from the bits they've picked up.
That's true enough.
I'm guessing there's going to be a few bars and restaurants in the locale with a few extra things on the wall by the time we get back. Oh, look!
It's our friend.
Captain Amazing, or...
Right, now here's the number 2 coming in for its stop under full course yellow. It's going to need a rear clip. Car in the garage, won't they? No, they're just going to send it. I'm not sure that's legal.
They can't send it. They can't send it like that.
Okay. Because of the rear panel, you can see the back wheel. Yeah, okay. Agreed. So they have to change that rear end. That was 4 tyres there.
And I think he's going to get pit stop penalty.
Oh, yes, he is.
There's two. There's 2 things there. There was an issue with additional guy over the line.
Saw that.
Looking at the damage. That's being relayed now by one of the championship officials, and they have not fixed that rear legality panel.
Yeah, it's called a legality panel for a reason. Peugeot will tell you it's Silverstone.
By the way, in about 5 seconds.
Yeah, they can't get that. That car's got to come straight back in.
And with parts trailing, which is specifically...
And we're back to green. Oh dear. Now, they've only got a lap, Graham, before they start losing positions to the Toyotas. So they're going to lose more points there by not doing that.
Now,
all the irony.
That car was sitting, led the race, remember, now down in 4th.
Sitting pretty in 2nd at one stage.
At this point, I'd be staggered if that car didn't get a penalty. The pit lane marshal was very clear. There was a mechanic doing something, I think was looking at the damage with a torch.
Correct. And it doesn't have to be touching the car, he's not allowed over the line. What we're talking about, by the way, dear viewer, look at the left-hand side of the car at the back as opposed to the right. The pieces behind the rear wheels are called legality panels. You are not allowed, when standing behind the car, to see any part of the rear wheel. So the louvres have to be at an angle that you can't see the wheel, and they have to be covered. If you look at the right-hand side there, you can perfectly see it with the Mobil 1 sticker on it. There isn't one on the left-hand side. Cheese wedge sort of shape from Trivial Pursuit.
Absolutely.
Now, Silverstone a few years ago, this cost Peugeot dearly because they couldn't change the rear end of the car.
Look at that side. Profile of the rear wing end plate is completely different because the bottom end of that is missing. There you go.
Oh yeah, it's not even, the rear wing end plate's not even attached. I hadn't even noticed that. Yeah.
So that car, unless we're very much mistaken, is going to have to back on pit lane.
By the way, Mark Webber got out and handed to Timo Bernhard. Timo leading in the number 1 car, so Mark can have a word with Louise.
Mark Webber, would you believe how this race is going?
Yeah, and in between stints, we're doing a photo shoot for Porsche and they wet our faces, so I'm not normally this sweaty, but we're getting wet out the back. Yeah, it's been a really, bizarre race, to be honest, because we lost a bit of time on the full course yellow, well, quite a lot of time. The 2 got a bit of a free pit stop. Great battle with the Audis early on, but I'm so happy that we managed to, so far, out-wrestle the Audis and, do a good job with strategy. Drivers have been awesome in car 1, and I just hope we can get to the end now. We're tight on fuel, and it's been a interesting race. I think the full course yellows, we need to work on those because they're changing the race too much, but in the end, I don't care who wins from just Porsche.
Thank you.
Changed a heck of a lot more, Mark, if it had been safety cars.
Confirmed, by the way, the brake disc failed on the 45. Orica, I think, didn't that happen at Spa to the same car? I've got a funny feeling it was certainly what I thought one of the Manor cars that was in big brake disc trouble at La Source.
I have in my hand, well, hang on, let's have a look at Pisonia versus Johnny Kane at the moment, because this is for the 3rd place on the podium. That's cruel luck, by the way, for Manor. They'd been right in amongst it with that 45 car all day. This is for the 3rd place in LMP2. I have the hand grenade of controversy here in my hand, ready to pull the pin.
Go for it.
I'm not. I'm going to wait till we've seen what happens here with Pisonia and Johnny.
ESM, by the way, are up into 3rd position with Randy L.
And the LMP2 leader is 7th overall, which means it's ahead of both of the P1 privateer cars.
For the moment, being caught fast by Nick Heidfeld at the moment.
Yes, true, but that still means that things aren't all right there at the front of the field.
Absolutely right. They need to find not just the pace, but also the reliability. Both of the cars have spent time in the garage. Bodywork issues and brake issues for the number 12, braking issues for number 13. 44, Pisonia looking to get onto terms with Johnny Kane still. I'm still waiting to hear what it is that John's going to throw into the mix. Interesting to hear Mark Webber say they think they're tight on fuel. Was that Mark being the archdeacon of sneakiness and throwing something into the mix that perhaps wasn't to wrong foot the Audis? So before then, it's going to be back to LMP2 and back to the front of the field. And Stefan McElmy is going to be down in pit lane with Louise.
Well, we haven't heard too much from Signatech Alpine number 36 because you've had a fantastic race so far.
Yep.
Obviously, spirits are high.
It's Gustavo, it's always like this. No, for sure, it's looking good now, but still 40 minutes to go. We know that everything can happen there, and everything is under control until now. We have a little gap. I think Senna behind has better tires, but Nico knows how to do, so we have the most experienced guy in the car, so it will be good.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Well, look at that at the moment, John. The top runners in the LMP2 in the hands of Nico Lapierre, ex-LMP1 factory driver Bruno Senna, ex-Formula 1 driver, and indeed ex-Orica factory P1 driver Ryan Diel, ex-Viper factory driver. Johnny Kane has driven just about everything. Antonio Pisonia, ex-Jaguar Formula 1 driver. That's the top 5, and you're about to pull the pin.
The hand grenade of controversy is we had a big shout and I had a big rant at the end of Le Mans.
That's not like you at all.
About a black and white flag for mechanical. Orange and black flag for mechanical issues on a battle that was going on at the front of the field.
Yep.
GTE for a part of the car that had never been called before and hadn't been called in that race. What we've got here is a Porsche driving round with bits hanging off the back of it.
That's always
having had broken carbon fibre on the back of it, and it's not getting a mechanical flag. No. Now, whether or not you think that that is breaking the rules in terms of the legislation on the quote-unquote legality panel, that doesn't look good to me.
Great battle at the moment, GT Pro. Jimmy Brady putting in the fastest time of that car's race. Let's hear from James Collado.
Well, for the 51 Ferrari, it was a tough battle up to probably about halfway through this race, but you've managed to control it, James.
Yeah, it's been good up until now. It's not over yet, obviously. We know what happened in the first few races. We got a bit unlucky, so fingers crossed. But no, in terms of pace, we've been pretty good. I think I've got to say that I think now all the cars are quite fair. I think the ACO have done a good job with the BOP, and I hope it doesn't change because we've seen some great racing so far, and it's really enjoyable and really close. So yeah, it's been good. Jimmy did a great job getting into the lead, and yeah, we've got 35 minutes to go.
Thank you.
Well, the breaking news there is that the pressure from behind for the two Ferraris from the Ford is about to be relieved, John, because they're going to get a drive-through penalty for the 66 for that pit stop infringement. It was 2 hours ago. It's just been actually sorted. There's still that wagging wing mirror on the number 51, but there's yet another dramatic update to
I'm feeding the pin back into the hand grenade of controversy, because the number 2 Porsche has quite correctly been called on a black and orange, the mechanical flag, to repair the left rear corner.
Absolutely correct. I feel for them, because it was an impact from the SMP car to the rear of the number 2 car. But it is if there was one issue that has been consistently called in the WEC and the predecessor series for this, it is that.
No, it's absolutely right. They've looked at it, they've been seeing the pictures as ours, the same pictures that we have. They will have heard the report from their pit marshals as well, who will have had a good look at that when it was in there. And here is the number 2 car, Neil Johnny. Get it in now, Neil. Straight in. They'll have been on the phone to him already. And he is. Comes straight into the pit lane. There's the damage.
Yeah.
Trailing pieces of bodywork. That's carbon fibre. Huge lump has broken off. One was left in the track.
Now the key thing here is it just the clip? Is it just the clip, or is there more damage than that?
Well, most of the teams now have gone to a design that allows them to replace that rear end in one go.
Absolutely. So in comes the number 2.
And that has been taken off the screen now as he's coming to respond to that. Here comes Buemi to get back on the same lap.
Now, is the car going to go into the garage, or are they going to do this in pit lane? In pit lane is the answer. It's rear deck and the rear clip.
I think the deck will go back on. The clip's got to come off. It comes off in one piece. There's a new clip which will come out. They've got to make sure everything fits on it.
Of course, it's still the same rule. Number of guys over the line.
Yes. On goes that new back panel. That's the change that Peugeot engineered after they got caught for this at Silverstone many, many years ago.
Now down goes the engine cover. It's a bit fiddly there. It's not an easy fit. That's costing a couple more seconds.
That's done pretty well, Graham, you've got to say.
Absolutely. Stunning stuff by the Porsche team. Well done, boys.
I didn't even see them fasten the rear deck back on there.
Let's hope you did.
It just went straight down.
Minute and 4 seconds on pit road for that. That's roughly what it would have taken them for a full service stop. But that, of course, has relieved the pressure on the 2 Audis. Andre Lotterer, by the way, was right with the team car through the last sector. There they are, lapping in team formation now. Still to see the 66 car come down pit road for that assessed pit stop infringement, the drive-through penalty for what is currently the 3rd place car.
There's a lot of people on a yellow card as well in terms of track limits.
And another one, it's the 2nd place car, black and white flag for the car 71. Sam Bird for abuse of track limits, turn 4. 34 minutes to go.
I've dropped the pin and I can't find the pin to go back in. So I'll have to hold the hand grid of controversy.
Fingers crossed it's a dud, eh? But the race hasn't been, again.
No.
Formula bonkers becomes Formula awesome.
So what we don't know is what the pit stop infringement was, but that was at 4:15 local time. Nearly 6:30 here. And the 44 then, still battling with the 42. This now for 4th position in the class. Ryan Diel ahead of them, the ESM in 3rd. That'll be a good result for ESM, first time on Michelin's, and they've got 28 seconds ahead of this battle. Then it's Bruno Senna and Nico Lapierre, 25 seconds between them. In terms of the head of the field, Timo Bernard from Loic Duval, Porsche from Audi number 8, 1 from 8. The 2 Audis in lockstep now. Neil Johnny has got back out and held on to 4th position.
Wait to see what happens with the 66 Ford, because that will lose it 3rd position.
Yeah, and that will promote Nicky Team onto the podium.
Change, of course, the strategy for Aston Martin Racing from this race. Both cars moving to 2 driver lineups, which we are told they'll retain for the remainder of the season. 42 seconds is now the gap from Timo Bernhard to Loic de Waal, by the way. They are not closing that gap. Nurburgring, meanwhile,
they've got one more lap to do this drive-through before they'll get a black flag. Number 7 on board with our third place driver, Andre Lotterer. Did his job, absolutely did his job.
Completely copybook stuff. And lest we get ahead of ourselves, I wouldn't expect any less of any of those teams in those circumstances. This is the ultimate team game, involving the guys in the cars and the guys in the pit lane.
Well, we know that very fine margins can decide these events because, well, we saw it Silverstone, didn't we? Audi crossed the line and won, and 3 hours later the car was thrown out.
Indeed.
For the few millimetres.
Shall confirm, by the way, that Nurburgring did get out ahead of the Toyota.
Yes, I did, yeah, said that.
40 seconds the gap between the two, and Gianni is quicker than either Toyota behind, although they are closer to lead pace than at any point really in sustained running of the race thus far. Still not seen the 66 car on pit road.
It's got till the end of this lap, Graham, end of lap 153. The leading AM cars are on the first place of timing, which means they're inside the top 25. There's 34 seconds between Wolf Henson in second in the Porsche and Pedro Lamy. Here's Matthias Lauda from that car.
Well, we're starting to see the number 98 back on form, aren't we?
Yeah, so far a really good race. Every stint of Pedro, Paul and me was really perfect. We had no issues. We always stopped on a full course yellow with a really good strategy from the team. And now we have 30 minutes left. Pedro has a good gap, 36 seconds. So if we don't have any problems, we could win the race.
Thank you.
Hello to Rob Chalmers. Terribly sorry that we've spoilt your Sunday. The Sunday roast hasn't gone in. It's all gone horribly wrong at the Chalmers household.
Still no sign of the 66 car making that drive through. Two Audis in formation. More than a minute back, by the way, Nurburgring from this pair into the final half hour. Starting to look now, John, as Nick Hardfield, by the way, moves ahead of Nico Lapierre back up into 7th position. So back up, sort of where it should be. And Alexander Imperatori is right with Bruno Senna for 9th position.
But all right, fine, it's there now.
Yes.
But that's, in fact, he's just lost it back again to Nico Lapierre. They're trading places. The 12 hasn't really had any problems, and the 36 car's gone by it.
It did have time in the garage for broken bodywork and a braking problem.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay.
And that frankly, if you've got a fault-free LMP2 car, is all they need. They're dealing with margins that are so tight. '66 goes through again to complete a lap on track. Now, is there activity in the race control, the steward's room here from Ford?
Yep.
Well, this at the moment is good news for Audi number 8. Championship battle, and as good a news as they can get at this stage for Audi.
28 minutes to go. We're inside the last half an hour. So I've enjoyed this, Graham, in a slightly different way. The early part of the race, 3-4 hours, was really almost a bit like a boxing match. It was a bit of jabbing, finding out what, in all 4 classes, finding out what your opponent had pretty quickly, mind. It's not as if you were just pottering along. the pace was excruciatingly quick.
Absolutely punishing stuff, and the increasing heat, it feels like.
Well, we've got sun coming through the window. I think that's slightly misleading from us, but it does seem as though it's warming up a little bit.
And that crowd, by the way, still sticking with this race. The grandstand still very well filled on pit straight through the arena section. This will, by the way, if it stays like this, why should it? It never usually does. Will increase Porsche's lead in the championship, just marginally. 25 plus 12 for Porsche. 15 plus 18 for Audi.
This will be a very good result for Audi if it stays as it is. I don't think they're going to catch the #1 Porsche.
Rebellion expecting a stopper, and that will be the number 12 car.
That will be its last stop with 26 minutes to go. The only final drama now is fuel. And Mark Webber's saying the one, but I love the way, by the way, that he said
12's in trouble. 12's in trouble. 12 went through with a 2 minutes 11. It's dropped back 4 places. It's gone back from 7th place to 10th almost as soon as we said it had overtaken the Nico Lapierre. Things have started to go wrong there.
It's Alexander Imperatori in the 13 car that picks up the lead in that class. By the way, the point I was going to make was I loved the way that Mark Webber said, by the way, I'm not actually this wet. I've been sprayed with water for a photo shoot. That was the most important point he wanted to get over in that interview.
I look cooler than this normally. Well done, Mark.
No, I like it.
That's good.
That photo shoot has not been helping Louise in her work, so we thank her very much indeed for all her endeavours in the pit lane.
It's for a new endeavour due to hit the web soon. It's racingdrivers.com.
Wet Webber.
Wet Webber.
Timo Bernhard has the lead by 47 seconds now. Remember, it was under 30 seconds when we were having that battle behind him.
Third place car in LMP2, the 31 ESM Ligier, the latest car to get a black and white flag. Final warning for abuse of track limits. 25 minutes to go.
We've got a number of top 3 cars who are on the yellow card at the moment. One more offence. Now there's the 66 still going around with that pit stop infringement hanging over the top of it. Ollie Plar is only 12 seconds ahead of Nicky Team, and Nicky Team is lapping at pretty much the same speed that lap.
This could be incredibly costly for Ford in the championship if they get black flag for this.
If they get black flag, they'll be taken out of the results altogether.
Well, I don't understand why.
The only thing I can think of is they're going to go to the end and fight it, and if they lose, they'll hope only to get a time penalty and a fine.
Not known for their sense of humour, racing stewards, are they?
That's been up there now for a very, very long time. And certainly longer than the 3 laps that you normally have.
John, if we apply the same rule of thumb we were applying to the issue for the #2 Porsche, I'm sorry, they're in the rules. Agree, disagree.
What we don't know is what the pit stop infringement is, and if it's something that is open to interpretation, Graham.
They
That's
might
all
be
I'm
arguing
going to say.
They might be arguing the top. They might just be correct. Let's wait and see. It's that big orange stripe on my timing screen that's distracting me, John. Back to the lead gap. Well, Timo Bernhard under no real threat from behind at the moment. 46 seconds still to the good. The Audis, as we can see, lapping in formation 8 ahead of 7. And I wouldn't expect that unless any dramas come forward to change. Lojani is not really making much inroads. He's still 62 seconds back.
He's faster than the 3 cars ahead, but only by about a second, 1.1 seconds a lap.
With less than 23 minutes to go, the only thing he can do is to hope that the Audis don't have it on fuel here, and they've been allowed to cruise for a while. They will have been able to do what fuel saving they can, help that cause.
Let's go down to Louise for an update about this this Ford update of this Ford infringement. So what do you know, Louise?
The team are still with the stewards at the moment talking about it, so that's why it's still ongoing. They're not ignoring it, they're just trying to deal with it.
George Howard-Chamel, the team manager, will be, I'm sure, arguing their case. And that's exactly what you would do.
If I wanted to go and have an argument with anybody, I'd like George Howard-Chamel on my side.
Engine problems for the number 12 as tweeted by Rebellion Racing.
Car is in the garage directly opposite our commentary position, with what looks like all the world's mechanics attending to it. They want to get that car back out if they possibly can. So up into the lead of the class goes Alexander Imperatori, the number 13 car. And he's closing in on Nico Lapierre for 7th position overall. After the braking problems of the 13 car earlier. So, where are we going to see the last-minute battle? Still that battle, by the way, underway for what is 4th in P2. Kane and Pitsonia, 42 Straka from the 44 Manor car. 45 car, by the way, has not emerged after that brake disc failure. It's tumbled down the order. In GTE, it's still the two Ferraris ahead of Pla, with that issue still hanging. And Pla is being caught at the moment by Nicky Team, keen to put the matter out of doubt whether or not the Ford pits. 9 seconds the gap from the 66 Ford against the Aston Martin that led this race. Toyota, number 5, now nearly 50 seconds back from Dilgeni. They really have not had the pace, and there'll be, I suspect, post-race questions to ask of Toyota as to where the pace that we saw at the Le Mans 24 Hours has disappeared to. Is it simply not working, the new aero kit, as they expected it to do?
That can be the only answer. We've seen, though, haven't we, Graham, just how sensitive these very highly technical cars are.
Well, we've only seen one issue for the Toyota.
To temperature changes.
And that was yeah, indeed, there's possibly that, but that was the piece loose around the engine. We heard Rob Loipen describe to Louise. The part was replaced. It's a black and white flag now for Johnny Kane as well for abuse of track limits, presumably in defence of that 4th position. Mind us, we're not expecting routine stops for any of the LMP runners, certainly not the leading LMP runners at this stage. In car with Bruno Senna. 6 Hours of Mexico sticker on the headrest.
Johnny Kane clearly not writing off the chance of standing on a podium here.
Oh no.
Closing down on Razzle Dazzle in Ryan Dielli in the 31 car. And he's only, well, 154.2, 53, so 8 tenths last time around from Johnny. What a couple of races Johnny Kane has had.
Oh yes. Seen the debut in the championship of Lewis Williamson. He's put smiles on the Straka faces.
Oh yeah,
absolutely, for sure. In car now with the number 66 car. That sounds like a race car, doesn't it? Up the inside goes the LMP2 leader. 36 in the hands of Nico Lapierre. It's 21 seconds over Bruno Senna. He's taken a couple of seconds out of the car, out of the lead last time. Closer than he has been in this battle. And that may be because of the traffic that Nico Lapierre has been suffering with LMP1 privateers.
I didn't even have to look up to know that that was the Ford we were on board with there. That is a brilliant noise, you're absolutely right.
Does look like a bad piggy from the back though.
Still don't know what you're talking about. The 71 car on a yellow as well, cannot afford to run off the track. Yeah, of course, we're coming back to form, Graham. That's the story here in GT Pro. My goodness, they've needed it.
Well, they've found reliability where previously, certainly for the 51, there was none. 71 car has had a good run thus far this season. Is going along nicely here. Second position at the moment for Sam Bird after some great runs in the early part of the season.
Yeah, well, they inherited the win at Spa, of course, when the Jimmy Brownie car expired.
But it's the 66 that leads the championship in the Teams Championship.
And that's why, I mean, that's why they're arguing. I understand why they're arguing. They will lose one place, but it will be only one place.
Stakes are high here, though. Stakes are very high indeed. And there will come a moment with that argument.
Pla's in the pits. Pla is in the pits. Now, is this a drive-through, or is he going to take service?
He's gone
and
by.
Through goes team. He's gone by, so that is the 66.
Where is the Aston
Martin? He's gone through. He's already gone through. Ollie Pla goes through. It'll be Darren Turner next, but he's not close enough. So that's down to fourth. So and runs a bit. Well, that wouldn't have been good, would it? Ollie Pla comes out of the pits and runs straight in the gravel trap after he's done a drive-through that the team weren't happy about taking.
There is the
confirmation of Nicky Team now.
New third place man.
Nicky Team is 15 seconds up the road from Ollie Pla.
Yep, his dad won here yesterday in the support race, the classic Tourenwagen, in a 1980s Mercedes DTM car in the pouring rain.
Team then this weekend.
Team time. And so it looks like there might just well be another trophy to pop in the boot of the car on the way back to Denmark. Neil Janney is closing. 54 seconds now the gap to Andre Lotterer. By far the quickest man on track at the moment.
Just another line on the Toyota story. They're still not getting the tyres to work properly. Remember Alex Vert saying that. Miki Barbarossa reminding us of that, Graham. Still not getting the tyres to work properly. And that was exactly the same issue they had at Silverstone. It was too cold for them there and they couldn't get their systems to talk to each other properly for the cold weather and switch the tyres on. Leader in GT 24th overall. Pedro Lamy has 31 seconds on Wolf Hensley, you saw a moment ago.
Well, not getting the tyres to work sort of indicates, well, either a problem with the tyre, which I have to say is not usually the case across, what, 6 sets, or the interaction between those tyres and the aero that is trying to make it work. More difficult to keep the heat in the tyres in a prototype than a GT, and have weight on their side, but it's bad news for Toyota. They've got some thinking to do. 14 minutes. Can Olivier Pla get back on the terms with Nicky Team? Team has got too big a gap, I think, in the remaining time to get in with the Ferraris. Oh, off the track there for a moment. The number 43 car, that's Bruno Senna. Second position in LMP2. Had been closing on Nico Lapierre. What happened? He just run straight off the track and through the gravel.
Tad too late. Oh, and a bit of rallycross. Oh.
Yep.
Flat bottom racing cars doing like, let's have a look. He's messing about with the steering wheel, turns.
Oh dear.
What? That's very odd. He just didn't turn the wheel.
He got away with that, I have to say.
Well, I'm not sure. He's got to be so careful. That was third gear.
That lost him a good 7 seconds in that battle. And maybe more as he has to clean all the gravel off the tyres. And that's always presuming there isn't another problem.
Rob Chalmers said the Sunday roast is now gone and it's a sausage plaque, new potatoes and gravy is the new strategy. Much simpler instead of the family roast.
Call out for a takeaway, Rob. Call out for a takeaway. That's what I always do in these circumstances.
Setting sun, or the sun at least dropping down with the time coming up to just before 10 minutes to 7 here in the Eiffel Mountains. It's been brilliant. The weather hasn't interfered. A couple of threatening black clouds partway through the race, but This has been another brilliant race, a big crowd, 58,000 here across the weekend, and July the 14th to the 16th, confirmed by the venue and the FIA World Endurance Championship for this race next year. Get that one in your diary.
Absolutely right. 12 minutes to go, and update with LMP1 privateer. Alexander Imperatori moves back up to 7th position ahead of the LMP2 leader. Nick Heidfeld, meanwhile, has rejoined the race after attention to what we believe is the engine on the number 12 car, down in 16th place towards the bottom end of the LMP2 field.
Porsche number 1, Timo Bernhard then, working his way through traffic. The two Audis, second and third, heading towards the first corner. The two Toyotas are together on the track and on the timing screen, although separated by laps after the problems for the 6 car. 5th and 6th for them this weekend will not be the haul of points nor the finish that they had desired after their outstanding performance at Le Mans.
Pla is not making inroads of a significant margin into Nicky Team for the final podium spots in GTE Pro. Meanwhile, in GTM, gaps are pretty steady too. Pedro Lamy, if anything, pulling away from Wolf Hensler. It's been a great battle in that class. One of the best we've seen in GTM. Francois Perraudot in the championship leading 83 Ferrari. Fairly comfortable at the moment in third.
Timo Bernhard hard at work. Now bear in mind, he's cruising to a finish. I use this term relatively. Look at how violent it is inside that car, and this is not one of the circuits where you get thrown around that much. And just look at how much he was having to work behind that steering wheel. The two Audis, half a second apart as they go across the line. The gap is now 55 seconds.
Physical workload in these cars is very high. The mental workload is astonishing.
Don't know how they do it, Graham. The amount of information that they are processing in between every corner. Put aside the fact that you're driving, 1,000 horsepower plus all-wheel drive guided missile, and you're the one that's guiding it. Put that aside. The information that they are taking in from the car itself, the amount of radio traffic, what's happening on the track in front of them, and then you've got to change gear, turn in, brake, avoid the Porsche in front of you. All of that sort of stuff. It's extraordinary.
Look, Ben Trellier isn't here because of that injury. Were he available, Rob Chalmers back at home could have got him to watch the race, do the Sunday roast, walk the dog, and probably paint the spare room. That's how good they are at multitasking. Just to see one of these cars at rest with the systems that are there, not just to take in, to understand, to be intuitive enough to know exactly what's going on around you in the cockpit and on track. Fighter pilot levels of acuity.
Through turn 4, and Timo stays on track, heading down the hill towards the lovely bank left-hander at 5. You can really throw that car in there. The number 12 Rebellion has been out in the circuit. It's about to come back in again, I'm afraid.
Hearing from Ben Goddard-Stewart again, thanks Ben, it was 66 penalty, was for undoing belts before stopping the car in pit lane. And there was in-car, I think, for that car as well, so that would have been easily seen.
Yeah. Okay. That's down to the driver, I'm afraid.
And Rebellion are ready again.
The argument there, I'll tell you what the argument there would have been. He slackened them but didn't unfasten them. Guarantee you that's what the argument was about there. Stewards don't like to see belts not tightened before you go out or unfastened.
No, it was coming in, yes.
Yeah. It's been a good run by the 36 Alpine, hasn't it?
It's been an extraordinarily good run all season by the 36 Alpine. 12 car, by the way, is going back into the garage. But the 36 Alpine has been the class of the field. Quick car, the Orica has proven itself to be a very good tool, particularly at the Le Mans 24 Hours, but little less so here. Though the second and third place cars are Ligier's. Bruno Senna, still the next man most likely. It's Matthias Lauda.
Down at the Porsche team.
Yeah.
There's a rumour we can start immediately.
Oh, was there a clash earlier?
Possibly. With the Aston.
There's a 43 car, Bruno Senna looking to get by one of the SMP cars and do what he can about closing the gap to Nico Lapierre. 21 seconds.
Yeah,
21 seconds to go before he gets onto the back of the... There's not time to do that, though.
Nice little wave of the hand there, right hand off the steering wheel by Bruno. Two Toyotas going to come and unlap themselves from the Audis. That's not a problem. Just trying to work out now, with 6 minutes left, there's no time for them to get back to the Porsche in fourth position.
So, 36 Alpine, still a big crowd enjoying the sunshine and the racing.
Why? I mean, you know, it's easy to get new from lots of places in Europe, including the UK. It's only a 5 to 6 hour drive from the Channel ports, and you come down through some lovely countryside, brilliant places to stay and eat around here. Nice time of the year to come and do it. 14th to 16th of July next year. Start making your plans. Thank you, by the way, to our marshals as we move into the last 5 minutes, and recovery staff. They've done a great job here. To the whole of our,
they've been busy.
To the whole of our TV production crew who have worked in all kinds of weathers this weekend, including torrential rain and very, very hot sun during the setup period. They're the unsung heroes of our broadcast. And of course to Louise and Graham. We should also say thank you to all of our syndications. WEC on the app around the world, and our TV channels in the UK and further afield. I know that the Aussie Fox channels have been taking us this weekend as well. Thanks for that, and thanks for the tweets from Down Under. And to some new viewers on BT Sport 2 this weekend, as well as Motors TV in the UK. Nice to have had your company for the last 6 hours or so.
But the best place to be is right here at the moment. 4.5 minutes remain, John.
Lovely circuits to have a wander around as well. Let's quickly run through what's going on in the classes, Graham.
Well, in GTM, it is still Pedro Lamy leading 30 seconds clear in the Aston Martin number 98 from the 78 KCMG Porsche. Wolf Hensler still at the wheel there. Francois Perrodo has got a 28-second gap ahead of Paolo Roberti, making his comeback after injury in the Labra competition Corvettes. But Francois Perrodo looks reasonably comfortable in the number 83. They, of course, are Ferrari. In GT Pro, it's a 1-2 at the moment for Ferrari. Jimmy Bruni in the 51 that's been luckless is 27 seconds clear from the sister car, the 71 car. Sam Bird at the wheel there with Nicky Thiem, 20 seconds back. And Olivier Pla, after that drive-through penalty, a further 20 seconds back in the worst place in the world to be in motorsport, fourth.
I'm not convinced yet that we aren't going to see a change for third place in LMP2, because Ryan Dalziel is now only 4 seconds ahead of Johnny Kane.
Kaney is catching him.
And Ryan Dalziel's pace has gone off a bit. I think he's struggling. They double stinted those Michelins at the end of the race, I think.
Well, it's first go with the Michelins for ESM. They've had 2 second places on Dunlops at the start of the year. They've been running well so far, but is that a bridge too far for the Michelins? We'll find out in 3 minutes' time, John. Johnny's still taking time out of him. Another second gone in the first sector. And we've got, 2 more laps probably after the one we're on now. Number 12 car back out onto pit road. after its 10th pit stop.
What it might do is it might all come down to where the leader is on the track, Graham.
It might well. We got 4 LMP1s, line astern, the 2 Audis followed by the 2 Toyotas.
Well, we started off with Audi on the front row, Porsche on row 2 and Toyota on row 3. Ostensibly, Toyota have carried that all the way through in positions 5 and 6.
And the Toyota's looking for a way by the Audis now.
Well, you got to let them go. If you're Audi, you let them go.
I think so.
There's no need for any heroics at this point. None whatsoever.
Completing the classes, by the way, it's Nico Lapierre, 8th position overall in the number 36 Signatec Alpine. There's the Alpine garage. Philippe Sino listening into some feedback there. Bruno Senna second in the 43 RGI by Morand Ligier, 2nd position. The 31 Extreme Speed Motorsports Ligier Nissan Morand DL, but being closed down. 2.3 seconds is now the gap to Johnny Kane. That is the battle that will be sorted out before the end of this race in the Stracker Racing 42 Gibson.
There's going to be one more lap for those guys because the leader's through the Schumacher S's now. There's 1 minute and 12 to go, and unless Timo Bernhard lifts right off the gas, those guys are going to have to do another lap. They're right in behind. They're right in behind. I can just see the lights of Ryan DL cresting. So behind the car we're watching now, look in the background because you might just catch a light, a look at the bright green ASM car.
Lap and a half.
There'll be one more lap to go unless Timo lifts right off here. There's a dash to the line. There's only 18 seconds from where he is now to the line, so there is. Now look behind again. We're just not seeing that battle for third in LMP2.
There's definitely another lap to come.
Yeah. So he starts his last lap right now. Timo Bernhard then, and they're in the background of the headlights.
ESM.
Of ESM, so we can watch them go by us. Now, there's the ESM.
That's the 30. It's the 30 car, John.
Right, so that was the wrong car. I got excited for nothing, no shock there.
But there still will be another lap.
That means they're even further back round the lap, Graham. It's 0.6 of a second. Johnny Kane's right with him. Kane is right with Ryan DL.
There they are.
For third position as they go past us, and Kane's going to have a look down into the first corner. Can't see it from our position as the Porsche goes past one of the SMPs.
This is for a podium position in LMP2. It would be the best position, best finish of the season so far for Stracker Racing.
Johnny Kane then having a good look down the inside. This is the leader coming round to complete his final lap behind the 4th placed Corvette of Labra competition. Ryan DL and Johnny Kane battling it out. My goodness, this rolls back the years. On the last circuit of the Nurburgring, right to the end, once again, we're getting all the way down to it. It is unbelievable that once again a long endurance race comes down to positional changes.
It is a 10th of a second.
3/10 between them now. If that, here's the leader, soon to be the winner. It's another Porsche victory in 2016 on home ground at the Nürburgring. Round 4 of the FIA World Endurance Championship goes to the defending world champions. They bounce back from their Le Mans trials and tribulations in style.
Where is Nürburgring 6 hours? Boys, well done. Absolutely blinded. You boys have bought us in the team on track. Well done, guys. Well done, everyone. Well done.
Now the big question is, where is the third place battle? Here's the leader in LMP2. They're all on the same lap.
He's not got it. DL, I think, has done enough unless something dramatic happens in the final turn.
Well, there's a braking area down to the chicane, still the two.
Side by side across the
line. Oh, it's so close. 0.071 of a second. 0.071 of a second. And Ryan DL must have squeaked across by the width of a front splitter. That is so close to being the 42 on the podium. Great run by the 31. Lapierre's come through. Bruno Senna still to finish second in the RGR. That's a great story, going to Mexico City next. Wow, Johnny Kane must have thought he'd got that there. Amazing stuff in Pro. Bruni's gone through. Ollie Pla's gone through in 4th place for Ford, backing up their win at Le Mans. Sam Bird and Nicky Team still to come through in 2nd and 3rd. Neil Jarney hasn't finished yet either. Jarney has not come through.
Does so now.
Pedro Lamy and Hensler are through, waiting for Francois Perraudot.
Sam Bird comes through safely. We're waiting for Nicky Team any moment now, and that'll be the final podium finisher. The 83 Ferrari comes through, so does Terry Tingnell.
And we're just waiting for Nicky Team in the 95 Aston Martin, and there he goes to complete the podium for GTE Pro. What a finish in LMP2, Graham, with Johnny Kane and Ryan Diel literally side by side past us. Impossible to say on the line who won it. The transponders tell us it's 0.071 of a second.
Which means that Kane was getting a run up the inside. Cracking stuff. They'll have enjoyed that.
Well, for the championship, this is, I mean, terrible for championship leaders Porsche. Not the worst result they could have had, a 4th and a win, but really the wrong cars in their position. 2nd and 3rd for Audi with their cars the right way around.
It does mean that Porsche just marginally extend their lead in the Manufacturers' Championship, which is the one they're looking for, by about, I think it's 3 points they'll get on the standings before today. It was, of course, one of those clawed back by the Audi pole. So it's almost on as even between the top 2 teams. Toyota will lose ground. In LMP2, that's of course extremely good news for the 36 crew. They will extend their lead, and we'll have a new 2nd place car, because up into 2nd will go the number 43 car because of the non-score for the 26G Drive crew. They'll tumble. 64 points they started with, 65 points rather, with pole, and that's where they'll stay for until we get to Mexico. In GTE Pro, well, that was led by Ford Chip Ganassi Racing. They'll come home with 12 points from that 4th position. 72 for them. The 71 car get 18 points. 70 points for them. The 95 Aston Martin, 15 points. 66 points for them. Those 3 mighty close. And the 51 car, well, gets itself out of trouble, and maybe, depending on the way things fall in the following rounds, John, maybe back into the mix later in the season. They'll need to keep winning. And GTE, well, that was led by the 83 AF Corsa car. They get onto the podium, 15 points to add their 93. That will dramatically extend their lead, because the only cars that finished ahead of them way down the order. So yeah, of course, a car over 100 points from the first 4 races in GTM.
Letting the cars cool down again with the engines running. Andre Lotterer has put a shift in today. That was great driving from him and Marcel Fessler. Remember, just a pair of them today. They'll feel that tonight. 164, 129 and 97 in the Manufacturers' Championship, as confirmed there on the graphic. Timo Bernhard has pulled himself out of the Porsche. Perhaps an unexpected win for them today. Let's find out, Hayes Louise.
I can't really disturb this right now, can I? Just let them have a moment. Timo, that was a superb race.
Well, absolutely. I mean, yeah, we had a tough first part of the season, and we really wanted the victory on home ground for Porsche. And I mean, Porsche victory was important, but yeah, we really wanted that so bad. And very happy, very proud of that crew to come back after the first part of the season. So really good.
Well done.
Thank you.
Almost 10 times as many points as they've earned thus far this season. 3.5 points coming into this. 25 points for that, and well deserved too. Gate crew.
taking off his helmet.
Don't be disappointed. They thought they were right in the mix for this. But ultimately, no answer. That was all about the pit calls that were made at the right times. And that's where the big gaps emerged. So happy boys in the number 1 Porsche. Rather less happy Al Garner in the number 2. And fans being allowed onto track here to approach the podium.
Excellent. That's also very good news for us because they've closed the bridge. So we'll be able to get out the box. Well, I've enjoyed that, Graham. You know, once again, right at the end, we had that great battle between Johnny Kane and Ryan DL. 0.07, one of a second for third place. But top 4 all still on the lead lap overall. Top 2 in LMP2 on their lead lap. Top 3 in Pro. And top 3 in ARM. A minute at the end of 6 hours in the ARM class when everybody's battling by you over the top 3. I'll take that.
Oh, absolutely.
And we had that great battle for the first 2 hours.
And by the way, in
So some of the 58,000 crowd that have turned up here this weekend are being allowed in front of the podium, which is right in front of us.
A lot more coming.
Here's the confirmation. A minute between the top 3 steps of the podium, just under 55 seconds in fact, by the defending world champions. As far as the P2 category, Alpine from 43 Ligier, the
fine challenge for the 43.
Car. Yeah, I think that they'll be happy with that.
And a great battle for third at the end. Johnny Kane just falling short by 71 thousandths of a second from grabbing the third podium spot from Extreme Speed Motorsport. Their third podium of the year, by the way.
Drama for G-Drive, who was second in that category, losing their gearbox early on.
Whilst in the lead, of course.
Whilst leading the category, and that will cost them dearly in championship. Here's the drivers. Mark Lieb and Neil Janney, along with Romain Dumas.
33 points to the good.
Nip into the lead, they'll take that. Marcel Fessler and Brendan Hartley and Mark Webber with just 20.5 points apiece.
We'll mark that down as a recovery.
Yes, indeed.
There's a happy Mark Webber. Looking less wet than he did.
Yeah.
He'll be pleased about that.
The fourth round of the FIA World Endurance Championship in Germany at the Nurburgring on the Grand Prix circuit is the last before the series takes to the skies for their flyaways. The green flag waved by champion skier Maria Riesch, and the leading cars going off in pairs with Audi from Porsche and Toyota. But very early on, Timo Bernhard in the defending world champion car, the number 1, getting between the 2 Audis. And this was to begin to define the pattern for the whole race. Neil Janney, the second of the Porsches, making a mistake, clipping the front end of Harry Tinkel's Ford, but just missing the back of Richie Stanaway in the Aston Martin. Nasty fire in the pit lane for Ford. Andy Priaulx out of the 67 car. No harm, no foul. And drama for second place in LMP2 in the championship. G-Drive with a broken gearbox would not finish. No points for them. The Dane LMP2 belonged to the 36 Alpine. They did by far the best job and dominated the category. The racing in the GT classes was always close. Neil Janney and Mark Lead making the mistake in the number 2 Porsche, for which he got a drive-through penalty, hitting the Cabezi Porsche. This was a race that was punctuated by not safety cars but neutralised race under full course cautions, and those who made the best of them got the best track position. But not everything went right, and penalties would also play their part. At the front of the field, Audi versus Porsche was a battle under fire. We just couldn't put out just when we thought it was safe to start watching again. Andrea Lotterer had closed up to the battle for second that had been between his teammate and the number 2 Porsche, and joined in the fun. The SMP racing car hitting the back of the number 2 Porsche, which meant it had to come into pit lane for repairs. Didn't stop the battling though. The damage, however, was too severe on the left rear for the race director to let it go, and the Porsche was called in with the black and orange flag, and third place was then secure for the number 7 Audi. Hard to know where to look on the circuit. There were battles right throughout in GT Pro and AM. The first 2 hours had a cracking battle for the GT AM leaders. In the end, though, it was the number 1 Porsche who got all of the strategy right and took the checkered flag to win round 4. The Alpine 36 winning in LMP2. Ferrari back in form in Pro with the 51 crew, and Aston Martin with the 98 winning in AM. And a very warm welcome to the podium to Marcel Fessler and Andrea Lotterer, driving as a duo in third position. The number 8 crew close to 33 points in the Drivers' Championship, as Loic Duval and his teammates step onto the podium in second place. But it is Timo Bernhard, Mark Webber and Brendan Hartley will stand on the top step. I like the idea of letting the fans onto the track, Graham, I really do.
I do. I think it just adds something more to it. And of course here the grandstand's not opposite the podium.
That's a fair point, yes.
It's a track in front of us packed with fans, loving the evening sunshine. They've been loving that racing.
Here's the national anthem of the winning entrants, Porsche and Germany. Friday and a little bit on Saturday. That may have just depressed the crowd a little bit, but a cracking crowd out here today. Third position then getting their trophies, Marcel Fessler and Andrea Lotterer. We send our best wishes to Ben Trellier, who'll be back with us at the next round. In second position, Lucas Di Grassi, Loic Duval and Oliver Jarvis for the number 8 crew. But there'll be a lot of cheering for popular winners for the Porsche team. Standing between the 2 Audi Sport Team Yost drivers squads, Timo Bernhard, Mark Webber and Brendan Hartley. the victory. Five years ago, this weekend, Mark Webber got pole position here for Red Bull. He didn't go on to win that race. He's gone better here. Our next event, we are flying away to a new venue in Mexico.
On the old path.
World Endurance Championship. International event.
New. Better. Faster.
Go to the Labra car, he's blocking me, Labra F car.
Crowd.
6 hours of Mexico on 2nd and 3rd September. The spirit of Le Mans is coming to Mexico.
Fifth win for the #1 Porsche team of Bernard Mark Webber and Brendan Hartley in their relatively short time together. And the Mexico race once again live via WEC TV on the app. Nice catch. And with the thinner air there, expect well over 200 miles an hour for these cars at the front of the field. We are going into completely uncharted territory. There's the confirmation. Porsche team from Audi Sport Team Yost. Tony Gazoo Racing off the pace today. They'll not be happy. They couldn't make their tyres work. They've got work to do back at Cologne. It's only an hour and a half away from where we are now. My colours again with the fire, not finishing the race. Mark Webber's so tall, he's an easy target for this man, Champagne Spring. There's the tail of the tape. 194 laps, a new race record for this configuration of the circuit. All the top teams taking 6 pit stops. Audi Sport Team Yost, though, having the best in terms of the total pit time out of the 3 leading runners. Just goes to show how much the full course yellow can play a part in getting the strategy right and into the pits right when the full course yellow is neutralising the race and you're travelling at 80 kilometres round the track. Very important indeed. Coming out now are GTE Pro runners. 3rd place for the 95 squad. Aston Martin Racing, Nicky Thiem and Marco Sorensen, the Dane train. In 2nd place, 71 Ferrari, AF Corsa 488 GTE, Davide Rigon and Sam Bird. And our winners, also from AF Corsa in the Ferrari, Jimmy Bruni and James Collado.
Collado's first win in the WEC. And Jimmy Bruni's record 13th. He was equal on 12 wins with Roman Rusinov before today. Rusinov's retirement earlier means that Jimmy Bruni stands alone as a record race winner in the FIA WEC since its inception. He's only missed 1 race.
Now the national anthem of Italy. Return to form for AF Corsa. The new Ferrari 488 has been quick in other people's hands, including Giuseppe Risi's team, who took on the mic of Ford and were the only ones to be able to take the fight to the Blue Oval at Le Mans. So Lindsay Owen Jones will be doing the honours here. He's the head of the FIA Endurance Committee. Nicky Thiem and Marco Sorensen maybe could have done a tad better today. Just got a little bit burned on their pit stop strategy. AF Corsa first and second, the new turbocharged Ferrari taking its second victory this year. One at Spa. And at Silverstone as well, Graham. You can have a look back. James Collado, his first. And Jimmy Bruning's 13th. He is the most successful driver in terms of class wins in the FIA WEC.
The AF Corsa 71 winning both Silverstone and Spa jump in that dramatic finish you recall with the 51.
With the rear end champagne being sprayed.
So one very happy, rightfully so, James Collado, and Jimmy Bruni finding a smile that's been gone for some little time.
Confirmation there, AF Corsa and the top three separated by just 48 seconds. Ford Chip Ganassi will rue their mistake with the seat belts, costing them a drive-through penalty, improper pit procedure, costing the 66 car a place on the podium.
Joy for another new winner in the FI World Endurance Championship, James Collado. And that puts the points positions
Look at
very
how
tight.
close that is. Davide Rigon and Sam Bird now within a couple of points of the Ford drivers, and Marco Sorensen and Nicky Team sitting only 5 points off the lead.
That's less than the gap, the first to third between a win and a second place.
Yeah. So that is going to be all to play for the rest of the season still. And we know, don't we, that the GT categories are so highly competitive.
Oh, yes.
And a bad day from one or other of a team. Is that privateers? It's going to be the two Rebellion racing cars.
Matthias Pesch making his first appearance for the team this year, of course.
With Nick Heidfeld and Nico Prost.
And they will.
Their engine problems taking them out of the lead late on, Graham, and giving the win to the 13 crew of Matteo Tuscia, Dom Kreheimer and Alex Imperatori.
And it will be the 12th car that retains the lead in the championship.
Swiss national anthem playing for the entrant Rebellion Racing. So, putting on the Dunlop tyres there, let's not forget.
Absolutely. So despite losing points to the 13 crew, the double points finish at Le Mans again plays a big part.
Should mention Dunlop on the podium as well in the GT Pro with the 95 Aston Martin. So the tyre war in all four classes beginning to bite a little bit now.
Well, it's 4 out of 5 podiums will feature the yellow cap.
Yeah.
And winning in 2 of them, 3 of them.
Aston Martin now beginning to get their heads around those tyres. They look really competitive today.
They did, they look very strong indeed. Just unlucky with the timing of the pit stops and full course yellows.
I think we've all got to sit down and work out tactics for full course yellows and whether you pit or whether you don't. Because it clearly caught some of the teams out as much as it did us in reading when was the right time to go in. Here's the champagne for the Privateers Cup.
Oh, and the 12 boys are just saving it for later, I think. No, Nico Prost has decided,
yeah, well done, lads.
Let's have some fun.
So the private team's drivers led by Nick Heidfeld and Nick Prost. Nelson Piquet Jr. not expecting to see him for the rest of the season, so we should see Imperatori, Kreheimer and Tusha overhaul them. Those are of course, the Rebellion drivers.
Ollie Webb and Simon Trummer losing touch now, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Good go this afternoon, but
it's
unfortunately...
looked much more competitive all weekend long, the CLM, but once again, reliability wars have blighted them at the end of the race. So next we move on to the fourth and... Oh, sorry, where are we now? We should be on LMP2.
4 out of 5, LMP2 next. There's the race classification. Dominant 1-2, but ahead of fantastic scrap right at the end. And
what that doesn't show is 0.07, 1 of a second between third and fourth position.
And a spectacular debut from Lewis Williamson.
Chris Cumming, Ryan DL and People, Luis Felipe Durrani on Michelin tyres for the first time and on the podium.
59 points for them.
Going to Mexico next, and the Mexico-sponsored RGR Sport Ligier with Ricardo Gonzalez, the Mexican driver, along with Felipe Albuquerque and Bruno Senna in second. And the controversy will go on about the drivers in the Alpine. They did do a great job today, the 36 car. Gustavo Menezes and Stefan Rakelmi with Nico Lapierre.
That will move the 43 crew up to second in the championship, 9th championship win in LMP 1 and 2 combined for Nico Lapierre.
And the national anthem of the entrant from France.
Signatech boys, yes. Throwing very good voice there. That puts Signatech into a dominant championship position, as we'll see, I'm sure, in a few moments.
Pierre Fillon, the president of the ACO, making the presentations for LMP2. First to the ASM guys, now to the RGR Racing, RGR Sports rather, and finally to our winners, the Alpine team. Signatech running on Dunlops. Again, Michelin and Dunlop splitting the podium there. First time on Michelin's for the ASM team. They'll learn those tyres, they'll be getting better. That's their best result of the season.
Well, it's a hat-trick. Wins now. They've unbeaten since Spa, Signatech Alpine. Fourth at Silverstone, and then wins at Spa, double points of course at Le Mans, now here at the Nurburgring.
They are looking the team to beat.
112 points now.
Happy to see the ASM guys getting a result, and as I say, their best result of the season in the WEC, of course. They started the season winning the Rolex 24 at Daytona and the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. So they've had some success this year.
I think that gives them a 38-point lead in the championship. Drops G-Drive down to third after their DNF.
No score for them today, that's a nightmare.
That's a disaster.
It's a good-looking car in a good old-fashioned colour scheme that immediately says Alpine. And their street car, their new street cars here. 1.8 turbocharged, the homage to the A110, I suppose, over around the track. Gustavo Menezes, Nico Lapierre, Stefan Rakelmi in the lead.
41 points. Yes, 41 points.
Senna, Albuquerque, Gonzalez in second as we move to their home race. And then Rennie Rast, Roman Rusinov and Chris Cumming, as you say. Roman Rusinov, rather, dropping down into third with Chris Cumming in fourth on his own. He's swapped around teams, I think, this year for ESM.
I'm not sure those points are quite correct, John. Yeah. But there's still a big gap at the top of the point standings, and it's to the good of Signatec Alpine.
Tail of the tape for them, 178 laps, and just 6 minutes 40 in the pit lane for 6 pit stops. Just under 1,000 kilometres for the P2 guys.
21 seconds quicker in the pits than the second place car.
And the margin of victory, 16.4 seconds.
That tells the story. We say it's a team game.
Oh yes. Oh yes. So, last but by no means least, a very entertaining first couple of hours from the GT arms, and then picking up the pace as well at the end. We'll have in third place Francois Perodo and his happy band for AF Corsa in the 458 Italia. Manu, Emmanuel Collard and Rui Aguash. In second place for the 78 KCMG Porsche 911 RSR, Hong Kong-based team, Joel Mathias, Wolf Hensler and Christian Reid. And our winners, back right on form, the 98 Aston Martin Racing Vantage, Paul Della Lana, Pedro Lamy and Matthias Lauda. And the national anthem of the winning entrant is the British national anthem.
Pedro Lamy, another record total, up to 11 wins now in GTM. That is the most of anybody in the WEC so far. It's an 8th win for Paul Della Lana, a 5th for Matthias Lauda.
See, the advantage of the British national anthem is it is the shortest at just 43 seconds, so you almost always get the whole thing.
Absolutely, don't miss the chorus.
Might not be the most rousing, but it's short, so you almost always get it.
Absolutely.
Now this is the CEO of the Nurburgring, coming to make the presentations to our arm podium. First to
Rui Aguash,
Perodo.
Manu Collard then.
They've done a good job this year. Manu Collard's driving really well.
I think they extend the lead in the championship too with that result, John, because the two teams ahead of them in the race here were well behind them in the points.
It's a good battle, that, you know, between the three manufacturers. Ferrari, Porsche and Aston all represented there, and let's not forget in 4th place was the Chevy Corvette, so all the manufacturers in the top 4.
And by the way, in the races so far with this technical partnership for Aston Martin, another race win by the way for Aston Martin there, 2 wins and 6 podiums so far. That's not a bad start, is it?
For Dunlop, you're talking about?
Dunlop,
yeah.
With Aston Martin.
Yeah.
Cups up.
Capricorn, the new owners of this facility, and I should say immediately before we close that everything we were used to here has carried on into the new regime, so the usual efficiency, courteousness and
free sausages in the press room
and food in the press room has continued. And once again we've had a stunning weekend. Confirmation there, top 3 on the podium, separated by just over a minute, 30 seconds between first and second. Got a little bit more spread out at the end when the leaders were coming through. But well done to Aston Martin Racing. Thank you to Graham and to Louise. I'm John Hindhaugh for the rest of the whole team. We've had a great weekend here at Nurburgring, 14th to 16th of July next year, and we'll see you at Mexico next. Bye-bye.
A new story begins. A stadium for theatre. Endurance back on the old path.
World Endurance Championship. International event.
New. Better. Faster.
Go to the larboard car, he's blocking me, larboard F car.
Crowd.
6 hours of Mexico on 2nd and 3rd September. The spirit of Le Mans is coming to Mexico.